Subai transmigrated and became a mortal third prince, yet in this world mundane authority and power were but insignificant paths. Only cultivation for immortality was the true great Dao. To his dismay, Subai discovered that this body possessed no spiritual root for cultivation. Just as he was steeped in frustration, he fortunately awakened the immortal art from his former life's game. Immortal endowment shadow reflection. By touching a cultivator's physical body, one can replicate that person's spiritual root and innate talent. Heavenly spiritual root Taishu, sword bone alchemy aptitude. Since Subai rose from nothingness to possessing myriad talents, he commanded all arts with his sword, and in the end became a Dao lord of 10,000 arts. Subai's consciousness struggled up from a bottomless chaos like a drowning man finally breaking through the surface of the water. He had just experienced a very long dream, so long it felt as though he had lived half a lifetime. In that dream, he had become the third prince of Yin Kingdom on the great land of Qingzhou. Since childhood, he had grown up within the deep palace's red walls, frail and sickly, never parted from medicinal decoctions. This spring, after much maneuvering, his imperial father finally secured an opportunity for him to lead a retinue of maids and servants to Mount Qingyun and attend the once-in-10 years disciple recruitment ceremony of Yusha sect. The rhythmic clatter of hooves and the rumbling of wheels grinding over the road rang in his ears, dragging Subai's mind completely out of the dream and back into reality. He snapped his eyes open. Above him was an embroidered brocade ceiling patterned with cloud motifs, with luminous night pearls hanging at the four corners, casting a gentle light. Lowering his gaze, he saw a dark gold cross-collared long robe upon his body, the cuffs embroidered in gold thread with the Yin royal family's flying swallow totem, the fabric smooth and cool to the touch. The carriage continued forward, yet Subai's heart rose and fell like the jolting carriage itself. He reached out to pull open a small rosewood compartment at the side and took out a palm-sized mercury mirror. The mirror reflected a stranger's face, about 16 or 17 years old, features clear and well-defined with a straight nose and slightly pale lips, bearing the pallor of one recently recovered from long illness, yet unable to conceal an innate dignified nobility. Objectively speaking, though this face lacked the sharply chiseled lines of his former self, it was still handsome, suffused with noble bearing. So I truly have transmigrated. Subai set down the mirror and murmured under his breath. The instant the virtual full-immersion gaming device exploded, the scorching agony seemed still imprinted upon his skin. His body back on Earth had likely perished in a sea of flames, yet his soul had inexplicably crossed over into the body of this Yin Kingdom third prince who bore the same name as he. What a pity for those dozens of full-immersion games I spent so long saving up for, and that AI girlfriend I had just customized and tuned. Subai gave a wry shake of his head. Forget it. Since I am here, I shall make peace with it. At least I am a prince now, and what is more, I have a chance to tread the path of immortal cultivation and longevity that ordinary people can only dream of. Memories from his previous life and from this body gradually fused together. In this world, there truly existed cultivators who could soar through the skies and burrow through the earth, move mountains, and overturn seas. It was said that those who achieved the pinnacle could ascend as immortals, sharing the lifespan of heaven and earth. Compared to his former world, where humanity relied on biotechnology merely to barely push the average lifespan beyond 120 years, this world was clearly far more promising. Yet, cultivation requires spiritual roots rarer than 1 in 10,000. Though this body's former owner was a prince, there were no cultivators at his side, and thus no way to know whether he possessed a spiritual root. Only when we reach the foot of Mount Qingyun and undergo testing will the truth be revealed. At this thought, unease rippled through Subai's heart. At that moment, a yellow-brown light screen suddenly appeared in his mind, ancient characters emerging line by line. Name Subai. Spiritual root aptitude none. Immortal endowment shadow reflection appraisal 11, O replication 11. No spiritual root aptitude. Subai's heart sank, but when his eyes fell upon the final line, his pupils suddenly contracted. This is the sole immortal art I obtained in the game, ascending to immortality. After the initial shock, a tide of wild joy surged up within him. Before he crossed over, ascending to immortality had been the most popular full-immersion cultivation game in the world. Relying on this rare immortal art called Immortal Endowment Shadow Reflection, Subai had forcefully carved his way out from among countless players and once charged into the global combat power rankings top 10. If not for the device's sudden explosion, seizing the #1 spot might not have remained a dream. Could it be that fate itself arranged for me to bring it into this true cultivation world? Subai clenched his fist, his fingertips digging into his palm. With this immortal art in my grasp, even if I was born without a spiritual root, I will surely carve out a path that leads to ascension. The carriage suddenly slowed, and the steady voice of the coachman, Subo, came from outside. Third Prince, we have arrived at Qingyun Square. Subai drew in a deep breath and lifted the curtain. The previously jolting yellow dirt road had vanished, replaced by a mirror-smooth bluestone pavement seamlessly joined so that no gaps could be seen, as though it were naturally formed. The carriage was passing along a forest path shrouded in thin mist. The vapor dampened the curtains and carried the fresh fragrance unique to grasses and trees. Once they emerged from the path, the view suddenly opened up before them. A vast bluestone square spread out amid encircling mountains, seemingly capable of accommodating tens of thousands. Along its edges stood 9 white jade pillars, their shafts carved full of flowing runes within which faint radiance circulated. In the distance, range upon range of mountains overlapped. The main peak pierced straight into the clouds, everything above midslope concealed within a sea of mist. From time to time, flocks of cranes flew past, their clear cries echoing between the mountains. This was Qingyun Square, the first checkpoint before the mountain gate of Yuxia sect. Only on the once-in-10-years day of opening the mountain to recruit disciples would the Guardian formation part to allow mortals to set foot in this immortal abode. At this moment, the square was already a sea of people. Boys and girls of suitable age from dozens of mortal kingdoms in Qingzhou stood in more than 10 orderly long lines. There were noble scions in brocade and fine garments, sons and daughters of humble families in coarse clothes and straw sandals, and youths in strange attire clearly hailing from distant tribes. Every face was written with expectation and nervousness, all gazes unanimously fixed upon the dozen or so temporary high platforms set up at the front of the square. Behind each platform sat a Yuxia sect cultivator, male or female, all bearing transcendent bearing. They wore pale cyan sect robes, their sleeves embroidered with drifting cloud patterns. Third Prince, it is time to disembark and line up. Su Bo reined in the horse and turned back to address him respectfully. This man in his 50s was not merely a coachman, but also an innate-level martial artist carefully chosen by the Empress to escort Su Bai along the way. Su Bai responded, bending his body as he stepped out of the carriage. The gilded, jade-inlaid royal carriage and his fine dark gold brocade robe immediately drew many gazes. Soft murmurs rose from the crowd. Look at that carriage. That must be a prince from some kingdom, right? That is the flying swallow mark of Yin. He's the Yin royal family. Such a grand display. He still does not know how to restrain himself before an immortal sect. Silence. That is Yin Kingdom's third prince. They say he is greatly favored by the Yin emperor. Su Bai acted as though he had heard nothing, walking straight toward a queue with relatively fewer people. Under an immortal sect's gate, even princes and dukes had to obediently stand in line. This was the rule. Still, the royal family did enjoy certain privileges. The smaller carriage at the rear also halted at this moment, and 4 maids in goose-yellow dresses filed out one after another. With practiced motions, they took a light, soft sedan from the carriage, swiftly assembled it, and then each took hold of a corner, lifting it steadily. Please board the sedan. Third Prince, the leading maid, said softly, her voice clear. Su Bai gave a slight nod and entered without hesitation. All 4 women possessed ordinary martial skills, their steps light and stable as they carried the sedan. As the sedan advanced with the flow of people, Su Bai sat upright, within eyes closed in quiet rest. The gazes cast toward him grew ever more complex. Envy, jealousy, disdain, mockery. Faint sounds of derision could still be heard, putting on such airs even in an immortal's blessed land. Does he still think this is the mortal realm? Su Bai remained inwardly unperturbed. If one could enjoy comforts, why needlessly make oneself suffer? Most of these people were likely merely calling the grapes sour because they could not taste them. His entire attention had long since been focused on the testing platforms ahead. Through immortal endowment shadow reflection, Su Bai had already confirmed that this body truly possessed no spiritual root. By normal procedure, he was destined to be eliminated. But now that he had this immortal art, everything held a chance to change. However, the appraisal and replication functions of immortal endowment shadow reflection had extremely long cooldowns. Each function could be used only once per year. This first chance to replicate had to be spent on the most suitable target. The safest method was to wait until a testing cultivator clearly determined that someone possessed a spiritual root, and only then would Su Bai copy it. That way there would be no possibility of failure. On the platform before his line, the cultivator in charge was a young man who looked about 30, face pale and beardless, expression indifferent. A thin, plainly dressed boy stepped forward trembling. The cultivator placed a hand upon his back. No spiritual root. Next, the boy's face turned deathly pale. He still wanted to speak, but the cultivator had already waved him away. The line moved on. The next dozen or so were all found to have no spiritual roots. No spiritual root. No spiritual root. No spiritual root. No spiritual root. Go. Immortal master, at least let me stay as a menial servant. Here is 500 taels of gold. Begone. With a slight flick of his hand, that youth, whose attire suggested he was also a royal from another kingdom, was slapped, flying through the air. He flew more than 10 meters before crashing to the ground, his life or death uncertain. The cultivator did not so much as glance his way and simply continued testing the next person. Su Bai's heart grew solemn. Indeed, in the eyes of a cultivator, a mortal without spiritual roots was nothing at all. The calm pronouncement sounded again, and each time it was accompanied by a face collapsing into despair. Some collapsed in tears on the spot, some drifted away like lost souls, and some, unwilling to accept it, begged to stay on as menial workers, only to receive a dismissive flick of the cultivator's sleeve in return. Subai felt his heart constrict slightly as he watched. Among mortals, those born with spiritual roots were truly as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilan horns. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the neighboring line. Everyone's eyes were instantly drawn over. At last, a 13 or 14-year-old boy had tested positive for a spiritual root. Inferior 5-element spiritual root, whom you can barely be admitted into Yuxia sect. You will start as a menial disciple, but once you cultivate to the first level of qi refining, you may enter the outer sect. Are you willing? I am willing. The boy in front nodded again and again. This was the first youth with a detected spiritual root that Subai personally witnessed after arriving at Qingyan Square. Seated inside the carriage, Subai lightly tapped his fingers against the armrest. 5 spiritual roots. Truly too inferior. As the third prince of Yen, Subai, though yet to step into the immortal sects, had learned much of the cultivation world's common knowledge through the royal clan's treasured tomes. Among those teachings, the most crucial was this: when it comes to spiritual roots, more attributes do not mean better quality. The essence of the path of cultivation lies in drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into one's body and refining it for one's own use. Spiritual roots are like both vessel and conduit. The more attributes they possess, the broader the range of spiritual energy they can absorb. Yet as different attributes circulate within the body, they clash and cancel one another out, becoming a hindrance instead. It was like 5 river channels converging at one point, currents colliding, mud and silt all churning together. Thus the grades of spiritual roots from lowest to highest were inferior 5-attribute roots, lower 4-attribute roots, lesser 3-attribute roots, superior dual-attribute roots, peerless single-attribute roots, as well as certain rare mutated spiritual roots. Between each grade, cultivation speed could differ several-fold, even more than 10-fold. Take Yuxia sect for example. Those with 5-attribute or 4-attribute roots could only start as menial disciples, struggling at the very bottom. Those with 3-attribute or dual-attribute roots could directly enter the outer sect, be taught orthodox cultivation arts, and receive a fixed share of resources each month. Among them, dual-attribute disciples of exceptional aptitude often stood out in the outer sect's grand competitions, advancing into the inner sect or even into the ranks of personal disciples. As for single-attribute spiritual roots, those were the true darlings of heaven. Once such a person appeared, the sect's high elders would immediately accept them as a personal disciple, sparing no effort in their cultivation, regarding them as a future pillar of the sect. Most cultivators' spiritual roots contained a measure of impurity. A pure single-attribute spiritual body was something that could only be encountered by chance. In several recent recruitment ceremonies, Yuxia sect had not seen a single such seedling. Naturally, Subai did not dare hope that his very first act of copying would grant him a peerless spiritual root. He already had a plan in mind. A lesser 3-attribute root was enough. Use that aptitude first to step into the immortal sects and gain a firm foothold. Once the cooldown of immortal endowment shadow ended a year later, he would then slowly scheme for a higher talent. The road of cultivation is long. There is no need to rush for a moment's gain. As the sun moved across the sky, the crowd in the square slowly advanced. Using the carriage as cover, Subai had already changed cues several times without drawing notice. He was waiting and he was observing. After several hours, those found to possess spiritual roots were still few and far between. 3 with 5-attribute roots, 1 with 4-attribute roots, all destined for a lifetime as menial workers. Subai's expression remained calm, yet inwardly he began weighing options. If he still could not find a suitable target, should he settle for something lesser? Just then a low exclamation suddenly rose from the queue ahead. It's actually a 3-attribute root. Subai lifted his gaze. On the platform, the cultivator examined carefully, then announced in a loud voice, "Water, fire, and with 3-attribute spiritual roots, lesser grade aptitude, may directly enter the outer sect." The one being tested was a youth of about 15, dressed in an indigo cotton short jacket with a coarse hemp belt at his waist, skin slightly tanned, features upright and clean, clearly a commoner lad accustomed to hard labor. At this moment he stood there in a daze, as though unable to believe it. Only when the cultivator urged, "Go over there to register," did he awaken as if from a dream. Stumbling toward the designated area, a look of wild joy gradually blooming on his face. Subai's gaze sharpened slightly. 3-attribute roots. Outer sect disciple. Judging from his accent, likely from the northern border of Yen. That was enough. If he delayed further, his frequent changes of cue would inevitably arouse suspicion. Why would a prince need to wander about in such a way? It will be you, he decided inwardly. His mind made up, Subai gestured for the carriage to halt. Straightening his robes, he walked steadily toward the youth, with Subai accompanying him. By this time the boy was already surrounded by a crowd. Some fellow villagers were warmly offering congratulations. Strangers attempted to befriend him. Several signs of minor clans even stepped forward to present name cards. The boy, flustered and overwhelmed, responded as best he could, his face flushed bright red. From a short distance away, Subai activated the probing function of Immortal Endowment Shadow. As long as the target lay within his line of sight, the probing could take effect. However, to copy, physical contact was required. Immortal art, probe him for me. Within that distance, Subai fixed his gaze on the youth, silently uttering the command in his heart. Probing successful. Target possesses the talent Water Fire, and with 3 attributes spiritual roots. Subai exhaled in relief. Immortal Endowment Shadow truly worked. Moreover, it was exactly identical to the results shown on the testing platform. Next, all he needed was to make physical contact, and he could copy the boy's spiritual root talent. Look, even the third prince of Yen has come over. Indeed, once one attains the Dao, even fowl and dogs ascend. No, the divide between mortal and immortal truly is vast. What of mortal royalty? Before a future immortal, must they not also take the initiative to befriend him? Amid the murmurs, the crowd automatically parted to form a clear path. Subai walked with unhurried steps, the dark gold brocade of his robe shimmering with a subdued luster beneath the sunlight. The youth clearly recognized this royal attire. His expression instantly grew nervous as he hastily cupped his hands and bowed. This humble commoner greets your highness, the third prince. Subai rejoiced inwardly, yet his face took on a gentle smile as he stepped forward and raised the youth's arms with both hands. No need for such formalities. The immortal path lies before us, worldly ranks and titles are but fleeting clouds. You and I both hail from Yen. This is a fate that binds us. At the instant their skin touched, Subai stirred his consciousness. The moment his hands met the youth's arms, he activated the copying function of Immortal Endowment Shadow. Copy his spiritual roots for me. Copy successful. Target talent copied, 3 attributes spiritual roots, Water Fire Wood. A mysterious warm current surged from his palm, flowed up along his arm, and shot straight to the spiritual hub along his spine. It was as if something dormant within him had been quietly awakened, or as if a tightly closed door had been gently pushed open. Subai suddenly felt the surrounding world soften, his head growing noticeably lighter. The fatigue of a long journey also eased considerably. One endowed with spiritual roots, even without cultivating, would unconsciously attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, their vitality, naturally abundant, destined for an extraordinary life. Subai then looked again at his interface. Name Subai. Spiritual root talent, 3 attribute roots, Water Fire Wood. Immortal Endowment Shadow, cooldown time, 365 days. Just like in the full immersion game, the cooldown lasts a full year. In my past life's full dive virtual game, the in-game time flowed 10 times faster than reality, so the cooldown recovered in just over a month of real time. In this world, however, I must truly wait an entire year. I must live long enough to fully unleash the power of Immortal Endowment Shadow. As these thoughts turned in his mind, he looked once more at the youth before him. In the probing vision of Immortal Endowment Shadow, the boy's once bright, tricolored spiritual halo had dimmed by nearly half, tinged with ashen hues. This meant that target had been marked as copied and could no longer be duplicated. The youth, of course, was utterly still immersed in the shock of a royal scion taking the initiative to befriend him. He spoke with a slight tremor of excitement in his voice. Your Highness, you are far too courteous. I am called Wu Tian from Balin County. My family trades in timber. Brother Wu Tian. Subai interrupted with a smile, his tone sincere. I am a year older than you. If you do not mind, just call me Brother Su. The immortal road is perilous. Once we enter the sect, let us look after one another. Wu Tian froze for a moment. Though simple in mind, he still understood how much of this brotherhood arose because of his spiritual roots. Yet facing this prince with a warm smile, and without a trace of arrogance, a surge of warmth still rose within him. He nodded vigorously. Brother Su. Subai chatted with him a little longer, asking about his family situation. At an opportune moment, he said, I have yet to undergo testing and must return to the queue. Once we are in the sect, I will seek you out again. Brother Su will surely be found to possess spiritual roots. Wu Tian said earnestly, his eyes full of trust. Subai patted his shoulder and turned away. Beneath the sleeves of his brocade robe, Subai's fingertips trembled slightly with excitement. After rejoining the queue, it was less than half a stick of incense before his turn arrived. He walked steadily up onto the high platform. The one in charge of this line was that same pale-faced young cultivator, presently resting with eyes closed. Only when Subai took his place did he lazily lift his hand and slap it on Subai's back. A strand of pure spiritual power penetrated his body. Subai felt a gentle yet irresistible force circulate once through his entire being before finally converging in the spiritual aperture of his dantian. Wherever that power passed, the 3 spiritual roots he had just obtained spontaneously produced faint red. The young cultivator withdrew his hand, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Water Fire, and would 3 attribute spiritual roots with keen sensitivity to spiritual power and a solid foundation. Strange. You look somewhat pale as though suffering from some deficiency, yet your spiritual response is livelier than that of an ordinary 3 attribute root. Naturally, he could not imagine that this spiritual root had been perfectly replicated by immortal endowment shadow. Though not innate, it was indistinguishable from birth. You may directly enter our Yuxia sect's outer sect. Wait over there, later you will go up the mountain together. The inner sect disciple's gaze grew markedly gentler. With 3 attribute talent barring mishap, this youth would sooner or later become an inner sect disciple of Yuxia sect just like him. Another triple attribute spiritual root. This youth truly possesses an extraordinary destiny. Born a noble imperial prince among mortals, yet now bearing a mid-tier spiritual root upon entering the Dao of immortality. Truly comparing oneself to others only invites despair. Whispers surged from beneath the testing platform like a tide, mingling envy, admiration, and quiet awe. To mortals, a triple attribute spiritual root was already a heaven-defying chance, an opportunity capable of elevating an entire clan beyond the mortal realm. And Subai, already born into imperial blood, now held auspicious fortune in both the mortal and immortal realms. How could such fortune fail to ignite covetous longing? Subai's expression remained calm as he solemnly clasped his hands in salute toward the cultivator on the dais. Many thanks, senior brother. The young cultivator gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Within the sect, seniority was determined by cultivation attainment, not birthright. Though Subai was a prince once he entered the immortal path, he must address fellow disciples as brothers in the Dao. That single title, senior brother, was both courtesy and declaration. As he descended the dais, Su Bo hurried forward with 4 maidservants in tow, their faces alight with barely suppressed elation. Congratulations, your highness, third prince. Felicitations upon your entry into the immortal sect. Su Bo's eyes glistened faintly as he lowered his voice. Now all is well. Her Majesty Consort Ling shall henceforth stand unshaken in the palace. When this old servant returns to report to His Majesty and Her Majesty, their joy shall know no bounds. This venerable retainer was the maternal uncle of Consort Ling, the mother of Subai, and had watched the prince grow from infancy, his loyalty unwavering. Even now his first thought turned not to the prince's future, but to the gentle woman in the palace. Subai's spiritual root meant her lineage now bore celestial affinity, the firmest foundation amid the treacherous currents of court intrigue. A soft sigh rose within Subai. In his past life he had walked alone, in this one he carried the weight and warmth of bloodline bonds. He looked at Su Bo and spoke gently. Uncle Su, now that my spiritual root has been verified, I shall soon ascend the mountain with the senior disciples of the immortal sect. By sect decree, mortals may not remain within sacred grounds. You are to depart for Yin capital today. He paused, then withdrew a jade pendant worn close to his heart and placed it in Su Bo's hands. Deliver this to mother. Tell her, her son will cultivate diligently without pause or lapse, honoring her hopes. The road home is long, you must journey with utmost care. Trembling, Su Bo accepted the pendant, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. Your highness may rest assured. The news of your acceptance into the immortal sect shall be delivered by this old servant's own hand. And you must guard your safety above all else within the sect. Subai nodded once, said nothing more, and turned toward the gathering of newly admitted disciples. Wu Tian had already been waiting there, spotting Su Bai. He rushed forward beaming, Senior brother Su. I knew you'd make it. Pure unclouded delight shone in the youth's eyes, no trace of jealousy. To him, it was sheer fortune that this approachable imperial prince would walk the same immortal path alongside him. Subai smiled and clapped the boy's shoulder. From now on we are fellow disciples. Let us support each other well. Absolutely. Wu Tian nodded vigorously. As the sun slanted westward, the testing ceremony on the plaza drew near its close. Silently, Subai observed the day's results: 14, with triple attribute spiritual roots, 83, with quadruple or quintuple attribute roots. Yet no dual or single attribute roots had appeared. Indeed, superior aptitude is rare and fated. Never sought, only encountered, he mused inwardly. The recruitment ceremony of the Yuxia sect would last 10 days. This was merely the third. In the days ahead, dual or even single attribute prodigies might yet emerge. Wu Tian's triple attribute root, though commendable, was certainly not the finest talent unveiled thus far. Yet Subai felt no regret. Immortal endowment illumination was his greatest secret, one whose use demanded flawless subtlety. Wu Tian, a subject of the state of Yin, was his fellow townsman, a natural, unforced connection. A handshake and helping hand before countless witnesses. Physical contact seamless, utterly unremarkable. Had he approached some other prodigy radiant with fame and surrounded by admirers, suspicion would have flared instantly. Even the most potent immortal arts demand humility and concealment, Subai reminded himself. Once inside the sect, patience and steady progress shall prevail. At that moment, Yuxia sect disciples began clearing the plaza. Su Bo with his maidservants and attendants bowed deeply 3 times before finally departing in a horse-drawn carriage. Su Bai watched the dust trail fade into the distance, melancholy rising then yielding to resolve. The solitary path of immortality had begun. New disciples, gather here. A composed inner sect disciple called out, his voice clear and resonant. Nearly 100 youths swiftly assembled. The disciple surveyed them, then stated simply, "We depart for the mountain immediately. Do not panic en route. Hold your breath and focus your spirit." No sooner had the words left his lips than over a dozen inner sect disciples each activated their unique method. Some recited incantations summoning gusts of wind beneath their feet. With one hand grasping 2 novices, they leapt skyward like falcons, each bound covering dozens of zhang scaling sheer cliffs with breathtaking speed. Others summoned artifacts. A broadsword expanded in the wind until it spanned a full door, lifting 5 or 6 novices aloft. A silken handkerchief unfurled like a cloud, carrying several maidens upward in serene floating ascent. Still others transformed jade flutes into boats or gourds into billowing clouds. Countless immortal techniques dazzling the novices' senses. Su Bai and Wu Tian stood side by side, soon selected by a stern-faced gray-robed disciple. Without uttering a word, the disciple seized each by the nape of the neck, then barked up. Su Bai felt his body lift weightlessly. Wind roared in his ears, and the landscape blurred into streaks of color rushing backward. Cliffs, ancient pines, and cascading waterfalls flashed past his vision. Intense vertigo. He clenched his teeth against the nausea, squinting ahead to see pale azure spirals blooming beneath the disciple's feet with every step. A buoyant force lifting all 3 upward like ascending staircases. After roughly a teacup's duration of such flight, the air ahead shimmered like rippling water. Unslowed, the gray-robed disciple charged straight into the undulating surface. It felt like passing through a warm, liquid membrane. Then the surrounding energy shifted into the biting mountain wind vanished, replaced by a gentle, moist breeze carrying the fragrance of verdant foliage, and something ineffable, a palpable vitality washing over them. Su Bai shuddered involuntarily. He sensed it clearly. The air had grown heavier. No, not heavier in mass, but denser with presence. With each breath, cool, invigorating qi seeped into his limbs and marrow, banishing fatigue and sharpening his mind. His newly awakened triple attribute spiritual root trembled faintly along his spine, like parched earth drinking rain. So this is spiritual energy. Su Bai realized, awestruck. Only after passing through the mountain's protective array did they truly enter the sacred gates of the Yuxia sect. The gray-robed disciple released them. Su Bai and Wu Tian staggered onto solid ground and lifted their gazes. Before them stretched a vast terrace paved with white marble wreathed in drifting clouds. In the distance, elegant eaves and pavilions pierced the mist. At the terrace's edge stood an ancient stone stele inscribed with 3 bold iron-stroke characters, Yingzhan Ping, the Welcomedo Immortals Plaza. Dozens of earlier arrivals already milled about the plaza, many pale and shaken, others wide-eyed with excitement, whispering amongst themselves. The gray-robed disciple pointed westward toward a sprawling complex of blue-tiled buildings. There lies the outer sect disciples' courtyard. Proceed to the administrative office to register and collect your belongings. Staff will guide you. I shall now escort the remaining disciples. With that, he blurred into motion, vanishing down the mountain path in a streak of afterimage. Su Bai steadied his breathing, exchanged a glance with Wu Tian, and together they strode toward the courtyard. The outer sect courtyard proved simpler than imagined, yet impeccably ordered. Dozens of rows of gray brick, blue-tiled dwellings stood in precise alignment. Bronze bells hung from each eave, chiming softly in the breeze. Pathways between the houses were paved with polished bluestone, spotless and gleaming. At the courtyard's center lay a white stone plaza spacious enough to hold hundreds, evidently the site of regular assemblies and lectures. At present, a long line had formed before a modest building bearing a wooden sign, Administrative Office. Su Bai and Wu Tian joined the queue's tail. The line moved swiftly. Within half an incense stick's time, it was Su Bai's turn. Inside, the office furnishings were sparse, a single desk chair and cabinet. Behind the desk sat an elderly man with snow-white hair, clad in black inner sect robes, a black iron token hanging at his waist, engraved with the characters, Outer Sect Administrator. His face was gaunt, yet his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on a register as he flipped its pages. Name, age, origin, spiritual root, type, he intoned without looking up, his voice raspy yet piercingly clear. Su Bai clasped his hands. Disciple Su Bai, 16 years of age, of the royal house of Yan in Qingzhou, possessing water firewood, triple attribute, spiritual roots. At the word royal house, the elder's brush tip paused. Then he lifted his eyes to appraise Su Bai. His gaze struck like tangible force, sending a subtle prickle down Su Bai's spine, the unmistakable sensation of spiritual energy probing. After several breaths, the elder withdrew his scrutiny, dipped his brush, and recorded the details. Adding quietly, spiritual root confirmed authentic. Sect decree mandates absolute truth in registration. Should falsification be discovered later, regardless of motive, the offender shall be stripped of outer sect status, reduced to menial labor, and barred forever from advancement. Do you understand? I understand fully, Subai replied solemnly. Every word I speak is true. The elder said no more, retrieving from the cabinet behind him a deep blue cloth bundle, a palm-sized green jade talisman, and a slim manual, placing them neatly upon the desk. Block C, Courtyard 32, Room 4. The talisman serves as your chamber's access key. Infuse it with a trace of spiritual energy to unlock the door. The bundle contains 3 sets of outer sect robes, imbued with the purifying mantra to resist soiling. Should they tier replacements may be requested at the supplies office. He picked up the manual, its cover a plain indigo blue emblazoned with the title Radiant Cloud Chi Cultivation Art, First 4 Layers. This is our sect's foundational Chi cultivation method, effective up to the 4th layer of Chi refinement. For guidance on practice, consult your Courtyard's supervising disciple. A senior outer sect cultivator at the mid-refinement stage oversees each residence. Moreover, on the final morning of each month, precisely at Shin hour, the Intersect Lecture Hall hosts elite disciples who publicly expound the core principles of the Radiant Cloud Chi cultivation art, answering questions on cultivation. This is a vital privilege for outer sect disciples. Do not miss it. Subai accepted the items with both hands. The talisman cool and smooth, the manual's pages resilient, faintly luminous, with residual spiritual resonance. Many thanks, Administrator. He bowed deeply. Once you join the outer sect, you must prioritize cultivation, striving to condense your first strand of spiritual power and step into the first layer of Chi refinement, thus truly embarking on the path to immortality. The white-haired steward handed over the last item, raising his eyes to look at Su, by his tone softening slightly. Remember, after entering the first layer of Chi refinement, you can go to the outer sect steward's office every month to receive a gathering Chi pill. This pill can assist you in condensing spiritual energy and enhancing your cultivation efficiency. This is the basic benefit provided to outer sect disciples. Do not miss it. The disciple will remember. Thank you for the guidance, steward. Subai bowed solemnly, picked up his bundle, and stepped out of the queue. He did not leave immediately, but waited outside the steward's office for a while. Not long after, Wu Tian also emerged with a dark blue bundle, a look of curiosity still on his face. Brother Su, I've been assigned to the 122nd Courtyard in District B. Wu Tian waved the green jade talisman in his hand. What about you? The 32nd Courtyard, Room 4. Subai glanced at the small characters appearing on the jade talisman. Looks like we are on different paths for now. They exchanged courtyard numbers and agreed to meet again once they were settled. Wu Tian scratched his head and smiled. I heard that outer sect disciples have 3 days of free time each month. I'll come to find Brother Su to discuss cultivation insights. We'll challenge each other. Subai patted his shoulder, watching the honest young man walk towards the western courtyard before turning east himself. The outer sect disciple courtyard was quite large, divided into 4 districts labeled A, B, C, and D, each with over 100 independent courtyards. Stone paths crisscrossed with wooden signs standing at the side, inscribed with runes. A gentle touch of the finger would reveal the layout map of the courtyards in that area. Following the guidance, Subai passed through 2 alleys, revealing a well-organized cluster of quadrangle courtyards. Gray walls and dark tiles adorned the buildings, with numbered wooden plaques hanging above the doors. The 32nd courtyard was located midway down the alley, with its gate tightly closed. A palm-sized copper mirror hung on the door knocker, its surface shimmering with a faint glow, likely a simple identification array. Subai took out the jade talisman and brought it close to the copper mirror. The mirror rippled, a soft light swept over the jade talisman, and with a click the courtyard gate slowly opened inward. Entering the courtyard was like stepping into another world. The yard was more spacious than he had imagined, roughly 3 zhang square, paved with blue bricks with soft green moss growing in the seams. In the center of the courtyard stood over 10 stalks of green bamboo, their shadows swaying gently in the breeze. Beneath the bamboo were stone tables and benches, the table surface smooth as a mirror, as if it had been polished for years. The most striking feature was above the courtyard, not open to the sky, but covered by a layer of pale blue translucent light film resembling an inverted jade bowl. Looking through the light film, the sky was clear and washed with flowing clouds drifting by, yet no wind or rain could enter the courtyard. This must be some sort of protective and spiritual gathering array. At this moment, a person was sitting by the stone table. The individual appeared to be around 23 or 24 years old, dressed in a blue robe similar to that of outer sect disciples, but with silver edges on the cuffs, exuding a composed aura. He held a scroll in his hands, looked up at the sound, and after a moment's pause on Subai spoke. Are you Subai Jr.? Yes, I am the newly admitted disciple Subai. Greetings, senior brother. The young man put down the scroll and stood up to return the greeting. I am Zhou Chong, the steward disciple of the 32nd courtyard. You can call me senior brother Zhou. The steward's office has already informed me of your arrival via the communication jade talisman. He spoke quickly with a hint of decisiveness in his demeanor. Senior brother Zhou. Subai responded readily. Zhou Chang looked Subai up and down, nodding slightly. Now that you have entered the sect, cultivating should be your top priority. You should first settle your luggage and change into your robe. Come back here in a quarter of an hour, and I will teach you the first layer of the Xia Guang Qi refinement technique. Understood. Subai replied, holding the jade talisman as he walked towards the northern side of the building. Each side of the quadrangle had 3 side rooms with door frames marked with room numbers. Room 4 was the second room in the eastern wing. The jade talisman was brought close to the door lock. A faint blue light flickered, and the door slid open silently. The interior was simply furnished with a bed, a cabinet, a table, and a chair, all made of green bamboo, exuding a faint fragrance. The bed was dressed in plain-colored bedding, soft to the touch. In the corner stood a half-a-man-high clothes chest, and on the table were an oil lamp, a water kettle, a ceramic cup, and other daily necessities. The most special item was a mat under the window, woven from some brown grass stems, its surface smooth, subtly flowing with spiritual energy. Subai opened his bundle and took out the outer sect disciple robes. The robe was made of an unknown material, with flowing cloud patterns embroidered on the cuffs and collar, cool to the touch. After changing into the robe and adjusting his belt, he looked in the mirror. Reflected was a clear-eyed person in a simple blue robe who had shed some of the royal nobility's air, gaining a more ethereal essence. He picked up the Xia Guang Qi refinement technique booklet and hurried back to the courtyard. Zhou Chang was already waiting by the stone table, and upon seeing him come out, his gaze fell on the booklet in his hand. Can you read? I can, Subai replied. Very good. Zhou Chang gestured for him to sit down. First, read through the first layer's incantation to get a general impression, and then I will explain it to you sentence by sentence. Subai opened the booklet. The first page contained the incantation for the first layer of Qi refinement, over 50 characters. As the rays of dawn appear, the spirit platform clears. Inhale energy into the body. The 100 meridians begin to connect. With a heart as calm as still water and intention following the movement of the rays, energy returns to the dantian, and the spiritual bud is born. The words were ancient and profound in meaning. Subai read it twice in concentration. Although he could not fully comprehend it, he could sense the cultivation principles contained within. Have you finished reading? Zhou Chang asked. Yes. Then I shall begin the explanation. Zhou Chang said earnestly, the Xia Guang Qi refinement technique is the foundational method of our sect, of a higher grade than ordinary Qi refinement techniques. Its brilliance lies in cultivating with the rays. During the times of sunrise and sunset, a special spiritual resonance emerges between heaven and earth, resonating with the technique, making cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. Of course, daily cultivation is also beneficial. He indicated for Subai to sit on the stone bench opposite him, then stood up and paced, speaking in detail. At the beginning of your cultivation, the most important thing is the word calm. You need to have a mind free of distractions, and your intention should guard the spirit platform. He pointed to his own forehead. The so-called spirit platform does not refer to any particular place, but rather a state of concentrated spirit. Close your eyes and try to empty your thoughts. Subai followed his instructions, closing his eyes and adjusting his breathing. Zhou Chang's voice was calm and clear. Imagine yourself sitting on a cloud with a gentle breeze brushing your face, all things distant. With a heart as still as water, you can reflect the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Subai gradually settled into tranquility. Unbeknownst to him, whether it was due to his 3 spiritual roots or the abundant spiritual energy at the Yuxiao sect, within half a cup of tea's time, he actually captured a hint of something unusual. Tiny specks of light gradually emerged in his dark vision. Crimson like fire sparks, azure like droplets of water, and verdant like tender shoots, the 3 colors of light were the most active, dancing lightly around him. Occasionally, a few of these light specks touched his skin, feeling like dewdrops seeping into the sand, bringing a cool, tingling sensation. Do you feel it? Zhou Chang asked. Subai opened his eyes, surprise evident in his gaze. There are some colorful light specks. Those are the manifestations of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Zhou Chang's eyes glinted with approval. You possess the water fire, and with spiritual roots, making you particularly sensitive to the corresponding attributes of spiritual energy. Those light specks approaching you are attracted by your spiritual roots. He returned to the table, opened the booklet, and pointed to the next section. Next is inhaling energy into the body. You need to guide these spiritual energy light specks with your consciousness, letting them flow through your meridians, ultimately returning to the dantian. Zhou Chang explained in detail the main pathways of the human Bodhis meridians and instructed Subai to lightly press along the pathways with his finger to familiarize himself with the routes. He then taught a simple method of breathing. Inhale while guiding the energy into the meridians, and exhale while urging the energy flow forward. At first you might retain only 1 out of 10. Most of the spiritual energy will dissipate along the way, but after 100 or 1,000 attempts your meridians will gradually open up, forming a path of energy. Once the main meridians can smoothly pass through spiritual energy, the absorption speed will greatly increase, and you can then attempt to condense your first spiritual bud in the dantian. This signifies the completion of the first layer of qi refinement. Subai focused, intently asking questions from time to time. Zhou Chang patiently answered, even lightly tapping on Su Bei's wrist with his own spiritual power, allowing him to feel the subtle trajectory of the spiritual energy circulating within. Before he knew it, more than an hour had passed. The evening light deepened, and the protective light film above the courtyard radiated a warm yellow glow, illuminating the courtyard as if it were dusk. Su Bai was already able to guide a small amount of spiritual energy to circulate through his arm's meridians for one small cycle. Although he could only retain 3 to 5 light specks at a time, and the flow was slow, he had indeed made progress. Very good. Zhou Chang finally smiled. Your comprehension is better than the 2 junior brothers who arrived in the last 2 days. We'll stop here for today. After you return to your room, practice on your own. Remember, persistence is key in cultivation, especially during the hour when the sun rises, when the rays of heaven and earth are at their peak. You must not miss it. Even if you're feeling lazy, you must meditate and cultivate during that hour. This is the first rule for outer sect disciples. Do you understand? The disciple understands. Su Bai stood up and bowed solemnly. Thank you, senior brother Zhou, for your careful guidance. Zhou Chang waved his hand. This is part of the steward disciple's duties. The sect will reward contribution points for your progress in cultivation, which also benefits me. Su Bai felt a stir in his heart. Although Zhou Chang spoke of duty, his patience and attention to detail far exceeded the norm. He couldn't help but ask, senior brother, are we the only 2 in the courtyard for now? Not at all. Zhou Chang pointed to the western wing. Rooms 2 and 3 each have a junior brother, both of whom entered in the last 3 days. They cultivate very diligently, hardly leaving their rooms except for meals. He paused and laughed. You're quite fortunate. It seems there will be new junior brothers arriving tomorrow. Each time a new person comes, I have to teach the incantation from the beginning. These past few days have been rather quiet. Su Bai was curious, why doesn't senior brother wait until everyone is here to teach all at once? Wouldn't that say? Zhou Chang shook his head. In matters of cultivation, every second counts. Sometimes just a few days can lead to a decline in physical vitality, making it increasingly difficult to break through bottlenecks. The sooner you guide the energy, the more hope you have for establishing a solid foundation. He looked at the green bamboo in the courtyard, speaking softly. When I entered the sect, my steward brother treated me this way. Now that I bear this responsibility, I must emulate him, teaching one by one without delaying anyone. The twilight fell on his profile, his blue robe tidy and his gaze clear. Su Bai felt a sense of reverence. This senior brother Zhou was truly a kind-hearted person. Clang, clang, clang. 3 resounding and melodious bell tolls echoed from afar, penetrating the protective barrier above the courtyard and resonating throughout the green brick courtyard. The bell's tone was ancient and steady, carrying a unique rhythm that calmed the mind upon hearing it. Su Bai had just exited his meditation state when he raised his gaze towards the direction of the bell's sound. A silhouette of a stone tower deep within the outer gate, its spire glimmering with light in the twilight. This is the Chunhuan bell, which rings punctually every day. Zhou Chang's voice interjected at the right moment as he stepped out of the west wing, having rolled up his scroll. Morning bell and evening drum, 3 meals on time. Everything in the sect follows established rules. In the outer disciples' courtyard, you need not worry about missing the hours. When it's time to cultivate, you cultivate. When it's time to eat, you eat, and the routine is extremely regular. Su Bai understood, so that was the sound of the evening meal bell. Exactly. Zhou Chang nodded, walking over to the stone table in the courtyard. Just as he finished speaking, a faint hum of the array's fluctuation came from outside the courtyard. The courtyard door was pushed open and a stout boy in a gray short shirt squeezed and struggling to push a wooden dining cart. The cart was quite large, stacked with food boxes on 2 levels, and the boy was sweating profusely with flushed cheeks. Brothers, the evening meal has arrived, the stout boy said breathlessly, his voice tinged with a hint of awkwardness, for he was a newly admitted servant disciple. Almost simultaneously, faint magical fluctuations emanated from the doors of rooms 2 and 3 in the west wing. That was the spiritual light of the jade talismans activating the restrictions. The 2 doors slid open in succession, and 2 boys in green robes, roughly the same age as Su Bai, stepped out. Zhou Chang waved with a smile. Just in time, let me introduce you. This is Su Bai, our new junior disciple. He pointed to the 2 who had just come from the east wing. This is Zhang Yinshan, residing in room 2. This is Li Daniu in room 3. They are also new disciples who joined in recent days. Su Bai hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands in salute. Su Bai greets both senior brothers. Zhang Yinshan had a refined appearance, his brows and eyes exuding scholarly charm, and he responded warmly, Zhang Yinshan, pleased to meet you. Li Daniu, on the other hand, was robust with dark skin and grinned. No need for formalities. We all just joined. Ooh, just call me Daniu. His straightforward nature caused his gaze to drift towards the food boxes on the cart, his Adam's apple unconsciously bobbing. Zhou Chang chuckled. Dainyu is straightforward. You all should look out for each other from now on. He turned to the dining cart, saying, Come, let's start with the evening meal. Li Dainyu could no longer contain himself and dashed a few steps to the cart. Let me see what delicious food we have today. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming. Zhang Yinshan shook his head with a smile and whispered to Su, Don't mind him. Dainyu came from a poor background and rarely had meat. Now that he sees the sex meals, he can't help but hold back. No problem, it's just being genuine. Su smiled. Zhou Chang had already reached the dining cart and explained to Su the staple food provided to the outer disciples is spiritual rice. That's one of the basic benefits for outer disciples. Seeing Su Bei's puzzled expression, he added spiritual rice is a special grain grown by cultivators in spiritual fields infused with gentle spiritual energy. Long-term consumption can nourish the meridians and assist in cultivation. Zhang Yinshan took over his tone, carrying a bit of seriousness. While the effects of spiritual rice are not as rapid as pills, they accumulate over time and provide a continuous benefit, which is quite advantageous for us at the Qi refinement stage. Many outer disciples in smaller sects can't even get spiritual rice. Su Bai understood in his heart that this was the foundation of a major sect. At this moment, the stout servant boy carefully took out 4 green jade food boxes from the upper layer of the dining cart, distributing them to the 4 of them. The food boxes felt warm to the touch, and the lids were inscribed with a simple warmth-preserving array, faint warmth emanating from within. For the 4 brothers of Courtyard 32, here are 4 boxes of spiritual rice. The servant boy said respectfully, the side dishes are below, and you may choose as you wish. Zhou Chang and Zhang Yinshan only took the spiritual rice boxes, not taking any side dishes. Zhou Chang explained spiritual rice is the resource for cultivation and must be consumed. While worldly dishes are delicious, they offer no benefits to cultivation and may generate impure energy. As cultivators, we should refrain from such desires as soon as possible. Zhang Yinshan nodded in agreement. However, Li Dainyu disregarded all that and eagerly lifted the lid of the lower food box. Suddenly, a variety of aromas wafted out. Rich braised pork, the fresh scent of steamed fish, and the fragrant stew. He swallowed hard and grabbed 5 boxes of side dishes all at once, piling them in his arms like a small mountain. The servant boy glanced at Su Bai, the last one who hadn't chosen, and cautiously asked this senior brother, would you like any side dishes? I still have to go to the other courtyards. Su Bai wanted to try what this celestial food was like compared to the mundane, so he asked, what dishes do you have? Today we have braised crimson flame tiger meat, steamed cold pool silver fish sauce, flavored iron-eating beast knuckle, emerald spiritual mushroom stew, and 8 treasure chicken pot. The servant boy listed a string of dishes, many of which Su Bai had rarely seen, even in the royal palace of the Yin Kingdom. I'll have a portion of the sauce-flavored iron-eating beast knuckle. Su Bai chose the one that sounded the most substantial. Sure thing. The servant boy quickly took out a ceramic food box and handed it over, then bowed. Please enjoy, brothers, I'll take my leave. He struggled to push the dining cart out of the courtyard, and the array's light barrier closed once more. Zhou Chang watched the servant boy's departing figure and sighed softly. These servant disciples have it tough. Possessing spiritual roots is a stroke of luck, but they must start from being servants after joining the sect. Zhang Yinshan shook his head and said, Senior brother, Zhou has a kind heart, but this matter needs to be viewed clearly. Most of them have 4 or 5 spiritual roots. If they don't join a major sect, they might directly become outer disciples in smaller sects. However, the opportunity given by the Yuxiao sect is even more precious. Once they reach the first level of Qi refinement, they can advance to outer disciples and enjoy sect resources. The spiritual energy within these mountain gates is abundant, and even the worst 5 spiritual roots can break through within 3 to 5 years. At that time, the treatment of outer disciples in Yuxiao sect is incomparable to that of small sects. One must lose to gain. This is their own choice. He spoke calmly but clearly analyzed the pros and cons. Zhou Chang heard this and smiled wryly, shaking his head. Yinshan makes valid points, but seeing these young ones toil every day, I can't help but feel a bit of pity. All right, brothers, as per our usual practice, shall we have a meal together? Absolutely, Zhang Yinshan smiled. I'm all for following senior brother Zhou. Li Dainyu could hardly wait. The 4 of them walked towards the stone table beside the bamboo. There were 4 stone tables in total, and Li Dainyu with his plethora of dishes occupied one table entirely. Su Bai, Zhou Chang, and Zhang Yinshan sat down at the adjacent stone table. Su Bai first opened the ceramic food box. The sauce-flavored iron-eating beast knuckle was tender and well-cooked, its sauce glistening red, the skin and meat distinct, and steam wafted up with a fragrant aroma. He picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. The skin was soft and chewy, the meat tender and juicy, and the rich sauce had a hint of sweetness, indeed surpassing the culinary skills of ordinary royal chefs. Iron-eating beasts were nearly extinct in the mundane world. In the Yin royal family, it was rare to taste them even once in several years. But in the eyes of the cultivation sects, they were merely common wild beasts found in the deep mountains hunted for a feast. Subai lifted the lid of the green jade food box. The moment the lid opened, a wave of refreshing spiritual energy rushed towards him. The rice grains within the box were plump and crystal clear, shimmering with a warm jade-like luster, and faint wisps of spiritual energy seemed to weave around the grains. Just by inhaling this fragrance, Subai felt his mind clear, and his 3 spiritual roots within him began to quiver with a craving. He scooped up a spoonful and brought it to his mouth. The spiritual rice melted in his mouth, transforming into a gentle flow that slid down his throat. This was not the feeling of ordinary food filling his stomach, but a marvelous sense of fulfillment. The gentle spiritual energy spread out in his mouth, flowing down the esophagus into his stomach, and then transforming into countless fine streams seeping into his limbs and bones. His meridians felt as if they had encountered a long-awaited rain, naturally expanding and greedily absorbing this pure energy. Subai felt warm all over, with every pore rejoicing in the breath of life. The fatigue from the merging and long journey was swept away, and even the original weakness of this body was alleviated somewhat. Though the spiritual energy from the spiritual rice was not overwhelming, it was long-lasting, like spring rain nourishing the earth quietly. Good stuff. Subai praised inwardly, his eating pace unconsciously quickening. A full box of spiritual rice was consumed in a matter of moments. Had it been ordinary food, considering this body's original frailty, he probably wouldn't have been able to eat half a box without feeling bloated. However, the essence of the spiritual rice was pure spiritual energy, not only burden-free, but also making one feel entirely at ease. Zhou Chang finished eating first, placing down the jade box, and said earnestly, after 1 hour of consuming spiritual rice, the digestion of spiritual energy is most active, which is greatly beneficial for cultivation. You all should hurry back to your rooms to cultivate. He looked at Subai and the others, his tone becoming serious. You all possess 3 spiritual roots, and your talents are commendable. According to sect custom, if new disciples can reach the first level of chi refinement within a month of joining, they will be considered excellent. In the future, resource allocations will be greater, so do not be lax. Yes, the 3 responded in unison. Although Li Daniu was reluctant to part with the feast, he understood the priorities and hastily shoveled a few bites before putting away his food box. Zhang Yinshan had already risen, nodding slightly to Zhou Chang and Subai before heading back to his room. Subai also bowed to Zhou Chang and turned towards the east wing. Upon opening the door to room for the fragrance of bamboo wafted over. He did not turn on the light, but walked directly to the cushion by the window and sat cross-legged. Night had fallen deep. The protective barrier above the courtyard had turned a dim blue, casting a cool. Outside the window, the bamboo shadows swayed, rustling softly. Subai closed his eyes and focused, placing his hands in a seal on his knees. Within him, the spiritual energy, transformed from the spiritual rice, continued to flow slowly. He began to operate the Xia Guang Qi refining technique. Mantra his consciousness sinking into the spiritual platform, and soon he could once again see those dancing colorful dots of light, crimson azure and emerald, clearer and more vibrant than in the daytime. During his cultivation, the effects of the spiritual rice slowly began to unfold. Subai sat cross-legged on the mat, silently practicing the 9 heavens mystic art. The warm spiritual energy transformed from the spiritual rice flowed through his meridians like a gentle stream, merging with the spiritual energy he absorbed from the surrounding world. The 2 streams of spiritual energy enhanced each other, becoming even more active and vigorous than during his usual practice. At a certain moment, as the energy flowed through the ends of his meridians, it seemed to hit an invisible barrier. Subai focused his mind, directing the 2 streams of energy to converge at a point like a fine needle piercing towards that barrier. Once, twice, thrice. Pop! A faint sound echoed within his body, and that stubborn barrier suddenly, spiritual energy surged into the newly opened meridians like a flood, instantly flowing through the entire channel. An indescribable sense of relief spread throughout his body, as if a certain invisible shackle had been lifted, making his limbs feel lighter. Subai slowly opened his eyes. Outside the window, the bright moonlight spilled like mercury, casting mottled bamboo shadows on the blue brick floor. Unbeknownst to him, he had cultivated until deep into the night. This is the feeling of unblocking the meridians. Subai gently moved his wrist, sensing the faint warmth of the spiritual energy flowing through the newly unblocked meridian. When immersed in cultivation, time passed unknowingly, truly embodying the saying in the mountains, there are no years, and cultivation knows no time. Though he had embarked on the path of immortality, he had yet to condense spiritual power. His physical body was still mortal and still required sleep to rejuvenate. He lay back on the bamboo bed, resting his arm on his head as he gazed up at the ceiling beams. Memories of his past life and experiences in this life flickered in his mind like a revolving lantern. Virtual games on Earth, the explosion of fire, the brocade curtains of the deep palace of Yin Kingdom, the test At the foot of Qingyun Mountain, the quietly replicated roots of spiritual energy in his palms. In this life, having entered the gate of immortality, I must truly ascend and take a look. Su Bai muttered softly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Whether it was the nourishment of the spiritual rice or the transformation brought by cultivation, Su Bai slept particularly deeply and soundly that night. The weakness that had plagued his body faded significantly, and upon waking, he felt refreshed, no longer burdened by the past lethargy. Clang, clang, clang. The bells signaling the rise of the morning sun rang, punctually piercing through the thin morning mist. Su Bai suddenly opened his eyes and swiftly got up. He changed into a blue robe, and as he pushed open the door, he saw 3 people sitting cross-legged in the courtyard. Zhou Chang was facing east, his breath calm and steady. Zhang Yin was deeply focused with his eyes closed, his robes moving as if blown by the wind. Li Daniu was scratching his head, clearly still not fully settled. Junior brother Su, over here. Zhou Chang did not open his eyes, but seemed to sense something, raising his hand to indicate a space beside him. Su Bai quickly stepped forward and sat cross-legged on the mat. The eastern sky was beginning to show streaks of dawn, golden and red hues revealing their first hints. In his mind, he rapidly recalled the key points of borrowing the dawn from the 9 heavens mystic art, facing east, forming the Ziwu seal, with his hands focusing his mind, sensing the spiritual rhythms of the dawn. For the first time borrowing the dawn, one must know the essentials. Zhou Chang's voice resonated at the right moment, deep and calm. When the dawn light falls, draw the spiritual energy within with your intention, slowly guiding it into the Baihui point. At first you may only sense a faint glimmer. Do not rush for success, and proceed gradually. When you feel a heat at your brow and the dawn light intensifies, it is time to end your practice, for the dawn will have turned into ordinary sunlight, with the spiritual energy becoming mixed and violent beyond the control of our low-level practitioners. Thank you for the guidance, senior brother. Su Bai replied solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, the clouds at the horizon suddenly tore apart. 1,000 rays of golden-red dawn light poured down like swords from the gaps in the clouds, instantly dyeing half the sky red. The protective barrier above the courtyard was soaked in the dawn light, shimmering with a beautiful glass-like hue. Zhou Chang and the other 2 had long since closed their eyes in meditation, a faint golden halo circulating around them. Su Bai took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused his mind. He silently recited the incantation guarding his spiritual platform. At first, just as Zhou Chang had said, though he could clearly perceive the spiritual rhythms of the dawn light permeating the air, the spiritual energy was like mischievous light, fish swimming at the edge of his consciousness, difficult to capture. Su Bai remained calm, his mind as tranquil as an ancient well, his intention transforming into an invisible web slowly spreading out. A quarter of an hour later, he suddenly felt a coolness at his brow. A slender thread of dawn light, spiritual energy, red and gold intertwined, quietly seeped in from the Baihui point. That spiritual energy was extremely weak, hanging at the top of his head like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to break and dissipate with the slightest misstep. Su Bai's heart tightened, but he dared not relax in the slightest. He gritted his teeth, concentrating all his mind, using his intention as a guide, carefully pulling that thread of spiritual energy down, past the Yintang, through the nasal passages, down through the Zhongfu, into the Danzhou. The guiding process was like walking on a tightrope, consuming immense mental energy. Beads of fine sweat formed on Su Bai's forehead, and his back was gradually damp. He did not know how long had passed. Perhaps it was the time it takes to burn an incense stick, or perhaps half an hour. Buzz. That thread of dawn light, spiritual energy, finally sank into the dantian. In that instant, it felt as if there was a sound of glass shattering within him, and at the moment of intense pain, the entire meridian was finally opened up. The spiritual energy flowed like a stream in the meridians, creating ripples of a faint golden color that lingered for a long time. I did it. Su Bai felt a surge of joy in his heart. Is this the power of dawn light, spiritual energy? Usually it takes 3 to 5 days of cultivation to unblock a meridian, yet borrowing a thread of dawn light managed to instantly open it. He attempted to draw a second thread, but as soon as he focused, he felt a burning sensation at his brow, as if pierced by a needle. Realizing that the time had passed and the dawn light was intensifying, he slowly withdrew from his practice, opened his eyes, and exhaled a breath of turbid air. In the courtyard, Zhou Chang and the others had already finished their cultivation and were conversing in low voices. Seeing Su Bai awake, Zhou Chang asked with a smile, "How was it? Were you able to draw the dawn light?" Su Bai stood up and saluted. "Fortunately, I succeeded in drawing a thread into my body and unblocked a meridian." Zhou Chang's eyes flashed with approval. "Good. Yin Shun took 3 days to successfully draw the dawn into his body, and Dainu still hasn't fully mastered it. Your comprehension is truly remarkable." Zhang Yin smiled and nodded while Li Dainu scratched his head and chuckled. "Junior brother Su is impressive. My brain is dull, I still need to practice more." Su Bai humbly replied, "All thanks to senior brother Zhou's excellent guidance." As they were conversing, the morning bell rang again. The courtyard's array shimmered, and a disciple was pushing a cart delivering breakfast. Today it was porridge made from spiritual rice, with glistening rice grains, and a jade-colored broth, its fragrance delicate. After finishing a bowl of hot porridge, warmth spread from his stomach, making him feel entirely at ease. That warmth urged his body to quickly enter a state of cultivation. Subai wasted no time, simply bidding farewell to Zhou Chang and the others before returning to his room to continue his practice. At lunchtime, Subai ordered only spiritual rice, just like Zhou Chang and Zhang Yin, without any side dishes. He had gradually noticed over the past few days, though ordinary dishes were tasty, they required considerable energy to digest afterward, which negatively impacted his cultivation efficiency. Spiritual rice, on the other hand, transformed spiritual energy into nourishment without any burden. Such choices were the essence of a cultivator's path. In the evening, a new member was added to the courtyard. The newcomer was a boy named Qian Er who also had 3 roots of spiritual affinity and moved into room 5. As usual, Zhou Chang diligently imparted the key points of cultivation methods, and Su Bai and the others warmly welcomed him. Having a senior brother like Zhou Chang with his pure character as a role model, the atmosphere in Courtyard 32 was harmonious, and Qian Er quickly blended in. After another 2 days, room 6 welcomed its last resident, Zhang Han. This person was quite special. He had been tested to possess 4 roots of spiritual affinity, which typically meant starting from the position of a servant disciple. Being able to directly enter the outer sect must have involved some connections. Zhou Chang was kind-hearted and did not treat him differently, privately advising Su Bai and the others not to regard him with prejudice. However, Zhang Han had a solitary temperament and spoke little all day. When Zhou Chang was imparting cultivation methods, he only bowed his head to listen, not asking a single question. Once the lessons were over, he would head straight back to his room to cultivate, even having the servant disciples bring his meals to him, never dining with the others in the courtyard. At first, Zhou Chang attempted to engage him in conversation, hoping to help him integrate, but Zhang Han always responded coldly. After several attempts, Zhou Chang could only sigh and give up. Everyone has their own aspirations, one cannot force them. Zhang Yin said softly one day after a meal, as long as he does not cause trouble, let him be. Thus all 6 rooms in Courtyard 32 were fully occupied. The Jade Dawn sect's decade-long discipleship ceremony was also nearing its end. For the next 10 years, this courtyard would be the immortal dwelling shared by the 6 of them. Time quietly flowed between the ringing of the morning bell and the evening drum and the rising of the dawn and the setting of the moon. Subai was completely immersed in his practice. Every day at the last moments of the morning hour, he would wake up with the bell and cultivate for an hour using the dawn light. After breakfast, he would return to his room to cultivate, nourishing his meridians with the spiritual energy from the spiritual rice. After a brief rest at noon, he would continue to unblock his meridians. In the evening, he would practice for another 2 hours until late at night. One by one, the meridians in his body were connected by spiritual energy, gradually lighting up like a spiderweb. With each meridian unblocked, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy increased, and the efficiency of his cultivation multiplied. He truly grasped the essence of the 9 heavens mystic art. Borrowing the dawn for cultivation was twice as effective with half the effort. Ordinary spiritual energy was like a gentle rain, nourishing the earth, mild but slow. Dawnlight spiritual energy, however, was like a chisel or axe, breaking barriers and clearing obstacles, unstoppable. Without the aid of the dawn light, it would likely take several times longer to unblock 100 meridians. On March 20th, the darkest moment before dawn, Subai woke naturally before the bell rang. He got up and walked to the table, tearing off the 19th page from the calendar. The sound of the paper tearing was particularly clear in the silent room. I entered the sect on March 1st, and today is already the 20th. He spoke softly to himself, changing into a blue robe and stepping into the courtyard. The morning mist had not yet dispersed, and the emerald bamboo was dripping with dew. The courtyard was empty. He was the earliest to rise that day. The wisdom acquired from 2 lives made Subai understand the weight of the word discipline far more than his peers. For the past 20 days, his cultivation schedule had been as precise as clockwork. Morning dawn, spiritual rice, unblocking meridians, nurturing. Every segment of time was utilized accurately, leaving no gaps. Even the oldest Zhou Chang once remarked, junior brother Su's diligence is truly admirable. Subai sat cross-legged on the mat facing east. The sky gradually brightened, and the clouds were tinged with gold. He closed his eyes and focused his breath, becoming steady. The day when all meridians would be unblocked was not far off. When that time came, he would attempt to condense the first thread of spiritual power and step into the first layer of refining qi. The door of room 6 silently slid open. A slender figure stepped out, dressed in simple blue robes, walking lightly. It was Zhang Han. Since entering the academy, this young man had always been a solitary figure. Even during this golden hour of morning cultivation, when everyone else practiced under the dawn clouds, he never lingered in the courtyard, silently stepping out each day, seeking secluded spots to cultivate alone, only returning after the time had passed. Subai lifted his gaze upon hearing a sound, meeting Jiang Han's eyes in the air. Both remained silent, simply nodding slightly at each other before averting their gazes. Jiang Han continued his stride, passing through the courtyard, and pushing the door open, his figure disappearing into the morning mist. Junior brother Jiang has gone out again. Zhou Cheng's voice came from behind. Subai turned around to see Zhou Cheng, Zhang Yanshun, and Li Dinyo had all arrived in the courtyard. Qianair also emerged from room 5, rubbing his eyes sleepily. "Good morning, brothers," Qianair yawned. The 5 exchanged smiles, each finding a spot to sit on the mats in the court. The dew clung to the green bamboo, and the morning breeze felt cool, the courtyard enveloped in tranquility, waiting for the dawn light to break. Soon the sky began to lighten, and the clouds were tinged with golden edges. Subai had already closed his eyes in concentration, his mind sinking into his spiritual platform. When the first beam of dawn light pierced through the clouds, he instantly sensed that familiar spiritual aura, purer and more intense than during his usual cultivation. Today he had set a goal to open at least 5 meridians. Holding his breath and calming his mind, he cast his intention like a net. The first faint golden light of spiritual energy was quietly drawn and hovering above his Baihui point. Subai did not immediately push it to impact the meridians, but continued to concentrate, drawing in the second third. In one breath, he managed to draw in 6 strands of dawn-light spiritual energy into his body. It was only on the 7th attempt that a burning pain erupted in his forehead, like being pricked by a needle. Realizing the time had passed, and the sun was about to rise, he finally stopped. The 6 strands of dawn-light spiritual energy converged within him like 6 slender streams of golden red water. Subai focused on his dantian, urging the spiritual energy to surge forth. Boom, boom, boom. The spiritual energy burst forth like a flood, rushing along the established meridian paths. The blocked barriers crumbled before the dawn-light spiritual energy, like paper opening one after another. 1, 2, 3. 6 meridians were connected in a fleeting moment. Subai slowly opened his eyes, surprise flashing in his gaze. I managed to open all 6 in one go. He meticulously sensed within himself. The meridian network was now nearly fully illuminated, and the flow of spiritual energy was becoming increasingly smooth. At this rate, within 3 days, all 100 meridians would be fully connected. By then he could attempt to draw energy into his dantian and condense the first strand of spiritual power that truly belonged to him. According to the sect's customs, possessing 3 spiritual roots and reaching the first layer of qi refinement within 30 days was considered excellent. Now only 20 days had passed, and he was already close to having all 100 meridians connected, far exceeding expectations. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily crept onto Su Bei's lips. Junior brother Su, you seem to be finished with your cultivation. Zhou Cheng's voice pulled him back to reality. Looking up, he realized he was the only one left in the courtyard, and a bowl of Naukel's spirit rice porridge sat on the stone table. It turned out that the effort to impact his meridians had taken longer than anticipated, and breakfast time had already passed. Thank you, brother Zhou. Subai rose and walked to the stone table, lifting the bowl and drinking it in one go. The porridge, enriched with finely chopped food iron beast meat, was aromatic and warm, instantly alleviating the slight fatigue from connecting his meridians. Zhou Cheng waited for him to finish drinking before speaking softly. Not long after the morning cultivation ended, someone outside was looking for you, saying it was an old acquaintance of yours. Old acquaintance. Subai pondered briefly, and a name came to mind. It must be Wu Tian. He clasped his hands in thanks to Zhou Cheng and swiftly walked towards the courtyard door. The jade talisman approached the lock, emitting a faint blue light, and the courtyard door slid open silently. Outside on the bluestone path, a familiar figure was pacing back and forth. It was Wu Tian. However, he looked haggard, his brow clouded with worry, entirely devoid of his usual naive smile. Brother Su. Wu Tian forced a smile when he saw Subai come out. Subai stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Let's go for a walk. This was the first time Subai had truly stepped out of the courtyard in the 20 days since entering the academy. On either side of the bluestone path, the courtyards were scattered with disciples in blue robes coming and going. Having just finished morning cultivation, many were outside taking a breath and chatting, some in small groups, discussing cultivation insights, while others stood quietly alone, observing the clouds and contemplating the Dao. Not everyone like Subai dedicated every moment to rigorous training. The two walked slowly along the path, gradually distancing themselves from the residential area. Wu Tian hesitated several times to speak, and Subai did not urge him, simply accompanying him. Until they reached an open green space, Wu Tian finally couldn't hold back any longer and lowered his voice. Brother Su, the senior brother in charge of my courtyard, is really something else. Oh, Subai raised an eyebrow. Do tell me more. It turned out that the disciple in charge of courtyard 122 where Wu Tian resided, was a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots. This person had been a miscellaneous disciple for a full 2 years before condensing spiritual power to enter the outer sect. Perhaps due to past experiences, he harbored jealousy towards Wu Tian, who had entered the outer sect directly and was perfunctory in teaching him the techniques, even deliberately misleading him. It took me a full 10 days to figure out some basics of the Dawn Light Qi refinement technique. Wu Tian said with a pained expression, "Even now I only have a vague understanding of the key points of Dawn Light Qi introduction. Every time I cultivate, it's like a blind man touching an elephant relying purely on luck. 4 spiritual roots can reach the 6th layer of Qi refinement, so this person must have decent comprehension, but it's his character." Su Bai shook his head. "Have you considered reporting it to the disciplinary hall? That guy is already at the peak of the 6th layer of Qi refinement, just one step away from advancing to the later stage and becoming an inner sect disciple. Even if the report succeeds, he would only receive a few reprimands at most. But if he holds a grudge for the next 10 years, he could make things difficult for us. Who could endure that?" Su Bai fell silent. Wu Tian's words were not unfounded. The road of cultivation is long, and if targeted by a senior brother with more experience and higher cultivation life, can indeed be difficult. "I happen to have a good senior brother," Su Bai suddenly said. "Brother Zhou Chang has a kind disposition and is very patient when teaching techniques. I have already grasped the key points of the first 3 layers of the Dawn Light Qi refinement technique." Wu Tian's eyes flashed with envy. Brother Su is truly fortunate. Su Bai looked at his haggard face, remembering that this young man was the original owner of his spiritual roots, and his heart stirred. After pondering for a moment, he said, "If you don't mind, I can give you some additional lessons." Wu Tian was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. "How could that be? Wouldn't that delay Brother Su's cultivation?" "It's just the introductory techniques. Half a day is enough," Su Bai said calmly. "Let's go find a quiet place." The two headed west, crossing the boundary of the outer disciples' courtyard. Before them, an expansive green field paved with bluestones opened up to the edge of a cliff. In the distance, the sea of clouds churned, and nearby jagged bluestones rose steeply, with an unfathomable abyss beneath the cliff. This place was named Listening to the Waves Cliff, as the mountain wind passing over the cliff sounded like waves surging. Scattered on the green field were a few blue-robed disciples, all facing the sea of clouds, with closed eyes, clearly those who preferred tranquility. Su Bai and Wu Tian found a large rock away from the crowd. The surface of the rock was flat enough for several people to sit cross-legged against the cliff wall, with a broad view ahead and clouds flowing beneath them. The two climbed onto the rock and sat facing each other. "Let's start from the most basic aspect of sensing spiritual energy." Su Bai's expression turned serious. "You should close your eyes, focus on your spiritual platform, and carefully describe what you feel at this moment." Wu Tian followed his instructions and closed his eyes, hesitating after a moment. "I seem to sense flickering light points, but it's hard to capture." "That's because your mind isn't calm yet." Su Bai's voice was calm. "Imagine yourself sitting above the sea of clouds, everything else distant, only your breath resonating with the heavens and the earth." He guided him step by step, sharing what Zhou Chang had taught and his own insights. From maintaining tranquility in the spiritual platform to the direction of the meridians, from breathing techniques to guiding spiritual energy, even down to the subtlety of intention during each energy draw. Initially, Wu Tian was still somewhat confused, but as the explanations deepened, a look of realization gradually appeared in his eyes. Following Su Bai's teachings and trying again, within just a quarter of an hour, he successfully guided a strand of spiritual energy along the Tian Lung meridian for a small circulation. "I did it." Wu Tian opened his eyes, his face filled with joy. "So that's what intention follows energy means." My senior brother in charge of the courtyard only said to focus, but never explained how to focus. Su Bai smiled and nodded, continuing to explain some key difficulties of the first layer of the Dawn Light Qi refinement technique. The two engaged in a question-and-answer exchange, and before they realized it, the sun was already nearing its zenith. The clouds on the cliff were gilded by sunlight, and in the distance, a celestial crane glided over the sea of clouds, its call clear and long. After Wu Tian successfully ran the technique, once more allowing the spiritual energy to circulate smoothly for a complete cycle, Su Bai stood up. "That's enough for now. After returning, cultivate according to this method, and you should stabilize it within 3 days." Wu Tian stood up as well, bowing deeply. "Brother Su, I can't thank you enough. If you ever need anything from me, just ask." His eyes were slightly red. This half-day's guidance had resolved the confusion and anxiety he had carried for over 10 days. After spending half a day instructing Wu Tian through the entry secrets of the Xiaoguang Lianqi technique, Su Bai bade him farewell and returned to Courtyard 32 to continue his solitary cultivation. Time slipped away in silent meditation upon the hemp cushion. 3 days later, shortly after noon, Su Bai sat cross-legged on a bamboo cushion. The spiritrice meal he had just taken transformed in his abdomen into a warm, nourishing spiritual energy that flowed through his meridians like a spring stream. Those more than 20 days of arduous practice had almost completed his meridian network, leaving only a few slender branches unconsolidated. At one moment, as the spiritual energy passed the terminus of the foot Xiaoyang gallbladder meridian, that stubborn gateway finally loosened. Subai shifted his thoughts slightly, refraining from a violent breakthrough. Instead, he guided the qi like a thin stream, rinsing that strand of the network again and again. After 9 repetitions, a faint resonant hum suddenly sounded in his ears. The last meridian opened wide. In an instant, every vein within his body resonated together. Subai felt his pores suddenly relax, as if a sealed vessel had become a translucent mesh. Spiritual energy no longer seeped only through the bai hui above his head, it poured naturally through every inch of skin and every orifice across his body. His rate of absorbing qi quickened to nearly 10 times what it had been. He did not dare dawdle, and immediately began to perform the complete first-tier formula of the Xiaoguang Lianqi technique. He sank his awareness into the dantian, using the Qixia there as a terminus, guiding the incoming spiritual energy along a prescribed circuit. At first, the qi ran like an untamed steed, difficult to control, spilling away at the meridian forks several times. Subai calmed his mind and breath, trying again and again until he found the key. He must take thought as the reins and breath as the whip, applying tension and release with measured balance. After circulating 7 small cycles in this manner, his spirit near exhaustion, a subtle tremor arose from the depths of his dantian Qixia. A scarcely perceptible point of light brightened in the dark. He looked inward and saw at the center of his Qixia a single crystal-clear droplet suspended. Though still a gaseous qi in essence, it was dozens of times more condensed than ordinary spiritual energy, emitting a faint gleam. This was the root of a chi-refining cultivator, the first-born droplet of spirit force. With a thought, that droplet obeyed like a loyal hand, and in an instant drifted to the palm of his right hand. A warm, plenary sense of power flowed from his palm, as if he were holding a miniature sun. More wondrously, once formed, the droplet spontaneously became a gravitational core. The Xiaoguang Lianqi technique no longer required strenuous maintenance. It continued naturally, as if in breath. Though its efficiency did not match that of focused meditation, it endured day and night like a steady stream. This is truly stepping into the first layer of qi refinement. Subai opened his eyes slowly, joy barely hidden in his gaze. He glanced toward the window. The sky was paling with the first light of dawn. Unbeknownst to him, the breakthrough had consumed nearly an entire day. Upon ascending to the first layer of qi refinement, one may receive monthly refining pills, he remembered the steward saying. I wonder how much aid that Juki Dan can provide. He pushed open the door. The morning breeze brushed his face crisp with mountain air. In the courtyard, Zhou Chang and 3 others sat cross-legged under the green bamboo, facing eastward to await the dawn. Seeing Subai emerge, surprise flickered in Zhou Chang's eyes before it softened into a smile. He cupped his hands and said, Congratulations, junior brother Su. First layer of qi refinement, is it true? Subai returned the courtesy. All thanks to senior brother's careful guidance. I've only done what is proper, Zhou Chang laughed. That you could break through within 24 days is owed to your own will and comprehension. With such temperament, your immortal path is promising. Zhang Yinshan, Li Daniu, and Qian Er all cast complicated looks, envy and admiration mixed with a touch of urgency. They had entered the courtyard at the same time as Su Bai and shared similar aptitude. Now he had taken the lead, and the gap was widening. Li Daniu scratched his head and grinned foolishly. Junior brother Su is impressive. I must work harder too. He looked at the prepared side dish box in his hand, clenched his teeth, set it back on the food cart, and took only spirit rice. From today on, I won't eat that rubbish anymore. Zhang Yinshan inclined his head slightly. One should emulate the worthy, that is fitting. Qian Er quietly clenched his fist, a flash of resolve in his eyes. After morning cultivation, Su Bai drank down the spirit rice porridge, greeted Zhou Chang, and then went straight to the outer gate steward hall. The steward residence lay to the east of the outer gate, a 3-compound yard with green tiles and white walls, austere in appearance. It was usually a leisurely place. For outer gate stewards, each had their duties. Apart from the one who handled task allotments, the others mostly spent their time drinking tea and playing chess to while away the long years of cultivation. Subai needed no waiting and walked directly into the main hall. The room was bright and tidy. The steward Su, with white hair, yet a youthful face, lounged on a bamboo recliner, eyes closed, enjoying the morning light through the lattice while fanning himself. Steward Su. Subai stepped forward, bowed, and presented his identity jade token. Disciple has advanced to the first layer of qi refinement and has come to claim this month's refining pills. Steward Su opened his eyes slowly and accepted the token. A faint gleam flickered at his fingertip as a few small lines of characters surfaced on the jade. He glanced and showed surprise. 3 spiritual roots broken through in 24 days. Not bad. He sat up, studying Su Bai for a moment, then said in a calm voice, You are the third among this batch of new disciples to reach the first layer of qi refinement. Oh, Su Bai raised an eyebrow. May I ask, Steward, who were the first two? Both possessed dual spiritual roots. Steward Su handed back the jade token. One took 18 days, the other 21. You were slower, but for someone with 3 spiritual roots, you are still exceptionally quick. Su Bai understood inwardly. Dual spiritual roots naturally afforded faster cultivation than 3. That disparity in speed was to be expected. He secretly made a note to watch those two's quarters and circumstances. Once his mirror-like talent artifact Xianfu, Zhaoying, finished its cooling in a year perhaps. Steward Su produced from his waist a gray cloth pouch the size of a palm, ordinary to the eye, its mouth tied with a red cord. He tossed it to Su Bai. By sect rules, a disciple only receives a storage pouch upon reaching the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Since you are among the first 3 to break through by exception, you may have one early. Su Bai took the pouch. It felt almost weightless, its weave neither quite hemp nor plain cloth, with a subtle light flowing through it. This is the lowest grade storage pouch. It contains one small spatial chamber. Steward Su explained, since you have condensed spiritual power, you need only divert a sliver into the pouch's mouth talisman to activate it for storage and retrieval. Su Bai tried as instructed. A thread of pale gold spiritual power condensed at his fingertip and lightly touched the grain-sized talisman at the pouch's mouth. The talisman flared, the pouch mouth loosened, and his thoughts slipped inside. Indeed, another world within the roughly 3-foot square space lay a white jade vial resting quietly. The vial contains 10 Jingyuan Dan, an extra reward for the top 3. Steward Su reclined and fanned himself. The monthly allotment of Juki Dan must wait until the first day of next month. Bring your jade token then to claim it. Thank you, Steward. Su Bai bowed solemnly. Go and cultivate well. Steward Su waved and closed his eyes to rest again. Su Bai stepped out of the main hall and immediately met a familiar figure approaching. Clad in plain cyan and bearing a stern countenance, it was Jiang Han. They crossed on the stone steps. Jiang Han paused briefly, his gaze lingering on the storage pouch in Su Bai's hand, then inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement and proceeded into the steward hall. Su Bai vaguely heard the conversation within. Disciple Jiang Han has advanced to the 1st layer of Qi refinement and comes to receive an outer gate assignment. 4 spiritual roots broken through in 25 days. Steward Su's voice carried surprise. You. Very well, the task register is on the right shelf. Oh, choose for yourself. Su Bai's heart stirred. Jiang Han had only broken through 1 day later than him. For someone with 4 spiritual roots, that speed was no doubt. He had taken those menial, overlooked outer gate tasks to exchange for pills and thus accelerated his cultivation. He is another overcompetitive genius like me, simply on a different lane. Su Bai did not linger. Clutching his storage pouch, he headed back toward courtyard 32. Afternoon. The sunlight is just right. Under the influence of the sect's formation, the sky within the Yuxia sect is always a clear azure, cloudless for miles. In the outer disciples' courtyard of Yuxia sect, in courtyard number 32, room number 4, Su Bai gathered a trace of spiritual power and took out a bottle of essence pills from his storage bag. He picked up the pill bottle and gently poured one into his palm. The essence pill, a commonly seen low-grade first-tier spirit pill, is suitable for cultivators in the early to mid-stages of Qi refinement. The pill is yellowish-white and emits a faint glow of spiritual energy. It is extremely beneficial for cultivators in the early and mid-stages of Qi refinement. According to the rules of Yuxia sect, Su, by being at the 1st layer of Qi refinement, is only allowed to receive 1 essence pill from the outer deacon's courtyard each month. However, he was rewarded a whole bottle containing 10 essence pills because he was one of the first disciples to advance to the 1st layer of Qi refinement in this batch of new outer disciples. Looking at the essence pills in his hand, Su Bai recalled the knowledge of the Qi refinement stage that Zhou Chang had taught him. The 1st to 3rd layers of Qi refinement are considered the early stage, the 4th to 6th layers are the mid stage, and the 7th to 9th layers are the late stage. Additionally, the 10th layer represents the peak of Qi refinement, making a total of 10 layers in the Qi refinement stage. The time required for each layer of cultivation is several times that of the previous layer. In theory, cultivators with 3 spiritual roots need at least 3 months to advance from the 1st to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, even the most talented ones. So next, let's see if I can advance to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement within 3 months. Su Bai tilted his head back and swallowed the essence pill. As soon as the essence pill entered his throat, it immediately transformed into a rich medicinal spiritual power, surging through Su Bai's meridians. Having already consulted Zhou Chang about the process of taking the essence pill, he was not surprised at all. He fully activated the 1st layer of the Xiaoguang Qi refinement technique. The medicinal power was swiftly absorbed and integrated into his 100 meridians for circulation. Then, during the operation of the circulatory system, it gradually transformed into Su Bai's own spiritual power, gathering in his dantian. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. With the assistance of the essence pill, the amount of spiritual power in Su Bei's dantian rapidly increased. After 3 hours of cultivation, when the medicinal power was exhausted, the spiritual power in his dantian had increased by a full 10 drops. Su Bei calculated slightly. 1 essence pill is roughly equivalent to 3 days of hard cultivation. This whole bottle of essence pills can at least accelerate my cultivation progress by a month. Refining 1 essence pill takes 3 hours plus the time to fully release the medicinal power and recover the mind. Taking 2 essence pills a day is the most suitable. In other words, this bottle of essence pills is only enough for 5 days of my cultivation needs. The enhancement effect of spirit pills on cultivation is indeed significant, but their consumption rate is also truly fast. Should I choose an outstanding alchemy talent for next year's immortal gift reflection? However, after thinking it over carefully, Su Bei quickly dismissed this idea. With his current cultivation level, not even reaching the late stage of chi refinement, what qualifications does he have to refine pills? Learning alchemy requires not only talent, but also resources and time. It is better to continue copying spiritual roots, fulfilling his own cultivation needs before pondering talent. Gently shaking his head, Su Bei took a brief rest before consuming the second essence pill. He immersed himself in cultivation. Soon 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 days, all 10 essence pills had been completely consumed by Su Bei. At this point, the spiritual power within him had gathered over 100 drops. These over 100 drops of spiritual power had coalesced into a strand much stronger than the one from 5 days ago. Although Su Bei could not see it, he could feel its existence more clearly. Evening. Beside the bamboo forest in courtyard number 32, Su Bei and 4 others sat around a stone table, savoring the spiritual rice brought by the servants. This spiritual rice, even without any dishes, is enough to make one's mouth water and will never get boring. It is said that this is just low-grade spiritual rice, and there are higher quality ones provided to the sect's higher-ups. Suddenly Zhou Chang spoke up, reminding them, tomorrow is the last day of March, and there will be elite inner disciples giving a lecture at the outer courtyard's preaching ground. If anyone is interested, don't forget the time. After morning practice, hurry to the preaching ground to secure a spot and listen to the senior brother's teachings. Zhang Yin curiously asked senior brother Zhou, what will the elite inner disciples talk about? Zhou Chang replied, generally, they will start with their own cultivation experiences, discussing everything from the first layer of chi refinement to the realms they currently occupy. Then some senior brothers will continue to address cultivation problems, while others will shift to topics like spell knowledge, alchemy knowledge, and other cultivation-related knowledge. In any case, all of it will be useful cultivation knowledge for us. Spell knowledge. Su Bei felt a slight yearning in his heart. There is no cultivator who does not wish to master powerful spells capable of reshaping the world. Over this past month, Su Bei had gained a preliminary understanding of spells through exposure. The only spells that can be mastered during the chi refinement stage are first-tier spells. First-tier spells are divided into upper, middle, and lower grades corresponding to the early, mid, and late stages of chi refinement. Spells can be categorized into attribute spells and non-attribute spells without any distinction of superiority. However, generally speaking, the weak spiritual power of early-stage chi refinement cultivators can only cast some low-grade non-attribute spells. To cast attribute spells, one must at least reach the mid-stage of chi refinement, where the spiritual energy can sustain the consumption of spells. Nevertheless, early-stage chi refinement cultivators are not entirely without means to cast attribute spells. In the early stage of chi refinement, they can use talismans to cast powerful attribute spells with relatively low spiritual power. But that is another topic. The Xia Guang Chi refinement technique, given to Su Bei in addition to the first 4 layers of Chi refinement technique, also records 3 non-attribute low-grade first-tier spells: Object Control, Light Body Technique, and Cold Dispelling Technique. These 3 spells are simple applications of spiritual power. The difficulty of mastering them is not high. Object Control can make objects float. For instance, at this moment, Zhou Chang waved his hand, and the teacup on the table floated towards him. Zhou Chang gently caught the teacup, took a sip, and with a wave of his hand, the teacup flew back to the table. Object Control can also be used to open and close doors, which is very convenient. Light Body Technique, as the name suggests, allows cultivators to be as light as a feather moving swiftly. Cold Dispelling Technique is not just for driving away the cold in one's body. It is a fundamental spell for using spiritual power to treat various ailments and injuries. A single cold dispelling technique can easily dispel the cold from a common person's body, and some diseases and plagues can also be driven away by spiritual power. During this time, Su Bei only occasionally took time to practice object control. Of course, Su Bei's own spiritual power is also insufficient for prolonged practice of spells. Nevertheless, he had already quietly made progress in object control, and using it to open and close doors from a distance had become extremely smooth. Common martial artists can only achieve similar feats of opening and closing doors from a distance after reaching the innate stage. Although the first-tier low-grade spells may seem simple and lack the fierce power of destruction, they are akin to the foundation that supports a cultivator's entire life. Take the Yuwu technique, for example, which appears to be merely a trick for moving objects across distances. In reality, it is essential for everything from daily living to combat and artifact manipulation. Simple tasks such as opening and closing doors or retrieving and placing objects are merely the most basic applications of this technique. As one's cultivation deepens, flying with a sword, attacking foes from a distance, and even manipulating intricate magical tools all originate from this. This seemingly rudimentary spell is in fact the most practical method that the majority of cultivators first master and use frequently. In the courtyard, the bamboo rustled softly. After some discussion among the five, they decided to go to the preaching hall together after morning practice the next day. Junior brother Zhang Han. Zhou Chang turned to room 6 and called out, "Will you be joining us for the lecture tomorrow?" Today it was rare for Jiang Han to stay indoors with his door tightly closed. After a moment of silence, a brief response came from within. "No. This person." Qian Er frowned slightly. Having lived together in the same courtyard for so many years, it's rather antisocial of him. Su Bai, however, understood. Although Jiang Han appeared solitary, he was certainly not a slacker. He silently accepted outer sect tasks and diligently cultivated with his 4 spirit roots, quickly becoming familiar with the task channels upon entering the sect, indicating there must be some reason behind it. Whether it is due to hidden secrets or guidance from a senior within the sect, this person possesses a steadfast will and is walking a lonely yet determined path. "Well, everyone has their own aspirations," Zhou Chang said kindly, then raised his voice towards room 6. "Junior brother Jiang, the elite senior brother's lecture is immensely beneficial for low-tier cultivators. It would be a shame to miss it." "Thank you," came the 2-word reply from within the room, followed by silence. After a night of cultivation, the morning light was faint. The 5 disciples of Courtyard 32 finished their morning practice and set out towards the preaching hall at the start of the hour. The outer sect preaching hall is located at the center of the disciples' courtyard, covering over 10 acres with the ground paved in bluestone, flat and spacious. In the center stands a circular stone platform approximately 3 feet high, made of white jade, with a simple amplification and calming array engraved on its surface. At this moment, a person was already seated on the platform, meditating quietly. It was the inner sect senior brother who was to give the lecture today. Su Bai and the others arrived early and found a spot near the stone platform to sit down. One after another, figures in green robes flowed like streams converging into the sea, coming from various. In just a quarter of an hour, the preaching hall was filled with over 1,000 outer sect disciples, a sea of black robes, yet there was not a sound. According to sect rules, no talking is allowed before the lecture begins. At the appointed time, the melodious sound of a bell rang out from the outer sect bell tower. The inner sect senior brother on the stone platform slowly opened his eyes. He appeared to be around 30 years old with an ordinary face, but his gaze was gentle and calm, carrying a stable demeanor as he surveyed the crowd below. "Brothers and sisters," he spoke clearly, his voice resonating throughout the hall thanks to the array. "I am Zhao Fuxing, an inner sect disciple with a cultivation level at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Last year, I managed to place in the top 10 during the inner sect grand competition and was bestowed the title of elite by the sect." A subtle stir rippled through the audience. Zhou Chang leaned in to explain to Su Bai and the others in a low voice. To prevent disciples from focusing solely on cultivation and neglecting combat skills, the sect holds an annual inner sect grand competition where over 1,000 inner sect disciples compete. The top 10 receive generous rewards, and for senior brother Zhao to rank among them, his combat abilities must be exceptional. Upon hearing this, Su Bai regarded Zhao Fuxing with increased respect, while secretly pondering, with such strength, he may possess exceptional talent in combat. Once the Xianfu Zhaoying technique has cooled down, it would be worth paying attention to. Today I will share the insights I have gained from my cultivation journey since the 1st layer of Qi refinement. Zhao Fuxing was straightforward. Sitting cross-legged on the cushion, he appeared relaxed, as if conversing with friends. "When I first entered the 1st layer of Qi refinement, I was just like all of you, filled with confusion. The Xiaoguang Lian Qi Shu emphasizes drawing Qi into the body and connecting the 100 meridians. With my mere 3 spirit roots, I struggled to capture even a wisp of spiritual energy at the beginning. Whenever the radiant light poured in, my restlessness caused me to repeatedly fail at the critical moment." He lightly tapped his fingertip and spiritual power manifested in the air, forming an image: a young boy's silhouette, sitting on the edge of a cliff, the morning breeze billowing his robes, his breath gradually sinking with the mountain mist. As the boy drew the radiant light into his body, a faint golden halo radiated around him, illuminating the 100 meridians like a star map. Until one day I cast aside my distractions and stopped forcing it, simply sitting quietly to feel the breath of heaven and earth. At that moment, the radiant light flowed in naturally, as if it were an old friend. He detailed everything meticulously, from how he solidified his foundation in the 1st layer of Qi refinement to how he selected his first offensive spell in the 3rd layer. From breaking through the bottleneck of midstage in the 4th layer to balancing cultivation and sect tasks in the 6th layer. Even in the 7th layer, he discussed the changes in mindset during breakthroughs and the subtle differences in spiritual energy control. While recounting a particular experience, he suddenly smiled wryly. After advancing to the inner sect, I became overly complacent and took on a task to hunt down demon beasts. As a result, during my first real battle, my spiritual energy was clumsy, and I nearly lost my life to a wolf's claw. He scanned the youthful faces in the audience, his tone turning serious. The path of cultivation is fraught with perils. An unstable foundation is like a castle in the air collapsing in an instant. Images flickered, showcasing a cultivator battling a demon wolf. The cultivator stumbled, his spiritual energy sluggish as the demon wolf's claws approached his face. Many disciples below gasped in shock. Fortunately, my senior brother arrived just in time to save my life. Zhao Fuxing dispersed the image. Since then, I have dedicated at least an hour each day to practicing basic spells solely with spiritual energy until it became as natural as breathing. After sharing my cultivation journey, I will now impart some insights on combat. He stated, for low-tier cultivators, the key in combat lies in controlling spiritual energy. He casually summoned a bamboo leaf, releasing a wisp of spiritual energy, causing the leaf to hover in the air. An excess of spiritual energy output is wasteful, while too little is insufficient. In the early stages of chi refinement, instead of greedily cultivating flashy but impractical spells, it is better to master the Yuwu technique to the point where it can be activated with mere thought. The bamboo leaf suddenly shot forth like a flying blade, thudding into the edge of the stone platform, leaving only a fine line. He then explained strategies for dealing with opponents of different attributes, how to overcome the strong with the weak, how to utilize the environment, and even shared several real combat cases from the sect's grand competition. Although he did not reveal any core techniques, his analysis of thought processes and strategies greatly benefited the disciples in attendance. 2 hours passed in silence. Finally, Zhao Fuxing flicked his fingertip, and an array of radiant light shot up into the sky, exploding midair into a shower of golden light that gently fell. As the light rain touched their skin, it brought a comforting warmth of spiritual energy, enveloping the entire preaching hall in a dreamlike glow. After reaching the 9th layer of chi refinement, with daily morning practice, the radiant light becomes just like this moment. He withdrew his spell, his gaze gentle like that of an elder. Brothers and sisters, the path of cultivation is long. May you take the radiant light as your guide, with your heart as your lamp, stepping forward step by step. One day the radiant light will reach the heavens, and the great Dao will be within reach. All the outer sect disciples stood up in unison, bowing deeply. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. Zhao Fuxing smiled and nodded, producing a green jade ruler and stepping onto it, transforming into a streak of light as he flew towards the inner sect. As the lecture concluded, the crowd began to disperse. Many disciples wore thoughtful expressions and walked back slowly. Others sat down on the spot, seemingly enlightened, directly entering a state of cultivation. Subai returned to courtyard 32 with Zhou Chang and the others still feeling stirred. After a hasty lunch, he retreated to his room for seclusion. After condensing the first strand of spiritual energy, the path of operation around the body can be slightly adjusted to match one's own spirit root attributes. He recalled the details Zhao Fuxing had shared and began to practice the Xiaoguang Lian Qi Shu again. The flow of spiritual energy indeed became smoother, and the absorption efficiency improved slightly. With the monthly quota of elixirs and the regular elite lectures, the inner sect senior brothers selfless sharing. Subai closed his eyes and focused, feeling emotional. The atmosphere of cultivation in Yuxia sect truly deserves the name True Path of Immortality. He recalled fragments he had glimpsed in the royal library. Some demonic sects practiced cultivation through slaughter, regarding low-tier disciples as mere weeds. Had his previous life fallen into such a sect with no spirit roots, he would have likely turned to dust before the Xianfu Zhaoying could take effect. Outside the window, the bamboo shadows swayed, and the afternoon sun filtered through the window, casting warm patches of light on the blue bricks. Subai took a deep breath, feeling the spiritual energy flowing steadily through his 100 meridians. Unbeknownst to him, a faint sense of belonging towards Yuxia sect began to rise within him. In the realm of cultivation, time loses its meaning. Immersed in the practice of refining, 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. In June, at the beginning of summer, the emerald bamboo in the courtyard grows ever more lush and enticing. On this day, Subai received his allocation of essence pills for June and was currently circulating his qi to refine the medicinal power within. The thread of spiritual energy within him had become increasingly robust over the past month, gradually taking on a more spherical form. Finally, with the assistance of this essence pill, he replenished the last trace of spiritual energy. This strand of qi gradually became complete, transforming into a tiny, yet solid spherical gaseous form. Buzz. Su Bei's body trembled slightly, and he realized that he had broken through to the second layer of the qi refining stage. He had anticipated this breakthrough would occur today. He immediately began to operate the second layer of the Xia Guang qi refining technique. With the change in the technique's operation, Su Bei's speed of absorbing the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment increased by another 30%. Several hours later, as the technique of the second layer stabilized, Su Bei concluded his training. Opening his eyes, a look of joy appeared on his face. After 2 months and 5 days, I have successfully advanced to the second layer of the qi refining stage. With such a rate of advancement, aside from my diligent practice, I cannot overlook the 10 essence pills rewarded by the outer court when I advanced to the first layer of qi refining. With a thought, Su Bei glanced at the time. It was around 4 in the afternoon. There should still be stewards on duty at the outer gate steward office. He immediately got up and left the courtyard, heading towards the outer gate steward office. Su Bei recalled that last time he was only 1 day late in going to the outer court, and he narrowly missed being ranked 3rd by Jiang Han. Since it concerned potential rewards in the form of pills, one could not be careless. Moving swiftly, Su Bei arrived before Steward Su just in time. Steward Su was organizing the items on his desk, preparing to leave work early. "Oh, it's you, Su Bei. Didn't you just receive the essence pills? Why are you rushing over here instead of cultivating in your own courtyard?" Steward Su spoke up. As one of the top 3 disciples to advance to the first layer of qi refining in this batch, he naturally remembered Su Bei's information and appearance. Su Bei took out the jade talisman and handed it over, stating his purpose directly. "Steward Su, I have advanced to the second layer of qi refining. May I ask if I am ranked among the top 3? Is there any corresponding reward from the sect?" Hearing this, Steward Su was not particularly surprised by Su Bei's advancement speed. He shook his head. "The good news is that you are indeed among the top 3 disciples in this batch to advance to the second layer of qi refining. However, there is some bad news. The top 3 who advance to the second layer of qi refining do not receive any extra rewards. You will receive 2 essence pills each month from now on." Su Bei felt slightly disappointed, but having an extra essence pill was still a good thing. After a moment of thought, he said, "Steward Su, since I have advanced to the second layer of qi refining today, should I not receive 1 more essence pill for June?" "Huh, you kid. Are you trying to take advantage?" Steward Su chuckled, stroking his beard. Su Bei shook his head slightly. "Steward Su, this is not taking advantage. Even without this essence pill, I am confident I would have advanced to the second layer of qi refining within 4 to 5 days. Steward Su was quite agreeable and did not engage in further debate with Su Bei. After registering the information, he took out an essence pill and placed it in a jade bottle, handing it to Su Bei. "Here you go. This is your supplement." "Thank you, Steward Su." Su Bei accepted the jade bottle and tucked it away in his robe. Steward Su waved his hand. "Don't rush off just yet. I see you have a good eye for me, so let me remind you of something. Remember to keep up your diligent practice after you return. Don't think that without rewards you shouldn't strive for a good ranking and neglect your cultivation." Among the first batch of disciples, the top 3 to advance to the mid-qi refining stage, which is the 4th layer of qi refining, will receive quite generous rewards. As for those with dual spiritual roots, you naturally cannot compete with them. However, being 1 step ahead, striving diligently for the 3rd place should not be too difficult. Hearing this, Su Bei's eyes lit up. "Understood. Thank you for the guidance, Steward Su. No need to be polite. This news is known to all the senior disciples in the courtyard. The competition is fierce. You can thank me later when you secure a top 3 spot." Steward Su hinted at the nearby window responsible for distributing tasks from the outer court. Su Bei naturally understood Steward Su's implication. There will always be those who strive hard in this world. As this batch of outer disciples became more familiar with the outer court, many began to accept tasks to earn spirit pills for their cultivation, just like Jiang Han, accelerating their cultivation progress. If after advancing to the second layer of qi refining one buried themselves in hard training and refused to take on the outer court tasks, Su Bei's progress would undoubtedly slow. After advancing to the second layer of qi refining, the increase in spiritual power allows for a broader selection of tasks compared to the first layer of qi refining. It's time to start accepting outer court tasks to earn spirit pills. Su Bei was not afraid of the hardships of outer court tasks. He had no intention of hiding his abilities and aimed to take the lead in everything, consuming various sect rewards. When he replicated his spiritual roots in the future, improving his aptitude and accelerating his cultivation speed would not seem abrupt. In fact, Su Bei had already reviewed the relevant tasks of the outer court beforehand and had a certain plan in mind. Steward Su's news solidified Su Bei's final determination. Therefore, after leaving Steward Su Bei directly approached a middle-aged plump steward responsible for outer court. This plump steward's surname is Lin, with a cultivation level of the 7th layer of qi refining. He is relatively amicable among those managing outer court tasks. "Steward Lin, I am Su Bei, here to accept the Ling Tian task." Su Bei handed over the jade talisman, stating his purpose plainly. The Ling Tian task simply involves taking care of the Ling Tian, requiring at least the second layer of qi refining to accept. Steward Lin took Su Bei's jade talisman, lightly infusing it with spiritual power to check Su Bei. This jade talisman has many functions with the basic information of the disciples of the Yu Xia sect recorded on it, and it can also be used to cast transmission spells within a certain range. Through the jade talisman, Steward Lin could see Su Bei's spiritual roots, time of entry, and the honor of being among the top 3 to advance to the first layer of qi refining in this batch. For a disciple with such good comprehension and effort, the stewards generally have a good attitude. After reviewing, Steward Lin gently spoke. Well, Su Bai, this is your first time accepting an outer court task. The Ling Tian task requires you to learn the rain dew technique. Have you learned it? Su Bai shook his head and asked, Steward Lin, I remember that I can take on the Ling Tian task, even if I haven't learned the rain dew technique right. Steward Lin nodded. That's correct. If you accept the Ling Tian task, I can teach you the rain dew technique. You need to master it within 7 days, and then carry out at least one Ling Tian task. Corresponding outer court tasks come with opportunities to learn corresponding spells. This is actually a benefit for the outer disciples. Zhou Chang had mentioned this previously, so Su Bai was not unfamiliar with it. In recent months, as Su Bai and the others' cultivation progressed, they no longer needed constant guidance. Zhou Chang, who managed the disciples' quarters, had also, like Jiang Han, become less present in the courtyard. He also began taking on various outer court tasks to earn spirit pills to support his own cultivation. Zhou Chang, at the 4th layer of qi refining, had even more outer court tasks available to him, with richer rewards. Although the rain dew technique is merely a low-grade first-tier spell, it is an essential foundation for disciples in the qi refinement stage who are newly introduced to spiritual plants. Mastering it within 7 days is not a difficult task for those with a bit of comprehension. Su Bai nodded in agreement, saying, in that case, I will accept the spirit field task and request the steward to arrange it. What is the deadline for the task? Asked Steward Lin. When accepting the spirit field task, the deadline can be chosen by the disciple with a minimum of 1 month and a maximum of 6 months. The longer the deadline, the higher the basic monthly reward, but if one withdraws midway or fails the task, the penalties will also be correspondingly greater. Let's take it for 1 month first, Su Bai replied after a moment of consideration. 1 month is the minimum deadline. Although the reward is not particularly generous, it is stable. As this was his first time accepting a task, he preferred to familiarize himself with the process and act prudently. Good, Steward Lin said, retrieving a jade slip, his fingertips shimmering with spiritual light as he recorded Su Bei's information. He then took out a piece of pale yellow talisman paper on which complex runic patterns were drawn with cinnabar, accompanied by several lines of small annotations. This is the spell diagram and key points for the rain dew technique. He handed back the talisman paper along with the identity jade talisman, saying, your task information is recorded in the jade talisman. Within 7 days, learn the rain dew technique, proceed to the corresponding spirit field area, and report to the steward pavilion. Remember, failure to arrive by the deadline or not mastering the spell will both be considered task failures. I understand, thank you, steward, Su Bai said, accepting the items with respect before exiting the side hall. Upon returning to courtyard 32, it was just time for dinner. What was rare was that Zhou Chang had also finished his outer door task and returned to the courtyard. By the stone table in the courtyard, several people were gathered. Jiang Han was still absent, and his portion of spirit rice lay quietly on the stone steps outside room 6. Junior brother Su, have you advanced to the 2nd level of qi refinement? Zhou Chang's gaze fell on Su by a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Cultivators are most sensitive to changes in the aura of their peers. Although Su Bai had tried his best to suppress the fluctuations of his spiritual power, they remained as clear as a candle in the dark to Zhou Chang, who was at the 4th level of qi refinement. Su Bai nodded slightly. I was fortunate to break through this afternoon. Great. One step ahead, step by step. Zhou Chang clapped in admiration and turned to Zhang Yenshin and the others, saying, you should take junior brother Su as your model. The path of cultivation is like sailing against the current. A moment of neglect can lead to being surpassed by those who come later. Junior brother Su's determination resembles that of those seasoned predecessors who have weathered many storms and possess unwavering Dao hearts. His words were not empty. Su Bei's focus and discipline in his practice were far from that of a 16-year-old prince who had enjoyed all the riches. Rather, he resembled an old cultivator who had struggled on the immortal path for decades and had long severed his worldly ties. Zhang Yenshin chuckled and shook his head, saying, Junior brother Su, with all 3 spiritual roots, your progress is indeed a bit too fast. I consider myself diligent in cultivation, practicing no less than 6 hours a day, yet I still need at least 2 more months to reach the 2nd level of qi refinement. Li Daniu scratched his head, confusion written all over his honest face. I even gave up my favorite iron-eating beast's hawk, yet I still can't catch up to junior brother Su. Qian Air rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Coming from a family of merchants, he understood the principle of one step slow, every step slow most deeply. In the mundane business world, being half a step slow could lead to total loss. It seems that the competition on the immortal path is even more intense. It looks like I also need to go into closed-door training, he muttered. Subai informed everyone about accepting the spirit field task to avoid causing worry during his prolonged absence from the courtyard. After dinner, inspired by Subai, Zhang Yinshan and the others hurriedly returned to their rooms to practice. They had made up their minds once they broke through to the second level of qi refinement, they would immediately accept outer door tasks to earn pills to accelerate their cultivation. Otherwise, the gap between them and Subai would only widen. In room 4, the oil lamp flickered like a bean. Subai sat cross-legged at the table, unfolding the pale, yellow talisman paper. The runes drawn in cinnabar were complex and profound, while the small annotations beside them detailed the key points of practicing the rain-dew technique. Spell cultivation usually consists of 3 parts: hand seals, incantations, and the pathways of spiritual energy. The hand seals are gestures used to guide the external manifestation of spiritual power. The incantation is recited in ancient tones to resonate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The pathways of spiritual energy are the core of the spell, determining how spiritual power is drawn from the dantian, which meridians and acupoints it flows through, and in what form it is finally released. Among the 3, the pathways of spiritual energy are the most critical. Hand seals and incantations serve more as auxiliary functions. If one understands the spell deeply and controls it precisely, it is even possible to achieve with a thought the spell is naturally formed, without needing to perform hand seals or recite incantations, casting the spell in an instant. For example, the object control technique that Subai had mastered could now be executed by simply moving his mind slightly and using a simple hand gesture to retrieve objects from a distance. As for the rain-dew technique, which he was newly learning, it naturally had to be practiced from the basics. The hand seal for the rain-dew technique has only one form, named moistening seal. The left thumb pinches the base of the middle finger, the index and little fingers curve slightly, while the right hand lightly supports the left wrist. It seems simple, but actually requires the wrist and fingers to maintain a special angle to align with the flow of spiritual power. The incantation consists of 4 ancient words, Yun Xing Yu Shi. These 4 words must be recited with special syllables and rhythms, totaling 12 phonetic nodes, which must be completed in an instant to resonate with the water element's spiritual energy. The linguistic talent Subai had cultivated in the standardized education system came in handy at this moment. He repeated the recitation several times, experimenting with the tonal fluctuations and breath transitions, and in less than half an hour, he could recite the ancient tones fluently with pitch and rhythm perfectly precise. Next came the most crucial part, the pathways of spiritual energy. He focused intently on the rune diagram. The diagram marked the trajectory of spiritual energy in red. It begins from the dantian's qi, ascends to the chest, splits into 2 streams at the shoulder, while travels along the inner arm to the labor palace, and finally gathers at the fingertips. Along the way, it must pass through 7 major acupoints, each with its own requirements for the intensity and speed of spiritual energy output. Subai closed his eyes, mentally simulating the flow of spiritual energy, once, twice, 3 times, until he had the entire pathway thoroughly memorized, even capable of mentally reversing the process. At the first hour of the night, the moonlight filled the room. Subai took a deep breath and opened his eyes. He formed the moistening seal with his left hand and lightly supported his wrist with his right hand. The spiritual energy in his dantian began to move slowly along the predetermined path. At the same time, his chest resonated as he recited the 4 ancient words in a deep voice: Yun, Xing, Yu, Shi. The 12 syllables flowed smoothly, and the moment the last sound fell, spiritual energy burst forth from his fingertips. Puff! A burst of mist erupted violently from his fingertips, spreading like smoke and mist only to dissipate in the air. He had output too much spiritual energy, causing the spell to fail. Subai's expression remained unchanged as he calmed the restless spiritual energy in his dantian and began anew. The second attempt resulted in a line of mist shooting out, but it failed to maintain a stable form. On the third attempt, the flow of spiritual energy slightly stalled at the shoulder, while causing the spell to collapse midway. The 4th and 5th attempts came. When the moon was high in the sky, Subai had already tried over 20 times. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his brow, and nearly half of the spiritual energy in his dantian was consumed. Yet his mind remained as calm as a deep well. After each failure, he calmly reviewed and adjusted the details. At the 3rd watch, during his 28th attempt, the moistening seal was as steady as a rock. The ancient incantation was recited smoothly and naturally, and the flow of spiritual energy moved like a stream over stones, smooth and unobstructed. When the last phonetic node was illuminated, Subai felt a slight coolness at his fingertips, rustling sounds. A light blue rain mist gently rose from his fingertips, delicate and soft like the silk spun by spring silkworms. The The rain mist spread in the air, transforming into fine water droplets that slowly fell, covering an area of about 3 feet square. The droplets landed silently, but emitted a clear wave of spiritual energy. This was the spiritual rain transformed from spiritual power containing gentle water element essence. Su Bei's mind shifted as he adjusted the output of spiritual energy. The range of the rain mist changed accordingly, capable of condensing to a single point at his fingertip at its smallest and expanding to a circle of about 10 feet at its largest. However, when he attempted to expand the range to 30 feet, the spiritual energy in his dantian gushed out like a breached dam, depleting 1/3 in just 3 breaths. No wonder the spirit field task requires being at the second level of chi refinement. Su Bei completed the spell, understanding in his heart. With his current level of spiritual energy, if he fully exerted the rain-dew technique, he could only maintain it for the duration of a time before exhausting it. And in actual spirit field management, long-term stable output is required, demanding high precision in total spiritual energy and control. It is indeed difficult for a cultivator at the first level of chi refinement to manage. He formed the object control seal with one hand, gently expelling the gathered water from the ground and pushing it out the window. The water clump landed in the bamboo thicket in the courtyard, making a faint swish sound. Tomorrow I can head to the spirit field. Learning a low-grade first-tier spell in one night counts as a fair amount of comprehension. However, compared to those true spell prodigies, there remains a vast difference. Zhou Chang had mentioned that there were disciples in the inner sect with extraordinary talents who could cast spells with a single glance at the spell diagram without needing to form seals or recite incantations. No rush, Su Bei blew out the oil lamp and lay back on the bamboo couch. Once a mortal talent illuminates the shadow has cooled down, I will have the opportunity to replicate these spell talents. Outside the window, the moonlight was like water and the bamboo shadows danced. The next morning, the dawn light began to appear. Su Bei finished his morning practice and after a brief tidy-up, left courtyard 32. He passed through the outer door building complex, descending along the eastern mountain path. The spirit fields of the Yuxiao sect were not located in the core area of the sect, but were developed according to the mountain's terrain. Qingyun Mountain resembles a cone, with circular terraced fields carved around its base cascading down like the steps of a giant tower, known as the Mountain Ring Spirit Fields, famous in Qingzhou. The entrance to the spirit field is situated on a cliff platform. The platform is built of blue stones with white jade railings along the edges, and beyond the railings lies a sheer abyss with a sea of clouds rolling beneath. At the entrance there is a stone pavilion with 2 disciples in blue robes standing guard, both at the midstage of chi refinement. I am Su Bei, here to report for the spirit field task. Su Bei handed over his identity jade talisman. The disciple on the left took the talisman, verified it with spiritual power, and nodded, saying, "Spirit field in the Bing area, 1 month of management from here. Proceed downwards and find the Bing area steward pavilion to register." He returned the jade talisman and added, "First-time task takers need to note flying is prohibited in the spirit field. Unauthorized entry into others' jurisdiction is forbidden, and theft of spiritual plants will result in severe penalties." I will remember this, disciple. Stepping into the entrance, a spiraling stone staircase appeared before him. The staircase was about 5 feet wide with waist-high stone railings on the outer side and a carved mountain wall on the inner side. Every few meters along the mountain wall were embedded luminous stones, emitting a soft white light to illuminate the path ahead. Su Bei descended the stairs. Initially, he could still see the sky above, but as he went deeper, the walls on both sides rose higher, leaving only a sliver of daylight above. Looking down, the stone stairs coiled like a dragon, seeming bottomless. After descending about 100 feet, the scene ahead suddenly opened up. The first level of the spirit field platform appeared before him. The platform was vast, measuring at least 100 acres. The ground was dark brown spiritual soil, exuding rich, earthy spiritual energy. The field was divided into neat squares, each about an acre, separated by low white stone embankments. At this moment, the spiritual plants in the field varied, some with sword-like green leaves, some with golden ears drooping, and others blooming with pale purple flowers. A faint mist enveloped the spiritual plants formed from the overly dense spiritual energy. What surprised Su Bei even more was that this level of the spirit field was not open to the sky, but rather covered by a transparent pale golden light shield. Runes swirled on the light shield, clearly forming a protective and spiritual gathering formation. Through the light shield, he could see the rolling clouds and mist outside, yet no wind or rain disturbed him. And below this platform, layers upon layers continued downwards, the number unknown. Su Bei did not linger and continued downwards. The second, third levels. Each level of the spirit field had a similar layout, but the types of spiritual plants and the concentration of spiritual energy varied. The further down he went, the slightly thinner the spiritual energy seemed, and the quality of the spiritual plants correspondingly decreased. Naturally, the spirit fields closest to the top of Qingyun Mountain had the highest quality. These higher-quality spirit fields were protected by formations appearing hazy to the naked eye and were not for Subai to manage just yet. Premium spirit rice serves as one of the principal ingredients in refining essence refining pills, demanding meticulous cultivation and attentive care. Subai descended along the spiraling terraced paths winding through the mountain-encircling spirit fields, circling 15 times before finally locating plot No. 1523 near the lower reaches. This plot ranked among the lowest cultivated spirit fields currently in use. Yet the Yuxiao sect, backed by the vast spirit vein deep within the Qingyun Mountains, enjoyed an almost inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy and had never ceased expanding its spirit fields. Given the sheer scale of Mount Qingyun, carving over 100 additional tiers of terraced fields would pose no difficulty. The 15th tier, still only one-third developed, already hosted more than 30 scattered spirit fields, plot No. 1523 among them. Subai arrived at the steward's office for Tier 15, situated on a small open patch between several spirit fields. A modest bamboo-wood cottage bearing a wooden sign inscribed with the words Steward's Office Sector Bing 15. Pushing the door open, he found the interior sparsely furnished: a single table, a chair, and a bamboo cot. An elderly man with snow-white hair and rosy cheeks reclined upon the cot, breathing softly and evenly in gentle slumber. Ahem. Subai cleared his throat lightly. The elder's eyelids fluttered, then slowly he opened his eyes, clear, alert, and utterly free of drowsiness. He sat up and cast a brief appraising glance at Subai before smiling warmly. "Ah, you must be the new arrival." He patted the space beside him on the cot. "Don't mind me. I'm Elder Chen, 123 years old. My cultivation has stagnated at Qi refinement level 7 for over 40 years. Immortality remains beyond my reach, thus I've chosen to savor whatever time remains. Doesn't that sound reasonable?" Though spoken in self-deprecation, his tone radiated serene equanimity. Cultivators nourished by spiritual energy aged far more slowly than mortals. Though well past his century mark, Elder Chen's complexion remained vibrant. Only his snow-white beard and hair and the deep creases around his eyes betrayed his age. Subai clasped his hands respectfully. "Your insight is profound, Elder Steward. I am truly awestruck." "Huh, a silver-tongued youth." Elder Chen chuckled, neither probing nor doubting the sincerity behind the words, and rose to walk toward the table. "Hand me your identity jade token." Subai promptly presented his jade token. Elder Chen's fingertips shimmered faintly with spiritual light as he tapped the token's surface several times in quick succession. He then held it beneath a bronze mirror, examined it closely, and nodded approvingly. "Plot No. 1523. Exactly 1 mu of spirit rice under your care for 1 month. You've already mastered the rain-dew art. Well done." Returning the token, he drew from a drawer a slim manual and handed it to Subai. "This compendium details essential knowledge for cultivating spirit rice, the optimal timing for the rain-dew art, precise standards for spiritual energy output, and identification of common pests. All are recorded herein. Should any point elude you, feel free to ask any time." He paused, his voice softening into easy warmth. "Simply tend diligently each day. I conduct regular inspections. No major mishaps will occur. Plant your field with peace of mind. Consider it merely another venue for cultivation." Indeed, Elder Chun was a sect-certified spirit cultivator deeply accomplished in the art of spirit flora, hence his appointment as overseer of this sector's spirit fields. "Many thanks, Elder Chun." Subai accepted the manual and bowed deeply before withdrawing. As he walked along the earthen ridge, emerald stalks of spirit rice swayed gently on either side, their heavy panicles bowing low beneath veils of drifting spirit mist. Before long, plot No. 1523 appeared before him. Beside the field stood a vacant patch where a humble thatched hut had been erected. Before it stood a stone well, beside which rested a wooden bucket and ladle. This would be Subai's abode for the coming days. Pushing open the door, he found the interior bare: a simple bed, a table, and a stool. Dry rice straw lined the mattress. An oil lamp and water jug rested atop the table. With a flick of his telekinetic art, Subai swept away accumulated dust, tidied the space, and seated himself on the edge of the bed to study the manual. The manual stipulated clearly 1 mu of spirit field required a single full field application of the rain-dew art each day, delivered evenly as fine soft mist penetrating precisely 3 cun into the soil. During prolonged periods of clear weather, a second lighter irrigation could be administered at midday. Naturally, Subai's Qi refinement level 2 cultivation rendered it impossible to irrigate an entire mu in one sustained effort. The manual recommended dividing the task into 3 sessions, each covering approximately 1/3 of a mu, lasting roughly 1 tea time interval, followed by an hour of seated meditation to restore spiritual energy, repeated thrice to fulfill the daily requirement. The entire process consumed just over 3 hours, but actual labor occupied less than half an hour, the remainder devoted entirely to cultivation. How ingeniously devised. Subai mused thoughtfully. When spiritual energy was fully depleted, and then replenished through cultivation meridians grew more responsive, enhancing absorption efficiency. This cyclical rhythm of labor and recovery thus became in essence a unique form of disciplined practice. What intrigued him most, however, was a line of fine script at the manuals in disciples assigned to cultivation duty may eat spirit rice to their heart's content. Self-service permitted. Spirit rice, unlimited. Judging the hour appropriate, Su-bai stepped out of the thatched hut. Mentally dividing the mu into 3 equal sections, he selected the easternmost as his starting point. Taking his stance on the ridge, he formed the moisture seal mudra with his left hand while cradling his right palm upward. From his dantian, spiritual energy flowed steadily. Clouds drift. Rain descends. A pale azure mist unfurled from his fingertips, spreading gently, transforming into a delicate spiritual drizzle that fell upon the emerald rice stalks. The leaves trembled softly, glistening with crystalline droplets that shimmered under the ambient spirit light. Exercising utmost caution during his first practical application, Su-bai adhered strictly to the manual's principles, ensuring even coverage and maintaining steady, controlled energy output. After one tea-time interval, the eastern section was thoroughly saturated, the soil darkened to a rich, deep brown. Ceasing the art, he found nearly 30% of his dantian's spiritual energy expended. Returning to the hut, Su-bai seated himself cross-legged upon the bed and began circulating the rosy light qi refinement art. His spiritually depleted meridians drank in surrounding qi like parched earth welcoming rain, absorbing energy at twice the usual pace. An hour later, his spiritual energy was not only fully restored, but denser, more refined than before. Thus, he completed 2 sections before noon. At the hour of Wu, mid-afternoon, he finished the final section. Though his movements still bore traces of unfamiliarity, the entire process unfolded smoothly, without error. Precisely at noon, Su-bai made his way back to the steward's office. Before the office stood several long tables laid out across the open ground. Over 30 outer sect disciples assigned to spirit field cultivation had gathered. 2 menial disciples carried over steaming wooden buckets, freshly cooked spirit rice, fragrant and glistening. The grains were translucent and luminous, exuding an aroma far richer and more refined than the rice served in the outer sect dormitories. Without need for instruction, the disciples silently retrieved bowls and filled them, eating in quiet concentration. Occasionally, someone reached for a chopstickful of pickled vegetables or salted melon from nearby wooden tubs, but most simply bent their heads and ate in silence. No conversation stirred, only the soft clink of porcelain and the hushed sounds of chewing. Su-bai filled his bowl to the brim. The fragrance alone was intoxicating, the spiritual energy mild, yet deeply nourishing. Before he knew it, he had eaten 7 bowls, and then 8, before pausing in astonishment, stomach taut and full. Clutching his distended belly, he hurried back to the hut and immediately entered deep meditation to refine the influx. Within his abdomen, the spiritual energy liberated from the spirit rice surged like warm spring water coursing through his 100 meridians, invigorating every fiber of his being. Only after completing 3 full grand circulations did the overwhelming fullness gradually subside, converting into pure, potent spiritual energy that coalesced into his dantian. This spirit rice surpasses even the outer sect's standard fare by a clear margin. Su-bai exhaled slowly, a spark of delight flashing in his eyes. Though overeating left him uncomfortably bloated, the sheer volume consumed delivered unmistakable tangible benefits to his cultivation. Roughly calculated, this policy of eat until sated conferred the equivalent of half a day's rigorous cultivation every single day. Over time, such advantages inevitably compounded into profound disparity. Time slipped quietly away, measured in irrigation, meditation, and meals. By early July, the world outside blazed in summer's fiercest heat, yet Mount Qingyun's protective formation maintained perpetual spring-like warmth. No extremes of cold or scorching heat disturbed its tranquil harmony. Su-bai had now tended plot No. 1523 for a full month. That day, he visited the outer sect steward's office to collect his monthly reward, 3 essence refining pills, and the 2 pills allotted monthly to all Qi refinement level 2 disciples. Then he sought out Elder Lin. This disciple respectfully requests to convert my spirit field assignment into an indefinite term duty, continuing sole stewardship of plot No. 1523. Very well, Elder Lin replied after a brief assessing glance, asking no further questions. Base rewards remain unchanged monthly. Should your plot yield above average harvest, additional contribution points will be awarded. However, he cautioned, long-term residence here remote from the disciple quarters breeds solitude and monotony. You must possess great endurance. I understand completely, Su-bai responded calmly. Solitude, monotony. To him, this was precisely the ideal environment for undisturbed, focused cultivation. Free from interruption, assured of stable resources, with labor and cultivation reinforcing one another. At least until he advanced to Qi refinement level 4, this arrangement represented the optimal path forward. Once formalities concluded, Su-bai did not return directly to the spirit field. "It is time I revisited the courtyard," he murmured, recalling several messages received on his jade token over the past month. Zhang Yanxian and Li Daniu had both broken through to Qi Refinement Level 2 and begun accepting missions. Qian'er stood on the cusp of breakthrough. Zhou Chong had secured an impressive ranking in the intersex martial contest and earned corresponding rewards. And then there was Wu Tian. The earnest young man had sent 2 messages, both concerning the same issue: the courtyard supervisor who, after Wu Tian and his peers ascended to Qi Refinement Level 1, had attempted to extort a so-called guidance fee, withholding their sole monthly essence refining pill. Wu Tian and his companions, pushed beyond endurance, jointly filed a complaint with the steward's office. Just days prior, resolution had been reached. The supervisor was ordered to return all withheld pills and forfeit 3 months' worth of mission rewards. The group was also granted permission to relocate courtyards. Still, the grievance had been sealed, not forgotten. Su-bai tightened his grip on the jade token at his waist and strode purposefully toward the outer sect disciple quarters. Su-bai quickly returned to courtyard No. 32. The courtyard was tranquil, with only the sound of bamboo rustling in the morning breeze. To his surprise, apart from Zhou Chong, who happened to be browsing through books at the stone table after completing his task, the other senior brothers were nowhere to be seen. Zhang Yanxian, Li Daniu, and Qian'er had all gone out on various outer sect missions, just like Su-bai. Has junior brother Su returned? Zhou Chong put down the book, a smile appearing in his eyes. "I've heard you did well at the spiritual field. It's just some basic work. I wouldn't dare to claim it's good," Su-bai said as he approached and sat down at the stone table. The two exchanged pleasantries and shared some insights on their cultivation. Zhou Chong had reached the peak of the 4th level of Qi refinement and was preparing to break through to the 5th level. Seeing Su-bai's steady aura and refined spiritual power, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Junior brother's progress is truly remarkable. At this rate, by this time next year you might catch up to me." "You flatter me, senior brother," Su-bai humbly replied. "Without the sect's resources and your guidance, I would not have achieved today's results." After chatting for about a quarter of an hour, Su-bai stood up to take his leave. "I still need to visit an old friend." "Is it junior brother Wu Tian?" Zhou Chong seemed to have heard something. "I've heard a bit about the situation in his courtyard. It's great that you can go visit him." Wu Tian had now moved to courtyard No. 89 in the Bing district. The layout of the courtyard was similar to No. 32, but it featured several osmanthus trees, which were currently in bloom, with light yellow flowers dotting the branches, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. Upon seeing Su-bai's visit, Wu Tian immediately broke into a smile. "Brother Su, you finally made it." Having shaken off the earlier unpleasant disciple, Wu Tian's complexion visibly brightened, and the pent-up frustration in his brow dissipated significantly. However, due to a few months of delayed cultivation, he had yet to break through to the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Su-bai could clearly sense that his aura still lingered at the peak of the 1st level, just a step away from breaking through, yet he had not managed to take that step. Looking at Wu Tian, Su-bai felt a complex mix of emotions. His 3 spiritual roots were a replication of this young man's, and their spiritual root attributes and subtle traits were almost identical. But now there was a clear gap in their cultivation progress. Besides his own hard work and luck, it seemed that the concept of fortune truly played an indescribable role on the path of cultivation. "Brother Su, how was your experience at the spiritual field?" Wu Tian urged Su-bai to sit on a stone bench in the courtyard, asking eagerly. "I heard that while the tasks there are tedious, the spiritual rice is abundant and greatly beneficial for cultivation." Su-bai detailed the key points of the spiritual field tasks: the daily watering rhythm, the interplay between spiritual power recovery and cultivation, the tangible benefits of spiritual rice supply, and the solitude one must endure while stationed there long-term. Wu Tian listened attentively, occasionally asking questions. In the end, he clenched his fist and said, "Once I break through to the 2nd level, I'll also take on the spiritual field tasks. The pills are insufficient, and relying solely on hard work is too slow. If you have any questions, feel free to send me a message." Su-bai nodded. After a brief chat lasting half an hour, he stood up to take his leave. Wu Tian accompanied him to the courtyard gate, saying earnestly, "Brother Su, I remember this kindness." "There's no need for that among fellow disciples," Su-bai said, patting his shoulder before turning to leave. Returning to the surrounding spiritual fields, Su-bai's life resumed its regular cycle. He rose with the dawn, watered the 1st plot of land in the morning, tended to the 2nd plot in the afternoon, and practiced his cultivation while studying spell manuals at night. He had his 3 meals quietly in the servants' courtyard with over 30 colleagues, with empty bowls piling up like small mountains in front of each person, and the only sounds in the air were chewing and the fragrant aroma of spiritual rice. Was this kind of life boring? Perhaps to others. But for Su-bai, it was precisely the tranquil environment he sought. Uninterrupted with stable resources, the combination of cultivation and labor formed a perfect complement. He had calculated that at the current pace in 4 to 5 months at most he would be able to advance to the third level of chi refinement. After advancing to the third level with increased spiritual power, I might be able to take care of an additional spiritual field. Subai had already made plans in his heart. He had observed that those at the third level of chi refinement often chose to oversee an additional spiritual field. Once their spiritual power increased, the rain-dew technique would last longer, recover faster, and their energy would be more abundant. Taking care of 1 more mu of land would yield an additional 3 essence pills as a reward each month. Over the years, the difference would become apparent. As for the 4th level of chi refinement, that is the first major hurdle of the chi refinement stage. Subai sat cross-legged in the thatched cottage, gazing at the ethereal spiritual mist over the fields outside, feeling clear-headed. Transitioning from the early stage to the middle stage of chi refinement involved not just accumulating spiritual power, but also expanding meridians, undergoing qualitative changes in spiritual power, and even breakthroughs in one's mindset. Ordinary cultivators with 3 spiritual roots would take at least 1 or 2 years, or even 4 or 5 years to complete this transition. The sect's glowing chi refinement technique only goes up to the 4th level, clearly believing that new disciples achieving the 4th level in a few years is already quite impressive. With my celestial gift shadow along with the support of the spiritual field resources, I should be able to progress faster. Subai closed his eyes, allowing his spiritual power to flow gently within his body. Days passed in cycles of watering, harvesting, and sowing. By the end of August, the spiritual rice and spiritual field No. 1523 had matured. The ears were golden, and each grain was plump, bending the stalks. For cultivators, harvesting was quite simple. Subai walked through the fields using the object control technique at will, and grains of spiritual rice flew off the ears, as if summoned, entering the storage bags provided by Elder Chun. The opening of the bag was just palm-sized, yet it had a space of about 10 square feet inside, more than enough to hold a mu of spiritual rice. After the harvest was complete, Elder Chun came to the field and formed a hand seal. A red flame surged from his fingertips, landing on the remaining bellflower in the field. Where the flame passed, the bellflower turned to ashes, yet it did not harm the soil in the slightest. Then some servant disciples drove spiritual cattle to plow the land, turning the soil anew. Subai received a new batch of spiritual rice seeds. Standing at the edge of the field, he used the object control technique to gather the seeds, flicking his wrist to evenly sprinkle the seeds across the entire spiritual field. There was no need to grow seedlings and transplant them like common farmers. Under the rich spiritual energy and the nourishment of the rain-dew technique, these seeds would sprout within 3 days, and after 3 months, there would be another bountiful harvest. Time held no sway over cultivators. By the end of November, the 2nd season of spiritual rice matured. Harvesting, burning straw, turning soil, and sowing. Subai had become quite adept at the entire process. That night, while cultivating in the thatched cottage, an unusual movement occurred in his Danshan's chi si. The swirling vortex suddenly sped up its rotation, expanding by 1/3, and the purity of spiritual power noticeably increased. Reaching the 3rd level of chi refinement was a natural progression. I finally broke through. Subai opened his eyes, the brilliance in his gaze now contained. The fatigue from the day's labor vanished in that moment, replaced by a sense of abundant power. The next day, he went to the outer sect's administrative hall. After Elder Su inspected his jade token, he stroked his beard and smiled. Not bad, you're still the 3rd disciple in this batch to advance to the 3rd level. At this rate, you have a great chance for the top 3 rewards in the 4th level of chi refinement. Thank you, Subai said, then turned to Elder Lin. I would like to take on another spiritual field. Elder Lin raised his eyes. At the 3rd level of chi refinement, you can indeed manage 2 mu. Which one do you want to take? No. 1524, Subai had already inquired. It was adjacent to No. 1523, and the current overseeing disciple was about to be reassigned. Subai had communicated with that senior brother in advance, and the latter readily agreed. Thus, the 2 mu of spiritual fields were connected, allowing Subai to avoid running around different areas and saving many troubles. By the end of December, the mundane year's end was approaching. It had been almost a year since this batch of disciples had entered the sect. On this day, the jade tokens of all newly initiated outer sect disciples vibrated simultaneously, announcing a sect notice. All newly initiated outer sect disciples this year are to participate in the annual assessment at the outer sect lecture hall. The assessment will include progress in cultivation, completion of tasks, and mastery of basic spells. Those who excel will be rewarded, while those who are slack will be punished. Those who rank last in 2 consecutive assessments will be temporarily demoted to servant disciples for observation. Meanwhile, another piece of news spread among the outer sect a few days ago. The sect assessed over 1,000 new servant disciples, and among them more than a dozen performed outstandingly and were promoted to outer sect disciples, enjoying the same resource benefits. Those who are capable rise while the mediocre fall. The Yuxiao sect's filtering of lower-tier disciples has never ceased. On the morning of the assessment day, Su Bai asked Elder Chen for leave and hurried to the lecture hall. Due to having contacted in advance using his jade token, all the people from Courtyard No. 32, except Zhou Chong, who was still on a mission, were actually present. What surprised Su Bai was that the usually solitary Jiang Han had also been brought over by Qian, though he did not know how. Even more astonishing was Jiang Han's cultivation. With 4 spiritual roots, he had broken through to the 3rd level of qi refinement within less than a year of entering the sect. Though his aura was slightly unstable, clearly a result of a recent breakthrough, this progress was astounding. However, those with deeper cultivation could notice that Jiang Han's lifespan had evidently diminished at a young age, indicating that he had paid a hefty price for this advancement. Su Bai surveyed the lecture hall. Over 1,000 new disciples gathered, their strengths clearly varied. Roughly estimating only about 20% had advanced to the 3rd level of qi refinement. By this calculation, all 5 new disciples from Courtyard No. 32 were at the 3rd level of qi refinement, which was already considered among the upper tier in this batch. Brother Su, are you still at the spiritual field? Qian leaned over to ask. Su Bai nodded. Yes, I shouldn't change tasks before advancing to the 4th level. You can endure it, brother. I heard the benefits of the spiritual rice in the spiritual field are excellent, but if you asked me to stay alone for years on end, I really couldn't stand it with my temperament. Qian said, half enviously and half with sentiment. Everyone has their own strengths. The tasks you took on also have their merits, Su Bai smiled. Indeed. Qian chose an outer sect patrol task. Hundreds of miles around Qingyun Mountain were covered by a protective formation, but there were always mundane people who mistakenly wandered inside. These mortals could become trapped in the formation even if they were martial experts without guidance. The patrol disciples were responsible for leading them out and casting a shallow forgetfulness spell to erase their memories. Although the rewards for this task were not high, several talismans would be issued each month as patrol tools. Qian secretly saved a few, saying they might come in handy to save his life at a critical moment. Zhang Yinshin assisted in the medicinal garden. Compared to spiritual rice, spiritual herbs were 10 times more precious and required meticulous care. However, he aimed for alchemy, and since the Yuxia sect's Alchemy Institute had a famous reputation, his goal was to accumulate contribution points to strive for admission in the future. Though working in the medicinal garden was time-consuming and laborious, it allowed him to familiarize himself with the characteristics of various spiritual herbs, which was a rare learning opportunity for him. Unfortunately, this had also delayed his cultivation, and he was now at the same level as Jiang Han, having just recently broken through to the 3rd level. Li Denyo was the most straightforward. He chose spiritual or mining. The spiritual stone vein was located 300 miles away from Qingyun Mountain and could only be mined with a specially made spiritual pickaxe. It was a physically demanding job, but the rewards were substantial. Looking at his increasingly robust figure, solid muscles, and steady spiritual power, it was evident that the training over the past few months had yielded significant results. As for Jiang Han, this young man remained taciturn, standing alone at the edge of the crowd. Su Bai sensed a faint, menacing aura surrounding him, a killing intent that could only be acquired through multiple life and death struggles. Recalling the types of tasks he had undertaken, the answer was clear: hunting fierce beasts to provide ingredients for the sect's dining hall. With Jiang Han at the 3rd layer of Lianqi, he naturally lacked the power to hunt true demonic beasts. But merely supplying the sect dining hall with meat by hunting ordinary predators, tigers, bear beasts, and the like, was no great challenge. Those beasts were full of flesh and rich in vital qi, serving as auxiliary ingredients for refining certain low-grade pills and as provisions to satisfy some cultivators' appetites. 3 sonorous bell tolls rang from the stone tower at the center of the lecture ground, the waves sweeping across the assembly as if they were physical. The chatting disciples fell silent, and all looked skyward. A purple streak darted from the direction of the inner gate, and in an instant hovered above the lecture ground. The light condensed, revealing a middle-aged cultivator clad in a purple brocade robe. He stood with his hands behind his back in midair without any magical implements. His spiritual energy was reined in like a deep abyss, yet an invisible pressure radiated from him, causing the 1,000 or so Lianqi disciples below to feel their breaths hitch. Yukong Shu Sky Taming Art, a signature second-rank spell that only Foundation establishment cultivators can master. Without external aids, by resonating one's own spiritual energy with heaven and earth, one may soar through the skies. The purple-robed cultivator slowly alighted upon the circular stone platform, his gaze slicing across the crowd like lightning. It was the Foundation cultivator's unique divine sense, more meticulous than the naked eye, capable in an instant of discerning each disciple's cultivation depth and the reality of their spiritual energy. The way of immortality cannot be attained without great will and steadfast perseverance, he said in a voice that, though not loud, reached every ear with crystalline clarity. This annual assessment aims to weed out the slack. The sect's resources are limited and should be devoted to the diligent. He paused, voice turning stern. First, test cultivation inspection. Release your spiritual energy fully, conceal nothing. At his words, over 1,000 disciples simultaneously circulated their arts. In an instant, the hall shimmered with spiritual light and rolling breaths, crimson, azure, blue, yellow, white, colored auras illuminating the space like a kaleidoscopic sea of stars. Subai calmed his heart and summoned the whirl of qi in his dantian. He ran the third layer of Xiaoguang Lianqi Shu rosy radiance, refining qi technique. Pale white spiritual energy seeped from his pores, forming a thin halo about his body, firm and steady. At that moment, he distinctly felt an invisible force sweep across his body. That force was gentle yet irresistible, like clear water flowing over pebbles, probing him inside and out. Total spiritual energy, its purity the condition of his meridians, even the trace of his technique's operation. Before this divine sense, nothing could hide. This was the power of a foundation cultivator's divine sense. Earth-stage cultivators could not block such scrutiny. Rumor held that when divine sense is honed to its depths, it can be extended 100 li, discerning the smallest detail and commanding objects or slaying foes with a single thought. After only a few breaths, the purple-robed elder withdrew his divine sense, his eyes clear. He raised a hand and pointed into the crowd. You, and you. Step forward. He singled out 5 in succession. Their faces drained as they stepped out, trembling from the ranks. After a year since entry, your cultivation has barely advanced. The elder's voice was calm. With your spiritual aptitude, if diligent, you would be far beyond this. It shows habitual laziness and a waste of the sect's resources. He paused, then announced, from this day you are demoted to labor disciples for 1 year. If you show diligence during this period, after a year your outer door status may be restored. Any objections? The 5 fell silent. Who would dare argue? Steward Su from the outer gate carried 5 sets of gray labor robes and changed them on the spot. Seeing the jarring gray, the disciples felt a chill. The Yuxia sect's rewards and punishments were clear. It would not harbor idlers. Second test, spell practice. The elder turned to the remaining disciples. Step forward in order and display your most practiced spell. Do not seek higher rank, seek mastery and practicality. One by one they advanced. Some demonstrated Yu Wushu object commanding technique, manipulating stones to trace complex paths in the air. Some displayed Ling Gao Shu spirit pick technique, a miner's basic spell whose condensed spiritual energy forms a pick capable of cleaving rock. Qing Shen Shu light body technique made the body feather light, leaping several zhang in a single stride. Shuhan Shu cold dispelling technique summoned a warm current to chase away the morning chill. Subai stood in the middle of the line. When his turn came, he walked forward calmly, and without forming seals or chanting lifted his hand as if pressing the air. A pale blue mist rose from his palm and spread slowly, covering an area roughly a zhang in front. The rain-like mist was fine and even, falling soundlessly, yet leaving clear, damp traces on the blue stone. This was spiritual rain, the transformation of spiritual energy infused with gentle water element essence. The whole process was smooth and natural, without the slightest hesitation. He had clearly refined this first-rank lower-grade spell to the point where thought alone set it forth. Pass, the elder murmured without lifting his eyelids. To a foundation cultivator, even the most polished first-rank Lianqi spell was like a child's wooden sword, of little interest. 3 people most impressed in the realm of spells. 2 dual-rooted talents, Jin Qingjian and Yu Ji. After advancing to the 4th layer of Lianqi, they had already mastered first-rank mid-grade spells with notable offensive power. The last to take the stage was Jiang Han. The lean youth approached the platform expressionless. He raised his right hand, fingers curled, as if grasping nothing. Qi in his dantian surged, flowing along particular meridians to converge in his palm. Within 2 breaths, a fist-sized crimson fireball materialized from thin air. Flames rolled across its surface, and its core burned with such heat the surrounding air shimmered. More astonishingly, the fireball was unnaturally stable, lacking the usual wavering of fire spells cast by ordinary Lianqi disciples. Lianqi 3rd layer fireball technique. The elder finally raised his eyelids to scrutinize Jiang Han. You have studied a first-rank mid-grade spell beyond your level, and you have it under control. Your fire affinity is commendable. He hesitated, then took a white jade vial from his sleeve and tossed it to Jiang Han. These are 10 Qi Yin Dan Crimson Flame Pills. Fire attribute cultivators who take them can purify their spiritual energy and train well. Do not squander your gift. Jiang Han received the pills and bowed. Thank you, elder. The scene drew a low murmur from the disciples below. For an elder of foundation rank to personally bestow pills, what an honor. Countless gazes centered on Jiang Han, envy, jealousy, curiosity, admiration. Subai stood among them, eyes intent. A talent for fire spells. Indeed extraordinary, he thought. When the time is right, I must copy it. More pressing in his mind was another matter. The cooldown of Xianfu Zhaoying immortal gift reflection was nearly complete, and the dual-rooted talents best suited for copying were Jin Qingjian and Yu Ji. How to get close to them? As Subai pondered, the elder's voice rose again. cultivation level is the foundation, but spell combat strength must not be neglected. The immortal world is dog-eat-dog. Lofty cultivation without martial craft leaves you as fat sheep for the slaughter, he continued. This second test serves to remind you. Amid hardship and cultivation, do not forget to sharpen your claws. He swept his gaze across the hall, tone softening. The assessment ends here. Cultivate diligently, and do not fail your destiny. With that, the purple robe fluttered, the elder became a streak of light and vanished toward the inner gate. With the foundation elder gone, the pressure in the hall eased. The disciples drew long breaths and chatter rose. A few from courtyard 32 gathered together. Zhang Yenshin and Xian Er now looked at Jiang Han with markedly different eyes. The previous grudge born of his aloofness had dissolved like smoke. Junior brother Jiang, you hit it well. Xian Er clicked his tongue in admiration. To master the fireball technique beyond your rank, your talent. Zhang Yenshin was more pragmatic. If you refine fire spells in future, I hope you won't withhold guidance. Junior brother Jiang. Jiang Han remained silent and merely nodded slightly. Yet the vial of crimson flame pills in his hand silently announced his special standing among this batch of disciples. As Subai contemplated how to approach the dual-rooted disciples, his eyes caught a familiar figure beside Yuji. Wu Tian. The simple-faced youth stood next to Yuji, murmuring something. The small group he was with was evidently led by Yuji. Apparently, after switching courtyards, Wu Tian had been assigned to the same compound as this dual-rooted genius. That kid. He didn't mention a word when sending the jade talisman. Subei's mind stirred and then cleared. This was a godsend opportunity. He smoothed his robes and strode forward. Brother Wu. Subai called loudly. Wu Tian turned, and his face broke into a smile. Brother Su. Wu Tian hurried over and introduced him to those around. Seniors, this is the Subai I told you about. Brother Su, who helped me with my techniques when I first entered. Hearing this, Yuji looked up to appraise Subai. The youth was about 16 or 17, handsome and mild-mannered. Though he wore only plain azure clothes, he carried an air of composed confidence. More notable was the solidity and steadiness of his spiritual energy, clearly a firm foundation. Junior brother Su. Yuji nodded slightly, voice even. Brother Wu often mentioned you, saying that if not for your help he would have been held back by that unscrupulous warder for long. Mutual assistance among disciples is rare indeed. Subai cupped his hands in return. Brother, you flatters me. Wu Tian and I have long been friends. It was a small... He turned his gaze to Yuji, sincere. I heard you were one of the only 2 dual-rooted talents among this cohort. Seeing you today, your bearing is exceptional, and your progress leaves us 3-root disciples far behind. Yuji gave a faint smile without arrogance. Talent is only a faster start. The immortal path is long, body temperament, and fate are all indispensable. You junior brother Su have a solid foundation and are progressing well. Do not belittle yourself. He paused, then added, since brother Wu is close to you, feel free to visit my compound, B89 often. Between sectmates, ample exchange is proper. Certainly, Subai smiled. At the moment their eyes met, he already had plotted. In a few months, the cooldown on Xianfu Zhaoying immortal gift reflection would complete. And this dual-rooted genius before him would be the best target. Opportunities along the immortal path are often sown quietly in such seemingly casual encounters. At this moment, the crowd from Courtyard 32 also approached. Ujis gaze quickly fell on Jiang Han. This youth, who had just received a pill personally bestowed by the Foundation establishment elder, stood out remarkably among the new disciples. Is this Jiang Han a junior brother from the same courtyard as junior brother Su? Yuji inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity. Jiang Han's earlier performance had left a deep impression. The aptitude for spells and the affinity for spiritual roots are 2 distinct matters. In some sense, outstanding spellcasting talent is even rarer than good spiritual roots. However, the cultivation world ultimately relies on one's level of cultivation as its foundation. Without sufficient realm to support it, even the strongest spellcasting talent cannot be fully realized. Thus, sects tend to place greater emphasis on the quality of spiritual roots. These are the basis for ascending to higher realms. As for spell geniuses, they are only nurtured by the sect after reaching a certain realm and achieving a qualitative change in combat power. Subai then introduced the disciples from the 2 courtyards. There are 5 new outer disciples in the 98th courtyard where Yuji resides. Their managing disciple had successfully advanced to the inner sect last month, and now Yuji temporarily managed the affairs of the courtyard. This dual spiritual root genius not only led in cultivation, but was also well respected by fellow disciples in the same courtyard. What surprised Yuji was that all 5 disciples from Courtyard 32 had already advanced to the 3rd level of chi refinement. With a spellcasting genius like Jiang Han, the overall strength exhibited by this courtyard could not be underestimated. The road to immortality is long. Should they ascend to the inner sect in the future, having reliable companions will be crucial when executing those perilous tasks. Yuji suddenly felt a desire to befriend them. The people from Courtyard 32 showed no hostility towards Yuji, the dual spiritual root genius. Under Su Bei's subtle encouragement, the disciples from the two courtyards conversed joyfully, leaning towards forming an alliance. The two parties agreed to find an opportunity to gather and discuss their paths in the future, exchanging insights. Su Bei felt a bit relieved. He had successfully bridged the gap, with Yuji paving the way for the replication plan 3 months down the line. After the outer sect assessment ended, Su Bei returned to the Ling fields surrounding the mountain. The cultivation sect had no concept of mundane holidays. Amidst the daily watering and training, Su Bei quietly turned 17. During this time, he received a letter from the royal family of the Yan Kingdom. Having traversed mountains and rivers to deliver the letter to the sect, it must have cost the Yan Emperor a considerable sum. The letter contained nothing more than casual greetings and reminders to take care, with the words infused with the concerns of mundane parents for their child in the cultivation world. Su Bei did not turn cold-hearted. He took up his pen and wrote a short reply informing them that he was well and currently focused on his cultivation at Yusha sect. The content of the letter was not important. What mattered was the act of replying itself. That signified Su Bei's presence in the sect and his remembrance of familial affection. That was enough, and it must have been what the Yan Emperor wanted to confirm the most. After sending the reply, Su Bei's life returned to tranquility. Lingfield's thatched cottage cultivation. With daily diligent practice, the spiritual power within his dantian grew increasingly dense, like streams converging into a lake. By the first day of the 3rd month, the total amount of spiritual power in Su Bei's body had more than doubled compared to 3 months ago. Although he still had a distance to cover before reaching the peak of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, his progress could be described as astonishingly swift. More importantly, the golden-yellow interface in his mind quietly refreshed. The immortal aptitude reflection has been refreshed. Name: Su Bei. Spiritual root aptitude, tri-spiritual root water fire wood. Immortal aptitude reflection, survey 11, replicate 11. Su Bei opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flickering in his gaze. Dual spiritual roots. I've finally arrived at this moment. He had long calculated clearly if he could replicate the dual spiritual roots with this aptitude, combined with the resources from the Ling fields and his own diligent practice, the hope of competing for a top 3 position to advance to the 4th layer of Qi refinement was extremely high. According to Steward Su, the rewards included not only a significant amount of pills, but also a first-tier magical artifact. Having a magical artifact makes a world of difference for Qi refinement stage cultivators. Yuji, he'll visit you today. Su Bei rose, adjusted his robes, and after taking leave from Steward Chun, headed straight for the outer sect. The outer sect steward's residence was a familiar path for Su Bei. First, he went to Steward Su's place to collect the pills for this month. 3 pills for 3rd layer Qi refinement disciples, and 6 pills as a reward for 2 acres of Ling fields, totaling 9 essence pills. In 1 year since entering the sect, he had mastered this process with ease. Su Kid, just in time. Steward Su passed a jade bottle and lowered his voice. I've inquired, and among your batch of disciples aside from Yuji and Jin Xingjian, there is no 3rd person who has broken through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Those 2 dual spiritual roots are quite impressive. Both made it through a few months ago. Thank you, Steward. Su Bei felt a sense of certainty in his heart. This was precisely the situation he desired. Clear goals and an opportune time window. After receiving the pills, Su Bei turned towards the 98th courtyard. Using a jade talisman to send a message, the courtyard's gate opened in response. Upon entering, he found Yuji waiting under the cypress in the courtyard. Junior brother Su. Yuji smiled and nodded. 3 months ago, after the outer sect assessment, the disciples from the 2 courtyards had a small gathering to discuss their paths. Yuji had gained some insights into fire-type spells from Jiang Han, leaving him with a good impression of the disciples from courtyard 32. Thus, when Su Bei invited him under the pretense of seeking guidance on cultivation difficulties, he readily accepted. Today he needed to go to the outer sect to collect his pills, so they arranged to meet in the courtyard. I hope you can spare some time to offer your guidance, senior brother Yu. Su Bei bowed respectfully. Meanwhile, he subtly activated his thoughts. Immortal aptitude reflection, survey activated. Survey successful. Name Yuji. Spiritual root aptitude, dual attribute, spiritual root firewood. Consistent with the rumors. In fact, given the sect's rigorous dual testing, Su Bei could have spared this opportunity for surveying. However, as the path to immortality begins, caution is never a mistake. Among fellow disciples, it is only right to engage in mutual sparring. Yuji's tone was gentle, devoid of the arrogance often seen in geniuses. Do you have any questions, junior brother? Su Bei took out a thin booklet from his robe and stepped forward 2 paces. I have noted down some key points regarding my cultivation, and I hope senior brother can take a look. He paused for a moment and explained, Senior brother, you having recently broken through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement should have fresher and deeper insights into the transition from the 3rd to the 4th layer than our senior brother Zhou in this courtyard. As the 2 came closer, Yuji, without suspicion, reached out to take the booklet. The instant their fingertips touched, immortal aptitude reflection replicate activated. An invisible bond was established in an instant. Subai felt a slight warmth in his palm, as if some profound mark flowed from Ujiah's fingertips into him, swiftly ascending through his arm's meridians to his spine. Replication successful. Target aptitude copied. Dual spiritual root firewood. Detected that this dual spiritual root conflicts with the host's original tri-spiritual root attributes. Please choose one. Retain the tri-spiritual root dual spiritual root partially covering, which will lead to mixed spiritual roots. 2. Abandon the tri-spiritual root and completely replace it with the dual spiritual root. Choose option 2. Subai silently thought. Buzz. At his spine, the originally gentle flowing three-colored spiritual root light suddenly dimmed, dissolving like ink in water. In its place, a more intense and pure warm current surged from the spiritual hub. Crimson and azure colors intertwined, like dual dragons entwined, rapidly spreading along the meridian network. In an instant, Subai's pores opened wide. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged in, as if drawn by a magnet coming from all directions. The absorption speed surged more than threefold. Once the spiritual energy entered his body, it circulated more smoothly, naturally differentiating into fire and wood attributes under the guidance of the dual spiritual roots, each returning to its respective meridian, with no more of the previous weak conflict present from the tri-spiritual roots. This is the sensation of dual spiritual roots. Subai suppressed the excitement in his heart. No wonder Yuji and Jin Qingjian's cultivation speed far surpassed their peers. This level of affinity for spiritual energy and refining efficiency was no longer a mere quantitative change, but a qualitative difference. At this moment, Yuji had finished reading the booklet. The points noted by junior brother Su are indeed common barriers when advancing from the third to the fourth layer. He did not notice Subai's momentary oddity and pondered. For instance, the process of condensing spiritual power into liquid requires attention. He elaborated, sharing his insights on breaking through the rhythm of compressing spiritual power and the key points for adjusting one's mindset. His words were clear and his understanding was profound, evident that not only was his talent exceptional, but his comprehension was also remarkable. Subai listened intently. This experience would be immensely beneficial for his upcoming breakthrough. Moreover, this inquiry was entirely reasonable, without any abruptness. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. After Yuji finished speaking, Subai respectfully bowed. It was nothing at all. Yuji waved his hand, returning the booklet. Junior brother has a solid foundation. If you cultivate diligently like this, you have great hope of breaking through to the fourth layer within a year. The unparalleled genius with a single spiritual root is often recognized by the inner sect elders during the entrance test and is immediately taken as a direct disciple brought into the core area of the inner sect for careful cultivation. As a disciple of the outer sect, Subai had no opportunity to interact with such figures. As for the elders who had already achieved foundation establishment, or even golden core, they were even more aloof, and ordinary disciples could hardly meet them, let alone approach them closely or replicate their talents. Being able to successfully replicate a dual spiritual root was already an excellent opportunity for Subai at this stage. Though spiritual roots are fundamental to cultivation, they are not the only factor. Subai walked on the flagstone path back to the spiritual fields, lost in thought. Over the past year, many outer sect disciples have begun to reveal other talents. Jiang Han's fire-based spell talent, Zhang Yan's deep interest in alchemy, and others showing initial prowess in talisman making and artifact refining. A thought flashed in his mind: in the past few years in the outer sect, I might be able to find ways to replicate these talents one by one, and this way in the future I would be able to. Just as the thought arose, he shook his head self-deprecatingly. One cannot be greedy. Although there are versatile talents in the cultivation world, human energy is ultimately limited. Too much miscellaneous learning will inevitably hinder fundamental cultivation, and in the path of cultivation, realm and lifespan are the true foundations. He couldn't help but recall scenes from games in his previous life. If there were a skill like immortal talent reflection, why would one need to be so secretive? One could replicate freely and rise rapidly. But reality was ultimately different. Not only was lifespan limited, but the secrets of immortal techniques must be strictly guarded, and every step must weigh the pros and cons. Never mind, I'll take it step by step, and first aim to break through to the mid-stage of chi refinement with my dual spiritual roots. Upon returning to the 15th layer of the spiritual fields after completing the irrigation of 2 acres that day, Subai eagerly took out a vitality pill and consumed it, sitting cross-legged to cultivate. As the pill entered his abdomen, the medicinal power spread out. This experience was completely different from before. The affinity of the dual spiritual roots with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth far exceeded that of the triple spiritual roots, and at this moment the absorption efficiency of the medicinal power surged. As the spiritual energy transformed from the vitality pill circulated within his body, it flowed almost without obstruction, like streams merging into a river, smoothly returning to the sea. The speed at which the medicinal power was refined and transformed into spiritual power increased by at least 30 to 40%. With the enhancement of the dual spiritual roots, the efficacy of 9 vitality pills was comparable to that of 13 or 14 in the past. This is what it feels like to have superior talent. Subai exhaled slowly, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. No wonder the cultivation world places such importance on spiritual root aptitude. This is not merely a difference in cultivation speed, it is a chasm in resource utilization. The same medicinal pills yield vastly different results in the hands of different spiritual root cultivators. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months flew by in the blink of an eye. With the enhancement of his dual spiritual roots, Subai's cultivation speed surged. In just 3 short months, he had reached the peak of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Within his dantian, the swirling mass of qi had solidified to the size of a pigeon egg, with faint golden spiritual power slowly rotating within, creating subtle ripples of spiritual energy with each turn. However, in recent days, Subai discovered a strange phenomenon. No matter how he cultivated, nearly half of the newly absorbed spiritual energy inexplicably dissipated when transforming into spiritual power, as if an invisible barrier were obstructing the qualitative change. Is this the bottleneck of advancing from early to mid-qi refinement? Subai did not panic. He had learned from texts and from Zhouchang that for cultivators with triple spiritual roots, breaking through this barrier could take from several months to several years, requiring repeated impacts and refinement of spiritual power. But for someone with dual spiritual roots, this barrier posed little difficulty. One merely needed to cultivate step by step, and success would come naturally. He maintained his daily routine: morning cultivation, irrigation, taking pills, and refining. On the 3rd night, the oil lamp in the thatched cottage flickered dimly. Subai sat cross-legged on the mat, circulating the 3rd layer of the Xia Guang Qi refinement technique. The spiritual power ball within his dantian spun faster and faster, the surface rippling with fine waves. At a certain moment, pop! A faint sound seemed to emanate from within his body. That layer of invisible barrier shattered in response. The qi si in his dantian suddenly expanded, and the surface of the spiritual power ball cracked with fine lines. Then, like a chrysalis breaking open, its size increased by a 1/3, and its color transformed into a more solid pale gold. A strong suction force surged from his dantian, and the surrounding spiritual energy poured into his body like a tidal wave, quickly transforming into new spiritual power after circulating around, filling the emptiness after the breakthrough. However, the newly transformed spiritual power was not enough to fill the gap. The demand for spiritual energy at the 4th layer of qi refinement far exceeded that of the 3rd layer. Subai focused his mind and immediately adjusted to the 4th layer of the Xia Guang Qi refinement technique. In the instant of changing techniques, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy surged nearly double, barely meeting the cultivation needs following the breakthrough. It worked. Subai opened his eyes, a flash of golden light briefly appearing. He felt the surging spiritual power within him, almost 50% thicker than before the breakthrough, flowing more smoothly, and his perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became much clearer. The 4th layer of qi refinement, mid-qi refinement stage. At this point, he had truly stepped into the realm of immortality. As for the spiritual field tasks, they should end here. Subai stood up and looked out at the 2 acres of spiritual fields bathed in moonlight. The blue rice swayed gently in the night breeze, the tips of the ears gradually tinged with gold, ready for harvest in half a month. It was not that the spiritual field task could not continue. Mid-qi refinement disciples, if they wished to delve deeper into this path, could learn more advanced spiritual planting techniques, manage more spiritual fields, and even take the title of spiritual planter to enjoy special subsidies from the sect. But this was not what Subai desired. Ultimately, the cultivation world was a survival of the fittest. Now, being able to cultivate safely in the Yuxia sect relied entirely on the sect's protection. Yet the path of immortality is long, and there will inevitably come a time to leave the mountain for training. Without sufficient combat strength, encountering robbers or demon beasts would make one a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This is precisely why the Yuxiao sect holds the inter-sect competition every year, using generous rewards to encourage disciples to hone their combat strength. What the sect needs are not mere farmers who can plant fields, but cultivators who can protect the Dao and engage in battle. After advancing to mid-qi refinement, one could learn first-tier mid-grade spells, many of which had considerable offensive capabilities. For Subai, the next focus should be, while improving his cultivation, to also hone his combat strength within a safe range. The next morning, Subai arrived at the steward's office in the 15th layer. "Steward Chun, I would like to apply to end the spiritual field task." Steward Chun was trimming a pot of spiritual plants, and upon hearing this, he raised his head, scrutinized Subai for a moment, and smiled. "You've broken through to the 4th layer. Good. He did not try to retain him, but nodded, saying young people should venture more, while spiritual planting is stable, it lacks sharpness. You may go. I will contact the outer sect to send a new disciple to take over." The procedures were straightforward and efficient. Su-bai handed over the spiritual field restriction token, and Steward Chun recorded the task completion on the jade slip. Before leaving the office, Su-bai took one last look at the 2 acres of spiritual fields. In the morning light, the blue rice ears drooped low, sparkling with dew. This land he had tended for over half a year was about to welcome a new master. Farewell, Su-bai murmured softly to himself, turning to step on the stone stairs. There was no lingering attachment. The path of immortality should always move forward. Upon returning to the outer sect, Su-bai headed straight for the steward's office. Steward Su was reclining in a rattan chair in the courtyard, squinting and enjoying the morning light. Hearing hurried footsteps, he lazily opened his eyes, saw it was Su-bai, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Steward Su. Su-bai hurried forward, a slight aura radiating from him. I have advanced to the 4th layer of chi refinement. I wonder, am I still the 3rd to break through among this batch of disciples? His tone carried just the right amount of urgency, wanting to show his seriousness about the reward without being overly dramatic. Steward Su sat up, carefully sensing Su-bai's aura, and privately marveled. As a fellow triple spiritual root, was this child advancing too quickly? But he did not show it on his face, only slowly saying, "What are you in a hurry for? It's not like it's going to slip away from you." He took out an indigo storage bag from his waist and tossed it to Su-bai. "Congratulations, you are indeed the 3rd to break through. The reward is here. Take a look for yourself." Su-bai caught the storage bag, feeling its substantial weight in his hand. He took a deep breath and concentrated a strand of spiritual power into the bag's opening. As the storage space unfolded, the items inside became clear. A white jade pill bottle with a yellow silk label affixed, inscribed with the words Huanglong pill. Removing the stopper released a rich medicinal fragrance. 10 pills, each the size of a longan, with a surface shimmering with spiritual light. This was a 1st-tier mid-grade spirit pill, its potency 50% stronger than the vitality pill, best suited for cultivators in mid-chi refinement. A long sword with a scabbard. The scabbard was made of blue sandalwood engraved with flowing cloud patterns. Drawing the sword, its blade was about 2 feet and 8 inches long, pale blue, like autumn water, with a concealed cold gleam at the edge, faintly vibrating with spiritual energy. This was a 1st-tier low-grade magical tool, the Qinglu sword. Although it was the lowest grade of magical tools, it was 10 times sharper than ordinary iron. 3 booklets. The first recorded the complete techniques of the Xia Guang Qi refinement technique from the 5th to the 10th layers. The second contained 3 types of 1st-tier mid-grade spells: Fireball Technique, Water Shield Technique, and Rejuvenation Technique. The third was basic refining techniques and methods for maintaining magical tools. Su-bai's gaze fell upon the spell booklets. Fireball Technique. The strongest attack among 1st-tier mid-grade elemental spells, capable of forming a barrage of fireballs when mastered with astonishing power. Water Shield Technique. A water-based defensive spell that can condense water into a shield to withstand attacks from spells of the same tier. Rejuvenation Technique. A wood-based healing spell more effective than cold driving technique, with significant effects on external wounds and internal injuries. Pill's Magical Tools Technique spells. The sect's reward was truly comprehensive, especially the Qinglu sword, which was exactly what he needed at the moment. In the eyes of mortals, a cultivator capable of using the revitalization technique is not much different from the legendary immortal who can bring the dead back to life. Even though this is merely a 1st-tier middle-grade spell, its ability to heal internal and external injuries and dispel diseases makes it seem like a divine technique to the mundane. These 3 spells are extremely practical protective techniques for cultivators in the mid-stage of chi refinement: the Fireball Technique for offense, the Water Shield Technique for defense, and the Revitalization Technique for healing. With a combination of offense, defense, and healing, they form the basic setup for going out on adventures and facing dangers. However, as 1st-tier middle-grade spells, their training difficulty is far beyond that of low-grade spells. Not only do they require more spiritual energy, but the paths of chi circulation are also more complex. The number of hand seals needed before casting increases, and the ancient chants are longer. Especially the Fireball Technique, requiring 3 layers of hand seals, chanting 10 segments of ancient sounds, and involving 12 meridians in the flow of spiritual energy. A slight mistake could result in a failed spell, or even a backlash, harming oneself. Among all the rewards, the most valuable is undoubtedly the Qinglu sword. Though it is merely a 1st-tier low-grade magical weapon, it is regarded as a rare treasure by cultivators in the chi refinement stage. Many inner disciples toil for years and may not even possess a magical weapon of their own. Within the sect, there are usually only 2 ways to obtain a magical weapon. One is to rank among the top 50 in the inner sect competition and receive a weapon as a reward. The second is to accumulate spirit stones to trade for one at the sect's shop, but the price is enough to deter ordinary disciples. However, cultivators in the mid-stage of chi refinement are still unable to control a weapon. Only in the hands of cultivators in the late stage of chi refinement can magical weapons truly exert their power, such as flying on a sword or attacking from a distance. Currently, Su-bai wields this sword more like a mundane warrior in close combat. Though its blade is sharper and infused with spiritual energy, it can pierce through the skin and scales of low-level beasts. As for that bottle of Huanglong Dan, it is also a significant gift. The refinement of Huanglong Dan is much more complex than that of Jinyuan Dan, requiring not only spiritual rice, but also several genuine first-tier spiritual herbs. The success rate is low, yet its efficacy exceeds that of Jinyuan Dan by more than 50%. In the market, a bottle of Jinyuan Dan is valued at about 1 low-grade spirit stone, while Huanglong Dan costs 10 times the difference, highlighting its rarity. Thank you, Elder Su. Su-bai collected the rewards, fastening the storage bag around his waist with a beaming smile. Wait a moment. Elder Su raised his hand. The rewards are yours, but the storage bag must be returned. Off. Su-bai was taken aback. Even the Outer Sex Administration is stingy about a storage bag. Oomph. Elder Su's expression turned stern. Without careful accounting, where would the resources to support you disciples come from? The sect is large and needs to conserve resources. Su-bai had no choice but to take out the Huanglong Dan, the booklet, and the Qinglu sword, placing them into his original storage bag, and return the indigo storage bag. Elder Su accepted it, carefully inspecting it before placing it in the cabinet. He then took out a green porcelain bottle from another drawer, poured out a Huanglong Dan, and handed it to Su-bai. This is your monthly stipend. Disciples in the 4th layer of Qi refinement receive 1 Huanglong Dan per month. If you are unable to collect it due to tasks outside, it can be accumulated with no upper limit. Su-bai accepted the pill and smiled wryly. Elder is truly meticulous. Rules are rules. Elder Su waved his hand. Go cultivate well, and do not let down the sect's training. After bidding farewell to the somewhat miserly Elder Su-bai turned to the task window in the West Wing, where Elder Lin was on duty. Elder Lin was focused on organizing documents when he heard the sound and looked up. Seeing Su-bai's round face, instantly broke into a smile. Junior brother Su. It's only been a few days, and you've already reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement. That's impressive, truly impressive. If you become a true disciple in the future, make sure to support your seniors. His attitude was vastly different from when he had just received a disciple with 5 spiritual roots. The cultivation world is indeed so realistic. Talent and potential determine the attitude of others. Elder Lin flatters me. Su-bai clasped his hands. It's merely a fortunate breakthrough. I do not dare to hope for true discipleship, being content to enter the inner sect. Haha, junior brother is too modest. Elder Lin laughed, taking out a thick jade slip from the cabinet. Now that you've reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement, there are many more tasks you can accept. Let me see. They need to be time efficient for cultivation, offer rich rewards, and also be safe, and provide some challenge. He lightly traced his finger over the jade slip, and lines of task information flowed by. After a moment, his eyes lit up. Got it. Elder Lin turned the jade slip towards Su-bai, even directly opening a detailed description of one task for Su-bai to see. This was technically against the rules, as disciples are supposed to check and choose tasks independently, and elders should not interfere with recommendations. However, he clearly wanted to do Su-bai a favor. The Linghua Lake guarding task requires a cultivation level above the 4th layer of Qi refinement and must master 3 first-tier middle-grade spells, including the water escape technique. The term is at least 1 year, with a reward of 3 bottles of Huanglong Dan each year. Su-bai focused intently. Besides the Qingyan Mountain main sect, the Yuxiao sect also has many resource points scattered across the vast Qingshan Spirit Plain, Spirit Stone Veins, Spiritual Herb Valleys, Special Spirit Springs. And Linghua Lake is one of them. This lake is located at the southwestern edge of the Qingshan Spirit Plain, just 100 miles from the Yuxiao sect's mountain gate, which is quite close for a cultivator's pace. The lake water naturally contains moonlight spiritual energy, and at the bottom grows a special spiritual plant called Linghua grass, which is the main ingredient for refining the moonlight pill. The moonlight pill is effective for calming the mind and assisting in breaking through bottlenecks, making it very popular in the inner sect. Strangely, the Linghua grass can only survive at the bottom of Linghua Lake. If transplanted, it will wither rapidly. The Yuxiao sect's Dan Hall has attempted countless times, all ending in failure. In desperation, they had to establish a permanent base by the lake, sending disciples to guard it and collect periodically. On paper, the Qingshan Spirit Plain belongs exclusively to the Yuxiao sect, and with Linghua Lake being so close to the mountain gate, its safety is indeed assured. Ordinary loose cultivators or disciples from small sects would never dare to easily touch the Yuxiao sect's resource points. Daily precautions would simply involve guarding against low-level beasts stealing the spiritual grass. In the Qingzhou cultivation world, the 3 major sects led by the Yuxiao sect stand firm. Besides the core spiritual veins occupied by these 3 sects, most other cultivation resources are concentrated in 2 major spirit plains, the Qingshan Spirit Plain and the Yunhai Spirit Plain. The so-called Spirit Plain is essentially a vast expanse of land formed by the convergence of countless micro-spiritual veins. It is broad and resource-rich, hence the name plane. In ancient times, the spiritual energy within the spirit plane was even more abundant, and many sects were established here, leaving behind numerous secret realms and relics. The Qingshan spirit plane is adjacent to the Qingyun mountain range, and one could even say that Qingyun mountain is one of its gateways. Due to the Yuxia sect's power, the spirit plane is essentially monopolized by them. The Yunhai spirit plane is governed by the other two sects. Of course, monopolization is just a nominal term. The Qingshan spirit plane stretches for tens of thousands of miles, crossing several mortal kingdoms, and the Yuxia sect cannot possibly defend everywhere. There are always loose cultivators or disciples from small sects sneaking in to seek opportunities. In this regard, the Yuxia sect mostly turns a blind eye. So long as they do not touch the designated resource points, they are allowed to try their luck. However, if someone dares to act against the sect's designated resources, it would be akin to touching a forbidden scale, and they would surely face a thunderous pursuit. The rewards for the Lingwei Lake task are indeed tempting. 3 bottles of Huanglong Dan per year amounts to 30 pills. If converted to Jingyuan Dan, it would equal 300. When Su Bai was at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, his monthly stipend plus the spiritual field task amounted to only 108 Jingyuan Dan per year. Now, if he could take on this task, his annual income would soar by more than 4 times. The only downside is that Lingwei Lake is located outside the mountain gate. Although there is a simple gathering spirit array set up, the concentration of spiritual energy is far less than inside Qingyun Mountain. However, with the rich medicinal pills to compensate this small loss is entirely acceptable. Su Bai pondered for a moment before raising his eyes and saying, "Elder Lin, I am willing to accept this task, but I may find it difficult to master 3 middle-grade spells within a week." "No problem." Elder Lin waved his hand, lowering his voice. "You only need to master the water escape technique first. That is a hard requirement, as the Lingwei Lake task requires frequent water exploration. As for the other 2, I can be flexible and give you 3 months to complete them. I still have that authority as your senior brother." He paused and smiled. "This task is quite sought after. It just became available today. If you wait until you master the spells to come, it will have long been snatched up by someone else. Junior brother, you are extraordinarily talented and will surely become a true disciple in the future. I consider this a early chance to build a good rapport. When junior brother Su becomes a true disciple in the future, don't forget the favor I did for you today." The implication was clear. Su Bai understood and solemnly clasped his hands. "Thank you, senior brother Lin. I will remember it." Lin Shixiang's favor was well understood by Su Bai. After careful consideration, the task of guarding Lingwei Lake was indeed the most suitable choice for him at present. The rewards were substantial, far exceeding ordinary tasks, providing opportunities for practical combat against demonic beasts to hone his fighting strength, and being close to the mountain gate, ensuring a higher safety factor without risking his life. That's right. Lin Shixiang beamed, quickly handling the registration for Su Bai and entering the task information into the Jade Talisman. This task required him to stay off the mountain for a full year, during which time he could not return to the sect to collect his monthly allowance. Therefore, according to the sect's rules, the reward for such long-term assignments, 3 bottles of Huanglong Dan, had to be issued in advance all at once. Lin Shixiang took 3 azure porcelain pill bottles from the cabinet along with a light yellow talisman containing the key points of the water escape technique and handed them to Su Bai. The task details the map of Lingwei Lake, and the precautions for the outpost have all been recorded in your Jade Talisman. You must set out within 7 days. Thank you, Lin Shixiang. Su Bai accepted the items and expressed his gratitude earnestly. No need to be polite. Lin Shixiang waved his hand and lowered his voice. Junior brother, your future is limitless. If you become a true disciple in the future, I hope you will take care of me. I will certainly remember. Upon returning to the 32nd courtyard, it was already afternoon. The courtyard was tranquil, with emerald bamboos swaying gently in the wind. Zhang Yin, Li Daniu, and Qian Er were all out on missions, while Jiang Han was even more elusive. The courtyard was empty, which suited Su Bai's intentions perfectly. He needed to focus on cultivating his spells. Entering the room, Su Bai stored the 3 bottles of Huanglong Dan into his spatial pouch and unfolded the booklet for the water escape technique. The spell book depicted intricate diagrams of spiritual energy flow with annotations detailing the hand seals and ancient incantation techniques. As a mid-tier first-level spell, the water escape technique was far more complex than the rain dew technique. It required dual hand seals, 8 segments of ancient incantation, and the flow of spiritual energy involved 9 main meridians and 24 acupoints. Su Bai focused intently on comprehending it. The hand seal was named Fun Bo Yin, with different hand gestures formed by each hand requiring a delicate balance. The 8 segments of ancient rhythm totaled 32 syllables, which had to be completed in one breath, without pausing. The most complex aspect was the path of spiritual energy. 2 streams needed to be drawn from the Dantian, 1 primary and 1 auxiliary, with the main meridian ascending along the Ren meridian. He closed his eyes and mentally simulated the operation. Initially, he made frequent mistakes. Either the hand seals were unbalanced or the ancient incantation broke off. However, Subai remained calm and unhurried, repeatedly correcting his mistakes until he gradually grasped the essence. After 4 days of intense training, neglecting food and sleep, by the evening of the 4th day, Subai finally mastered the key points of the diagrams and could mentally rehearse the entire spellcasting process. I need to practice this in water. He stood up and pushed open the window, gazing outside. In the southeastern corner of the outer gate was a natural lake named Shuyutan. The lake's water was fed by the melting snow from the peak of Qingyun Mountain, clear and cold, approximately 3 zhang deep, and was usually the place where disciples practiced water manipulation spells. When Subai arrived at the lake's edge, it was early morning. A thin mist covered the lake's surface, and occasionally fish would leap out, sending ripples across the water. He took a deep breath and stood still by the lake. He formed the Funbo In with both hands. His left thumb pressed against the root of his ring finger with his index and middle fingers together, pointing forward. His right palm faced upward, fingers slightly curved, as if holding water. The spiritual energy within his body moved as he thought, dividing into 2 streams along the predetermined. His chest resonated as he recited the 8 segments of ancient rhythm in a low voice. Funbo Pai Lang Shui, Fu Tong Tu. At the moment the last syllable fell, a faint blue spiritual light enveloped him like a layer of transparent water membrane covering his body. Subai leaped into the lake. The entry was silent. The faint blue spiritual light naturally pushed the water aside, creating a space without water within 3 feet around him. Moreover, the spiritual light could filter the air in the water for breathing. Subai subtly willed it, releasing some of his spiritual energy, and his body glided forward several zhang, like a fish moving gracefully. He flipped, dashed, and hovered in the water. Initially, it felt somewhat awkward, but in less than half an incense stick's time, he could move as if on solid ground. However, to maintain the stability of the spell, he still needed to keep his left hand in the sealing position. This was a sign that he had not yet fully mastered it. A few more days of practice, and I should be able to cast it with a thought, Subai estimated in his heart. After practicing in the lake for half an hour, he finally surfaced when his spiritual energy was nearly half depleted. When he leaped onto the shore, his clothes were completely dry. The effect of the water escape technique was indeed extraordinary. Lin Shixiang asked me to set out within 7 days, so there's no need to rush. Subai returned to the 32nd courtyard and took out the jade slips containing the fireball technique and water shield technique. Though these 2 spells were not a hard requirement for the task, since he had accepted the task of mastering 3 mid-tier spells, he needed to put in some effort. Moreover, offensive and defensive spells were essential for protecting his path. The fireball technique was extraordinarily complex. 3 sets of hand seals, 10 segments of ancient rhythm, and the path of spiritual energy involved 12 meridians, though a slight mistake could result in self-ignition. Subai only dared to simulate it mentally, not daring to cast it in practice. The courtyard was full of lush bamboo and trees, and if he accidentally ignited a fire, it would be quite troublesome. The water shield technique, on the other hand, was relatively mild. Dual seals with 6 sounds, the spiritual energy weaving like a net before him, forming a water curtain shield. Subai attempted several times and was able to condense a light blue water curtain about a foot square in front of him. While it was not as effective as a real defense, it already had the shape of one. I'll continue practicing at Lingwa Lake. He put away the jade slips. I still need to put on a show. On the morning of the 7th day, the morning light was faint. Subai tidied up the room simply and took one last glance at the small room he had lived in for nearly a year. The bed, the desk, the mat. The furnishings were simple, but had borne countless days and nights since he entered the sect. Pushing the door open, the emerald bamboo glistened with dew. He did not linger any longer and left the 32nd courtyard directly. After passing through the outer gate buildings and walking east for about a mile, he arrived at the main square of Yuxia sect. The square was paved with white jade spanning 100 zhang. In the center stood a stone tablet 9 zhang high, inscribed with the 3 ancient characters Yuxia sect, written in an iron brush and silver hooks, subtly exuding the intent of a sword. At the edges of the square there were 3 ancient pavilions with flying eaves and upturned corners, occasionally graced by white cranes. This place was where the sect welcomed guests, and also the main entrance. Looking up at the end of the square was a 1,000-tier white jade staircase winding upwards into the depths of the clouds and mist. The staircase shimmered in the morning sun, resembling a path to immortality. At the top of the staircase, the outline of the inner gate hall could be faintly seen, with flying eaves and bracket sets exuding a majestic atmosphere. The inner gate. Subai murmured, I will eventually step onto it. He walked towards the ancient pavilion on the east side. Inside the pavilion sat a black-clad steward, eyes closed in meditation. Disciple Subai here to take over the Lingwa Lake guarding task. I have come to report for duty. Subai presented the jade talisman. The steward opened his eyes, nodded after examining the jade talisman, and pointed down the mountain. Lingwei Lake is just over 100 miles away. A mid-stage chi refining cultivator using the light body technique can reach it in an hour. You may descend the mountain yourself. Subai retrieved the jade talisman. He walked to the edge of the square and looked down the mountain. The so-called path down the mountain was in fact no path at all. Dense forests grew all around with thorns everywhere and cliffs and precipices visible in every direction. Ordinary people could barely move an inch, and only cultivators could leap using the light body technique. Subai took a deep breath, channeling his spiritual energy to his feet. The light body technique activated. His body soared like a feather leaping 3 zhang. His toes lightly tapped on treetops and rocky points, using the force to propel himself further. The mountain wind howled in his ears, and the trees retreated beneath his feet. Initially, he felt quite unaccustomed. This was his first descent entirely relying on himself. Lacking the stability he had when being carried by inner sect disciples, it added a bit of danger. On 2 occasions, his landing was slightly off, nearly causing him to slip and fall, but fortunately, he managed to grab onto cracks in the rocks and vines, stabilizing himself. After leaping like this for about a quarter of an hour, the air ahead suddenly rippled like water. The mountain protecting formation. Subai held the jade talisman and moved forward. The ripples touched the jade talisman, and a faint light parted to create a gap. He passed through the formation, feeling a sudden lightness throughout his body. The dense spiritual energy that had always shrouded the mountain gate had suddenly thinned by a third. Continuing downward after another quarter of an hour, he finally found solid ground. Before him was a lush, primordial forest with ancient trees reaching for the sky and vines hanging down. Though he had exited the mountain gate, he was still within the bounds of the Qing Mountain's spiritual origin, where the spiritual energy was still much denser than in ordinary places. Subai took out the jade slip map and oriented himself. Lingwei Lake was 100 miles to the southwest. He activated the light body technique, once more soaring through the forest. This time the terrain was flat, and he moved faster, his figure passing through the dense woods like blue smoke, startling several forest birds. 100 miles away took only a little more than half an hour. The trees ahead grew sparser, and the moisture surrounded him. Pushing aside the last vine, he suddenly saw a broad lake before him. A vast lake came into view. The lake covered several thousand mu, its water a clear azure shimmering with glimmers under the morning light. A light white spiritual mist rose from the lake's surface, drifting with the wind, carrying refreshing and moist spiritual energy. Strange flowers and grasses grew along the lake, each containing a faint spiritual power, clearly nourished by the lake's spiritual energy, not ordinary species. In the center of the lake, a small island appeared like a piece of jade embedded in the water. On the island, the outlines of several thatched cottages were visible, with faint formations of spiritual light circulating around them. A gathering spirit array, a caution array. Subai estimated it's quite well arranged. He did not rashly approach, but instead walked to a clearly marked formation node by the lakeside, placing the jade talisman upon it. Buzz! The caution array was triggered, sending ripples across the lake's surface. Subai stood still, waiting. Within 10 breaths, the water waves from the island's center surged. 2 figures burst forth from the water, shooting towards the lakeside like arrows. As the splashes subsided, 2 disciples in blue robes appeared, one tall and the other short, both in their early 20s with stable auras, clearly at the 5th level of chi refinement. Oh, not a demonic beast. The shorter disciple raised an eyebrow. It's a fellow disciple coming to take over. The taller, round-faced disciple smiled and looked at Subai. Are you the junior brother here to take over the Lingwei Lake task? Yes. Subai stepped forward a couple of paces and cupped his hands. Outer sect disciple Subai here to take over the guarding of Lingwei Lake. This is the task, Jade Talisman. He activated the Jade Talisman, and the task information floated into the air. The round-faced disciple nodded after checking. Indeed, you are junior brother Su. My surname is Wang, and his surname is Sun. Senior brother Zhao, who guards this place, is on the island. Come, let's go meet him. The shorter disciple Sun let out a long breath. Finally, you're here. I've nearly grown mold in this wretched place. Subai smiled. Please lead the way, senior brothers. Are you proficient in the water escape technique? Senior brother Wang asked. I have some knowledge of it, Subai nodded. That's good. Senior brother Wang turned to face the lake. Stay close. After saying this, both of them formed hand seals simultaneously, and blue light enveloped their bodies as they leaped into the lake. Subai also formed the Fun Bo In, with faint blue spiritual light covering him, closely following behind. Entering the water, a cool sensation wrapped around him. The 2 figures ahead swam swiftly toward the island like fish. Subai urged his spiritual energy, keeping a distance of 3 zhang behind them. The lake water was clear, and he could see the water plants swaying and schools of fish swimming. Using the water escape technique, he moved through the lake surrounded by a faint blue spiritual light as the water naturally parted. Subai looked down, and to his surprise, he saw faint yellow glimmers at the dark bottom of the lake like stars scattered across the night sky, gently swaying with the waves, emanating a mysterious and soft glow. That was the unique product of Lingwell Lake, Lingwell grass. This grass resembled slender orchid leaves, crystalline all over with moonlight-like glimmers flowing through its veins. They rooted in the muddy lake bottom, yet remained pure and unstained, swaying gently with the undercurrents. According to the task instructions, one of Su Bei's future daily responsibilities would be to periodically dive to the lake bottom to harvest mature Lingwei grass for the sect's alchemy needs. Before long, the three approached the central island of the lake and leaped out of the water together. When they landed again, they found themselves on this small island which measured only half an acre. Though small, the island was well managed by the disciples of Yuxia sect, exuding an aura of immortality. In the center of the island grew a small grove of lush bamboo, the shadows dancing gracefully and rustling softly. 3 thatched cottages were arranged in a triangular formation connected by bamboo corridors. In front of the cottages lay a small plot of medicinal herbs growing several common low-tier spiritual medicines. What stood out the most were 2 snow-white cranes elegantly preening their feathers by the lake's edge. They were not startled by the presence of newcomers. They merely raised their eyes for a glance before returning to their grooming. The island was enveloped in a faint array of spiritual light, indicating that the gathering spirit array was, though not as rich and surging as the spiritual energy within the Yuxia sect's mountain gate, it still possessed a concentration of about 70 to 80%, allowing one to feel the pure spiritual energy permeating the lungs, with each breath refreshing the mind. Senior Brother Zhao, the new outer sect disciples assigned to guard Lingwell Lake, have arrived, called out the round-faced disciple to the thatched cottage in the center. As the words fell, the bamboo door of the cottage creaked open. A tall young cultivator dressed in the black robes of an inner sect disciple stepped out. This person appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, with sharp features, sword-like brows, and starry eyes. His aura was steady as a mountain, with a subtle fluctuation of spiritual power, suggesting the presence of a surging river, indicating that he was at the 8th level of Qi refinement. The short disciple lowered his voice and introduced to Su Bai, "This is Senior Brother Zhao Shana, the person in charge of the resource point at Lingwell Lake. He is at the 8th level of Qi refinement and is considered a skilled practitioner within the inner sect. In the external tasks assigned by the Yuxia sect, it is common to pair inner and outer sect disciples. An inner sect disciple serves as the supervisor responsible for coordinating responses to unexpected situations. Outer sect disciples are tasked with daily patrols, collecting resources, and other basic work. Of course, the rewards for the two are vastly different. I've met Senior Brother Zhao." Su Bai took 2 steps forward, respectfully cupping his hands. "I am Su Bai, here to take over the guarding task of Lingwell Lake, as ordered." Zhao Shanha nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on Su Bai for a moment before extending his hand. Su Bai understood and presented his identity jade token. Zhao Shanha took the jade token, his fingertip glowing with spiritual light as he traced a few lines on its surface. "The handover information has been updated." He returned the jade token. Then he looked at the short cultivator. "You can set off back to the sect now." The short cultivator's face immediately broke into a relieved smile. "Finally, it's over. Senior Brother Zhao, Senior Brother Wang, Junior Brother Su, then I shall take my leave." He cupped his fists to the 3, turned, and activated the water escape technique, diving back into the lake with a splash. The faint blue light flickered and his figure quickly vanished into the deep azure waters, leaving no trace of reluctance. Later, Su Bai learned from Senior Brother Wang that this short disciple had been stationed at Lingwell Lake for a full 3 years and had long been looking forward to a rotation. Today, he was finally released from his sentence. Wang Ke Zhao Shanha turned to the round-faced disciple. "For the next few days, you will guide Su Bai in familiarizing himself with the daily affairs of Lingwell Lake." "Yes, Senior Brother Zhao." The round-faced disciple Wang Ke responded with cupped hands, his smile warm. "Count on me." Zhao Shanha nodded and turned his gaze back to Su Bai. "If you have any questions, just ask Wang Ke. There are 3 cottages on the island, and you will reside in the remaining one. Tomorrow at the hour of the hare, you will begin the inspection of the lake bottom." After giving these concise instructions, he turned and returned to the thatched cottage, gently closing the bamboo door. Wang Ke shot Su Bai a glance, lowering his voice. "Senior Brother, Zhao has a somewhat cold personality, but is fair-minded and diligent in his cultivation. Unless there is something important, he mostly meditates quietly in the cottage, and unless the warning array is triggered or there is a beast disturbance, he generally does not easily interrupt." Saying this, he took out an item from his pocket and handed it to Su Bai. "This is the auxiliary sensing disc for the warning array." Su Bai took it. The item was palm-sized, disc-shaped, entirely black, with a light blue crystal embedded in the center. The surface of the crystal flickered with faint light, and the outline of the entire Lingwell Lake could be faintly seen. The warning array covers the entire lake area and a 100-jong range along the shore. Wang Ke explained, "If any foreign object intrudes, the sensing disc will vibrate, and the crystal will mark the location of the intrusion. We usually wear it on our chest so that we can detect anomalies at the first moment." Subai followed Wang Kei's example, tying the sensing disc with a fine string and hanging it around his neck close to his heart. The crystal was slightly cool, but resonated faintly with the island's array. Wang Kei led Subai to choose the eastern cottage as his residence. The interior was simply furnished: a bed, a table, and a chair with a bamboo wardrobe in the corner and a meditation cushion placed under the window. Though simple, it was kept tidy with clean and bright windows. After making a bit of adjustment, Wang Kei invited Subai to sit down at the stone table under the bamboo grove. He took out the tea set, flicked his fingers, and a red flame appeared out of nowhere, hovering beneath the kettle. In just a few moments, the spring water in the kettle boiled, releasing wisps of steam. Wang Kei took a few pieces of green tea leaves from a bamboo tube and tossed them into the kettle, instantly filling the air with a refreshing fragrance. "Junior brother Su, let's chat while we drink." He poured 2 cups of tea, pushing one toward Subai. "Let's first talk about the daily affairs." He took a sip of tea and slowly began. The warning array of Lingwell Lake is mostly triggered by low-tier little beasts such as water snakes and iron-toothed fish, and occasionally there are beasts that mistakenly wander in from the shore. These creatures are not yet intelligent and are mostly attracted by the spiritual energy of the lake or the Lingwei grass. To deal with them, a simple fireball spell is sufficient. Wang Kei smiled with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. The meat of these beasts is quite a delicacy, especially the iron-toothed fish. Grilled, it is incredibly delicious and greatly beneficial for tempering the body and enhancing strength, making it an added bonus for us. As for truly encountering troublesome situations, he pointed to Zhao Shan's cottage. With senior brother Zhao overseeing at the 8th level of Qi refinement, and with his magic tools, even latest-stage Qi refinement beasts would struggle to gain an advantage. Subai nodded, taking a gentle sip of tea. The tea was warm and smooth as it entered his mouth. A refreshing energy flowed down his throat, spreading throughout his limbs. The spiritual power in his dantian seemed to awaken, its circulation speed slightly increasing. His eyes brightened. This tea actually had the effect of assisting cultivation. "Haha, did you notice?" Wang Kei said proudly. "This spiritual tea is a unique benefit of our Lingwell Lake." He stood up and beckoned, "Follow me." The two walked to the western side of the central island. Here the terrain was slightly higher, with 3 tea trees growing side by side. The tea trees were about half a person tall, their leaves of vibrant green, their edges glinting with a faint silver light resembling bits of jade under the sunlight. This is the silver hair spiritual tea tree, naturally nurtured by Lingwell Lake. Wang Kei gently caressed the leaves. "We privately call it Lingwei tea. The leaves can be harvested once a month and brewed with the island's spiritual spring water. Long-term consumption can clear the mind and improve vision, aiding in the circulation of spiritual power. The guarding disciples can freely pick and brew it, making it an unspoken extra benefit from the sect. It truly is a nice compensation. There are no servant disciples cooking spiritual rice at Lingwell Lake, so this spiritual tea tree has become a great aid for daily cultivation." Wang Kei suddenly recalled something and slapped his thigh. "Oh right, since you are new here today, you must try another benefit." Before he finished speaking, he activated the water escape technique and leaped into the lake. Subai waited quietly by the shore. After a while, the lake surface erupted with a splash, and Wang Kei emerged wet, holding 2 live and wriggling white fish. The fish were about a foot long, snow white, all over, their scales shimmering with a pearl-like luster, and there was even a spiritual light swirling in their eyes. Despite being held by Wang Kei, they still struggled vigorously, their tails splashing tiny droplets of water. These fish are called moonlight white scale, a unique spiritual fish of Lingwell Lake. Wang Kei explained while deftly cleaning the fish and removing their entrails. They feed on the fragments of Lingwei grass, but their waste can nourish the Lingwei grass, stimulating its growth. Therefore, while we forage, we need to maintain the balance of the fish population. Catching 3 to 5 daily helps control their numbers without leading to extinction. He skillfully started a campfire, skewering the cleaned white fish on bamboo sticks and roasting them over the flames. He then took out several small bottles from his storage bag and sprinkled them with a secret spice. Before long, the surface of the fish turned golden, sizzling with oil, and the rich aroma of spices wafted through the air, making one's mouth water. Subai hadn't eaten anything other than spiritual rice for a long time, and at that moment, smelling the fragrant grilled fish, he couldn't help but swallow hard. "Here, try some." Wang Kei offered a skewer of grilled fish. Subai took it, carefully blowing it cool before taking a bite. The moment the fish meat entered his mouth, he was slightly... The flesh was tender like fat, almost dissolving without the need for chewing, flowing into his throat like a warm and sweet current. Interestingly, the fish bones were minimal, and the few fine spines present were soft and edible. Even more remarkable was that the spiritual energy contained in the fish meat was far purer than that in spiritual rice, quickly dispersing into his meridians after entering his stomach, nourishing his entire body. "How is it?" Wang Kei asked expectantly. "Incredibly delicious," Subai praised sincerely. "The spiritual energy is abundant, even better than spiritual rice." "That goes without saying." Wang Kei beamed. "This moonlight white scale is our treasure in Lingwell Lake. having one daily greatly enhances cultivation efficiency. Truly a delicacy of the mortal realm. Subai sighed softly, reluctantly placing down the bamboo skewer in his hand. After consuming an entire piece of moonlight, white scale warmth spread through his belly, and the pure spiritual energy flowed through his meridians like a hot spring nourishing his limbs. With spiritual fish filling his belly and spiritual tea cleansing his palate combined with the serene and tranquil cultivation environment of the lakeside, the task of guarding Lingwell Lake turned out to be much more comfortable than Subai had anticipated. Wang Ke took a sip of tea and continued, the warning formation triggers once every 3 to 4 days on average. To be safe, whenever it triggers, we should go check it together. On ordinary days, if there are no abnormalities, you can cultivate indoors. Although the spiritual energy here at the Lakeside Isle is not as abundant as at the sect's entrance, it is sufficient for cultivating during the foundation established. He paused, his expression turning serious. There is something I need to remind you of, junior brother. Although Lingwell Lake is located at the edge of the Qing Mountain spiritual plane, 50 miles west leads deep into the spiritual plane. Their true first and even second-tier demonic beasts often appear. Unless absolutely necessary, do not venture far from the lake area. Subai solemnly clasped his hands together. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother Wang. No need for thanks. Wang Ke waved his hand with a hearty smile. We will be in this together for the next year, helping each other out. That's how we can live comfortably, isn't it? This statement was quite reasonable, and Subai wholeheartedly agreed. After chatting for a while longer, the two returned to their respective homes. Inside the thatched cottage, Subai did not immediately consume the Huanglong Dan to cultivate his spiritual power, but instead took out the jade slip that recorded the fireball technique, focusing intently on understanding it. The urgent task at hand was to quickly master the first-tier intermediate spell, especially the offensive fireball technique. If Zhao Shanhe or Wang Ke discovered he had not reached the standard, yet had taken on a task, it would inevitably raise suspicions. Fortunately, luck was on his side. For 5 consecutive days, the warning formation remained intact, allowing Subai ample practice time. The fireball technique was exceedingly complex. The 3 seals needed to be combined with 10 segments of ancient tones, and the pathway of spiritual energy. Subai did not dare to actually perform it indoors, so he could only repeatedly simulate it mentally. By the evening of the 5th day, he was finally able to construct the entire spellcasting process in his mind. A faint warmth surged at his fingertips, an omen that the spell was about to take shape. On the 6th day, he began to practice the relatively gentle water shield technique. This technique required weaving a curtain of water with spiritual energy in front of the body to form a curved shield. Subai tried it in the open space in front of the cottage. At first, he could only condense a water blot the size of a palm. After practicing several dozen times, he managed to barely sustain a light blue water curtain about a foot square, though thin as a cicada's wing. It had taken shape. At noon, a sunlight streamed through the bamboo window. Just as Subai completed a practice session of the water shield technique, he suddenly felt a slight warmth in his chest. He looked down and saw the warning sensing disc hanging around his neck, glowing red. In the center crystal, a conspicuous red that was slowly moving near the northwestern edge of Lingwell Lake. Here it comes. Subai withdrew his spiritual energy and pushed the door open. Wang Ke was already waiting under the bamboo grove. Upon seeing him, he raised the sensing disc in his hand. Northwest, I guess another oblivious beast has come smelling the scent. His tone was relaxed, clearly accustomed to it. Let's go, don't be nervous. It's almost certainly just a minor nuisance. The two walked to the shore and simultaneously formed hand seals. With a faint blue spiritual light enveloping their bodies, they leaped into the lake. The water was clear. Sunlight pierced the surface, casting dancing patterns on the lake bed. The red dot on the sensing disc continued to move, heading straight for the lakeside area. Subai and Wang Ke swam side by side like 2 spiritual fish weaving through the aquatic grass. After swimming for about 100 feet, a dense patch of lingwei grass appeared on the lake bed. There the faint yellow glow resembled a starry sea, representing the most prosperous growth of lingwei grass, known as the meadow. And the invader was glaringly apparent. A massive black serpent nearly 3 zhang long with a body as thick as an adult's arm was coiling at the edge of the meadow. Its head held high, it clutched a struggling moonlight white scale in its mouth, its scarlet forked tongue flicking, and its vertical pupils glimmering with a chilling ferocity. Even more unsettling was the faint grayish-black aura swirling around the giant serpent. This aura was murky and cold, clashing starkly with the clear spiritual energy of the lake. Demonic energy. Subai realized. Wang Ke transmitted his voice. It's just a low-grade black water viper relying on its tough skin and flesh. Let's see if we can drive it ashore. Fighting in the water is troublesome, but once it's on land, we can resolve it with a single fireball technique. Subai nodded and flanked Wang Ke on either side. Though their movements were light, the black water viper was extremely sensitive. The serpent's head suddenly turned, its vertical pupils locking onto the intruders. It swallowed the white scale with a gulp and surprisingly retreated instead of engaging, darting directly into the darker depths of the lake. Trying to escape. Wang Kei's gaze sharpened, his spiritual energy erupted beneath his feet as he shot forward like an arrow, instantly closing the distance. His right hand formed seals, and a water-blue spiritual rope shot from his palm, wrapping around the serpent's body. However, the black water viper was exceedingly slippery, its body strangely contracted, and then sprang back, slipping through the gaps of the spiritual rope and lunged towards Wang Kei. Wang Kei was caught off guard and hastily raised his hands to defend. The black water viper lashed out like an iron whip, carrying immense force. With a dull thud, Wang Kei's water escaped, spiritual light shattered, lake water gushed in, and he choked on several mouthfuls, his breath instantly becoming chaotic. More dangerously, after successfully striking, the black water viper coiled upward. Its thick serpent body constricted like a giant python, instantly tightening around Wang Kei's waist, causing his face to turn red. The serpent's head rose high, its venomous fangs bared as it viciously lunged at Wang Kei's face. In this critical moment, a green light broke through the water. The light moved like lightning, carrying unmatched sharpness, sweeping past the black water viper's 7 inches. Hiss! The sound of a blade slicing through flesh and bone resonated underwater. The serpent's head separated from its body, and scarlet blood erupted like mist, quickly staining the surrounding lake water. The headless serpent body continued to thrash, instinctively tightening its grip, but its strength quickly waned. Wang Kei struggled free and turned to look. Su Bai was just sheathing his sword. The pale blue long sword had its sharpness reined in, and a trace of demonic blood lingering on the blade was being gradually washed away by the lake water. That strike had the timing, angle, and force all perfectly executed, showcasing the power of a magical tool. Good sword. Wang Kei transmitted his voice in admiration, giving a thumbs up. He casually grabbed the still convulsing headless serpent body and pointed towards the lake surface. The two quickly ascended. Breaking through the water, they returned to the lakeside isle. Wang Kei tossed the black water viper's corpse onto the shore. The serpent body still twitched occasionally, and its thick tail slapped against the ground with a loud thud. Haha, an extra meal tonight. Wang Kei wiped the water from his face, beaming with joy. The flesh of the black water viper is firm and nourishing. Junior brother Su, thanks to your magical tool, dealing with this beast's brute strength in the water was indeed no easy task. He glanced enviously at the Qing Lu sword hanging at Su Bei's waist. To possess a magical tool at the Foundation establishment stage, junior brother is truly fortunate. Su Bai humbly replied, I was merely fortunate enough to receive a reward from the sect. Wang Kei, understanding, did not press for details, and instead eagerly began to process the serpent corpse. Junior brother, go rest for now. Tonight I'll showcase my skills and invite Zhao senior brother to taste the black water viper's flavor. Do you need help? No. Wang Kei repeatedly waved his hands, taking out a set of knives from his storage. My family has run a tavern for generations. I was forced to learn cooking from the age of 6. Back then I found the smoke and grease irritating, but now that I've entered the immortal gate, it has become a way to relieve loneliness. His techniques were skilled as he peeled, deboned, and cut meat with movements flowing like water, clearly well practiced. Su Bai smiled knowingly. It seemed he would not be lacking in culinary delights for the coming year. In the evening, the horizon was bathed in rosy light. The surface of Lingyue Lake unfolded a magnificent painting, the golden-red sunset reflected in the water mingling with the faint yellow glow of the Lingyue grass on the lakebed, creating a shimmering spectacle that felt dreamlike. On the lakeside, a bonfire was already lit. Wang Kei set up 3 clay urns, slowly simmering with spiritual energy. The serpent soup bubbled, and its rich aroma wafted with the wind, mixing with the fragrance of the grass, making one's appetite surge. According to Wang Kei, this serpent soup was concocted using a family secret recipe complemented with several nourishing spiritual herbs, with just enough for each person. The remaining serpent meat was cut into thick slices, skewered on bamboo sticks, and roasted by the bonfire. Fat dripped into the fire, sizzling with a sound, and the rich aroma spread. The black water viper was at least 3 zhang long, with a bounty of flesh and blood. Aside from the cooked portions, most of the remaining meat was processed by Wang Kei using secret techniques and stored in his storage bag. Though the meat of a low-grade demonic beast isn't highly valued, it could still fetch some spirit stones at the market or be kept for later enjoyment. Dinner is ready. Wang Kei shouted, the sound carrying across the small island. Su Bai pushed the door open. The aroma of the serpent soup had already lingered in his nostrils for a while. Almost simultaneously, the bamboo door of the thatched cottage creaked open. Zhao Shanha stepped out slowly, holding a jade spoon. This intersect senior brother at the 8th level of Qi refinement had finally been invited out of his seclusion by the enticing aroma. This was the second time Su Bai had seen Zhao Shanha since arriving at Lingyue Lake 6 days ago. As Wang Kei had described, he was a true ascetic. Had it not been for Wang Kei's culinary skills, he might have remained in seclusion until his term ended. Senior brother Zhao, this jar is yours. Cultivators did not fear mortal heat or cold. The scalding earthenware wrapped in Wang Ju's spiritual energy was steadily passed into Zhao Shan's hands. Zhao Shanha accepted it, lifted the spoon, and tasted. The snake broth was rich and mellow. The serpent meat had been stewed until it fell apart, melting on the tongue and leaving only a savory fragrance. He inclined his head slightly. Not bad, Wang Ju. Your skill has improved. Wang Ju broke into a grin and turning handed another jar to Su Bai. Junior brother Su, try this. Su Bai took the earthenware. The soup within was milky and thick. The snake meat gleamed like polished jade flecked with fragments of verdant spirit-herb leaves. He scooped a spoonful and tasted. Just as Zhao Shanha had said, the meat had been stewed to perfection, dissolving with almost no need for chewing and sliding smoothly down his throat. Once it reached his belly, a warm, full current rose from his stomach and seeped through his limbs like a hot spring. Beast blood and flesh were supremely nourishing to sinews and bones, the beloved sustenance of body cultivators. Although such fare offered limited help to the growth of spiritual energy, long-term consumption could strengthen the body and consolidate one's foundation. The refining of some special pills likewise required specific beast parts as catalysts. The three sat around the bonfire sharing snake broth and roasted meat. Twilight deepened, and the full moon quietly crept into the sky. When its light spilled across the lake, Su Bai beheld the true wonder of Lingwei Lake. Countless moonlight-white scales rose from the depths and surged toward the surface. The fish wove like silver shuttles, all lifting their heads to face the bright moon. They opened their fish lips to inhale and exhale moonlight, their scales shimmering with a dreamlike silver-blue radiance. More wondrous still, as the schools breathed, wisps of pure spiritual energy rose from their bodies and mingled with the moonlight. Above the lake, these currents coalesced into a faint golden spiritual moon, a virtual image roughly the span of a zhang in diameter. The spirit moon's glow was gentle, its qi diffused, it rotated slowly and showered down motes of light. Beside it, the true moon on high looked cold and pale, as if a poor imitation. Wang Ju watched the spectacle with pride and explained this is why the place is called Lingwei Lake. On the 15th night of each lunar month, when the moon is full, the white-scaled fish gather and breathe in this way, forming that spiritual moon's image. Cultivating beneath that illusion greatly benefits water and moonlight-type techniques, he added. Su Bai looked at the splendid spirit moon and felt quietly pleased. He had indeed made the right choice to be assigned to guard Lingwei Lake. Time flowed like water. A month and more slipped by. In mid-July, Qingshan Lingyuan entered the height of summer. Without the mountain's protective array to regulate climate, the heat pressed upon them. By day, the lake grew warm under the sun. At night, one could see flocks of white fish leaping to cool themselves, their tails slapping the surface in a continual chorus of splashes. Over that month, Su Bai progressed markedly. His fireball technique, Huoqiu Shu, could now be cast reliably. Though not as effortless as Jiang Han's, he could form a fireball the size of a clenched fist, its core blisteringly hot. His water shield technique could raise an arced curtain of water half a person's height, sufficient to resist ordinary spell strikes. His rejuvenation art could mend superficial flesh wounds and ease stagnations of qi and blood. Coupled with the water dash technique he had long mastered, Su Bai now commanded for mid-grade first-rank spells. The weight of that worry about inflated aptitude finally eased in his chest. He began taking Huanglong pills to aid his cultivation. The mid-grade elixir proved extraordinary. One swallowed, its medicinal force surged like a river, and under the refinement of his dual spiritual roots, it converted into pure spiritual energy, with an efficiency far surpassing the Jinyuan pill. He took 2 pills each day and watched his Danshan's spiritual energy grow with visible speed. The supply granted by the outer sect had been exhausted long ago. Now he had only the monthly allotment, so his training pace had to slow. Even so, he still stood some distance from the 5th layer of qi refinement. Talent in dual spiritual roots was advantageous, but cultivation ultimately required the accumulation of time. During that period, the alert array triggered 7 or 8 times, all caused by beasts lured by the link. These creatures mostly prowled near the shore. A few bold ones slipped beneath the water to steal the herb, but without exception, they became corpses beneath Su Bai and Wang Ju's swords. Then supper on the fire. The two cooperated with growing tacit understanding. Wang Ju used water techniques to entrap or lure the enemy. Su Bai seized openings to close in. When the Qinglu sword flashed from its scabbard, the strike cut true. Sharpness of their instruments and the precision of timing delivered a force ordinary beasts could not withstand. The first harvest of Lingwei grass had been completed successfully. Su Bai followed Wang Ju beneath the lake, using specially made jade shears to carefully clip mature leaves and stow them in waterproof storage pouches. The whole operation, as Wang Ju had said, took but an hour. Seeing Su Bai capable of handling matters alone, Wang Ju came by that morning. "Junior brother Su, thanks for your hard work these days," he said, rubbing his hands and smiling. "I have errands to run, quick as 1 or 2 days, slow as 3 or 4. Su Bai frowned slightly. "Where are you going, senior brother?" he asked. Wang Ju answered frankly to the mortal market to buy some spices. Our seasonings are nearly gone. Without them, my cooking will be half as good. Do me a favor, will you? Su Bai hesitated. Leaving one's post without permission did breach sect rules, yet Linghua Lake lay remote. If the three of them tacitly agreed, the sect would be hard-pressed to notice. I have no objection, but Senior Brother Zhao. Senior Brother Zhao already agreed. Wang Ju hurried to add. He even asked me to bring a few things for his family in the mortal world. He paused, and then asked Su Bai, by the way, where is your mortal hometown? Is there anything you need me to bring back? Su Bai shook his head. I come from Yin State, tens of thousands of li away. There's no need to trouble you. Since Zhao Shanhe had given his tacit consent, Su Bai did not press the matter. Go then, and return soon. He'll keep a closer watch these days. All right. Thank you, Junior Brother. Wang Ju beamed. When I return, I'll cook a grand meal for you, and see. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he employed the water dash technique and plunged into the lake with a splash. Ripples spread, and his form swiftly vanished into the deep emerald water. Su Bai watched the lake reclaim its calm and sighed softly. He had a rough idea where Wang Ju was headed. After a month of gathering beast materials, he was likely going to the nearby market to sell them for coin. He had heard in the outer sect that along the Qingshan Lingyuan route, there were many cultivation markets run by free cultivators, cultivation families, or small forces where spirit stones and pills served as currency and all manner of supplies were traded. Many outer disciples secretly took sect pills to such markets to exchange for resources better suited to their needs. Wang Ju, who habitually cooked beast meat and shared meals, appeared unserious, but in truth he had a plan. Once the beast materials were sold and converted into pills, cultivation speed would naturally improve. So they are all consummate opportunists, Su Bai said with a bitter smile. Well, each had their own path. He settled his mind, used the water dash technique to slip beneath the waves, and began his routine patrol. Though the alert array had not been tripped, some unusually gifted beasts possessed concealment abilities that could evade detection. One had to remain vigilant. A sweep along the lakebed revealed nothing amiss. Su Bai surfaced and intended to walk the shoreline once more. Stepping on the damp grass, his gaze passed over the dense thickets. In midsummer, the vegetation ran rampant, vines intertwined and formed a natural screen. Reaching a particularly thick patch of verdant shrubs on the west bank, Su Bai's steps faltered. A faint, almost imperceptible chill threaded through the plant scent in the air. More subtly, there was a nauseatingly familiar trace of demonic aura. He narrowed his spirit and stared. The shrubs swayed gently in the morning breeze, appearing ordinary, yet a cultivator's instinct told him something lay hidden within. Su Bai quietly tightened his hand on the sword hilt and circulated spiritual energy. Perhaps sensing that it had been detected, the shrubbery suddenly convulsed. Branches parted and the disguise fell away, revealing its true form. A giant lizard, gray-brown overall, its back bristling with spines, crouched low on the ground. It measured over 4 meters from nose to tail and nearly a meter high. Its limbs were thick as pillars and its claws glinted with cold menace. Most terrifying were its vertical pupils, icy and merciless, fixed on Su Bai as it emitted a low hissing hiss. A first-rank beast. This is bad. Su Bai's heart sank. Facing a first-rank beast in the midst of chi refinement left little hope. Such creatures were not only physically formidable, but often possessed rare talents. No mere fodder. Before he could think further, the giant lizard struck. It opened its huge maw and a white blur shot out like lightning. The long barbed tongue. The tongue sliced the air with a shrill whistle, aiming for Su Bai's face. Caught unprepared, he could only bring his sword across to parry. The impact landed like a hammer. His blade shuddered, the skin between his thumb and forefinger split open, blood spraying. His body flew backward like a severed kite, carving an arc of over 10 zhong before crashing to the ground and rolling several times before coming to a halt. He spat blood and felt his chest's chi churn to a brutal pain at his ribs, warned of fractures. Pain aside, Su Bai forced himself upright, his hands moving rapidly through seals as he intoned an ancient formula. Water curtain of celestial light, shield my true body. Instantly, a pale blue curtain of water condensed before him, the flow whirling into a 0.5% high arced shield. Almost at once, the second strike came. With a thunderous crack, the lizard's tongue smote the water shield like a steel whip. This time, Su Bai saw clearly. The tongue's surface bristled with dense barbs, and its tip forked, its force measured in the thousands. The water barrier trembled violently as dense ripples spread across its surface, barely holding that blow. But the beast was not finished. Planting its limbs, it lunged like a cannon, its massive body surging forward as its claws rose to batter the shield. With a resounding crack, the water shield shattered. Exploding spirit water sprayed like a torrential downpour, stinging against Su Bai's face with sharp pain. The water shield spell of the first tier surprisingly could not withstand the full force strike of this first-tier demonic beast and was shattered. As soon as the water shield was raised, he began preparing his countermeasure. His hands swiftly formed seals within his sleeves, while ancient incantations murmured from his lips. The spell seals and incantations resonated within his spiritual sense, and the spiritual power in his dantian surged like boiling water racing upward along specific meridians. As the spiritual water from the shattered water shield splattered in the air, a crimson glow surged from the palm of Su Bei's hand. Go! With a low shout, a fireball the size of a basin shot forth. The surface of the fireball flickered with flames while its core radiated a blinding bluish-white light. The air twisted in its wake, generating scorching waves and a piercing sound of breaking air. Any mortal who touched it would truly turn to ash in a physical sense. This was the fireball technique. The giant lizard clearly recognized the potency of this spell. It let out a low growl, and its gray-brown skin suddenly glowed with a yellowish hue as demonic energy coalesced into a rough rock-like armor on its body. Simultaneously, it exerted force through its limbs, its massive body shifting sideways in an attempt to evade the direct hit of the fireball. However, Su Bei's strike was timed perfectly right at the moment when the giant lizard was exhausted from its previous efforts and had yet to regain its strength. Boom! The fireball struck solidly against the giant lizard's left shoulder. The flames erupted, and the crimson fire wave blossomed like an angry lotus. The yellow armor on the giant lizard's body quickly cracked under the intense heat, and the collision of demonic energy and flames produced a series of hissing explosions. Where the flames swept through, the vegetation instantly withered, leaving behind charred marks on the ground. However, the body of a first-tier demonic beast is ultimately formidable. As the flames dissipated, the skin on the giant lizard's shoulder turned charred black, with some scales curling and falling off, revealing the fresh red flesh underneath. Yet it was evident that it had not sustained a fatal injury. Its vital points were shielded by demonic energy, only its skin and flesh were harmed. The ferocity in its vertical pupils intensified, locking onto Su Bei as it let out a furious low roar. At the moment the fireball was launched, Su Bei had already activated his light body technique to retreat rapidly. But the giant lizard's speed far exceeded his expectations. It stomped its four limbs on the ground, creating a muffled sound as the dirt flew. Its massive body shot forward like an arrow, moving so quickly that it left afterimages in its wake. In just 2 leaps, a foul wind rushed towards Su Bei, its gaping mouth opening wide, revealing its sharp, white fangs aimed directly at the back of his neck. In a life-or-death moment, Su Bei's right hand had already grasped the handle of the Qinglu sword, ready to turn around and fight for his life. Clang! A clear sword sound rang from the horizon. A green rainbow tore through the air, reaching above him in an instant. As the sword light dimmed, the figure of Zhao Shanhe was revealed, standing on his sword. His expression was stern, and his black robe billowed in the wind, exuding a chilling sword aura. Phew! Luckily, senior brother Zhao is reliable. Feeling the familiar aura of the newcomer, Su Bei let out a sigh of relief. The moment he recognized this lizard as a first-tier demonic beast, Su Bei knew he was outmatched and immediately sent a plea for help to Zhao Shanhe on the central island using his jade talisman. Upon receiving the message, Zhao Shanhe immediately took to the air on his flying sword to rush to the scene. Traveling on his sword, he arrived with remarkable speed, just in time. Retreat! With a single word, Zhao Shanhe leaped off his sword. The green flying sword seemed to possess a mind of its own, turning in the air and shooting like a streak of light toward the giant lizard. This was the sword control technique, an offensive method that was extremely difficult to cultivate among first-tier superior spells, attainable only by those with outstanding sword talent. Unlike common object manipulation techniques, sword control was specialized for attack, with unsheathed swords cutting through the air with unmatched sharpness. The giant lizard sensed the lethal threat and disregarded its pursuit of Su by swinging its long tongue like a whip, trying to intercept the flying sword. In midair, Zhao Shanhe subtly adjusted his sword's trajectory. The flying sword suddenly curved, tracing a delicate arc as it narrowly avoided the long tongue, its blade aimed straight for the giant lizard's brow. Thud! The dull sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed. The flying sword penetrated through the giant lizard's forehead and exited from its neck, spraying forth a shower of demonic blood. The sword's momentum did not diminish, carving a deep trench in the ground before finally embedding itself with a ding sound. The giant lizard's forward momentum abruptly halted. Its eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend that it had been killed in a single blow. Its massive body swayed, and with a thunderous crash it collapsed to the ground, shaking the earth. As the dust settled, Zhao Shanhe gracefully landed, sweeping his sleeve. The flying sword was pulled from the ground, transforming into a streak of light as it returned to its sheath. He looked at Su Bei and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Su Bei suppressed the surging blood and cupped his hands in thanks, saying, "Thank you for saving me, senior brother." Aside from excessive spiritual energy consumption and a torn hand, he had indeed not sustained serious injuries. After circulating his spiritual energy a few times, he could recover. If it weren't for Zhao Shan's timely arrival, the outcome could have been dire. That lizard truly knows when to strike. Su Bei said with a bitter smile, just as senior brother Wang left it swooped in. Could it have been lurking nearby, waiting for us to be short-handed before it acted? What was meant as a casual remark was met with a serious nod from Zhao Shana. It's very likely. First-tier demonic beasts have developed intelligence and know how to act opportunistically. Especially those like the thornback rock lizard skilled in ambush are the most cunning. Subai was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Shana had walked over to the lizard's corpse. He pointed his finger to cut open the lizard's head, delving into its brain to retrieve a thumb-sized crystal glowing with a yellowish light. This is the demonic core, he said flatly. The chances of a first-tier demonic beast condensing a demonic core are less than 1 in 10. This item is worth about 15 spirit stones. He stored the demonic core in his storage bag and then took out 10 spirit stones of various colors, 3 pale gold, 4 azure green, and 3 water blue, all of which were low-grade spirit stones abundant in spiritual energy. According to the rules, the demonic core belongs to me. You and Wang Ke will each take 5 of these 10 spirit stones, and for a share you can temporarily keep it safe. Zhao Shanhe waved his sleeve, and the spirit stones flew through the air towards Subai. Senior brother, this. Subai instinctively caught them, saying, the demonic beast was killed by you, how can we? It's my rule, Zhao Shanhe interrupted with a wave of his hand. Since we are both guarding Linghua Lake, the spoils should be shared. Just accept it. He paused and looked at the lizard's corpse. You should collect this beast's flesh for now. When Wang Ke returns, let him take care of it. The flesh of a first-tier demonic beast is greatly beneficial for body refinement. After saying this, he said no more, taking to the air on his sword and transforming into a green rainbow as he swept toward the central island. Subai gazed at the receding sword light, feeling a sense of clarity in his heart. So senior brother Zhao is a sword cultivator. The sword control technique is extremely difficult to cultivate, requiring great time and effort. Ordinary cultivators would never invest such effort in the chi refinement stage unless they were determined to pursue the sword path. However, once mastered, the ferocity of the offensive capabilities is unparalleled, far surpassing common spells. Just earlier, that fireball technique couldn't break the defenses of the giant lizard, yet it seemed like paper before the flying sword. If there's an opportunity in the future, perhaps I can replicate the talents of a sword cultivator. Subai pondered. He stored the spirit stones and used his storage bag to contain the lizard's corpse. This beast weighed several thousand pounds, and without the space array in the storage bag, it would have been difficult to transport. Then he forced himself to focus and completed the remaining patrol along the lake's edge. After confirming that there were no further abnormalities, he used the water escape technique to return to the central island. The island was as tranquil as ever. Subai gathered a handful of freshly sprouted Linghua tea leaves and brewed them with spring water. The tea entered his mouth crisp and refreshing, the spiritual energy flowing down his throat, soothing the turbulent blood caused by the earlier battle. He circulated his energy for several rounds, and the bruises on his chest gradually faded. After this battle, Subai had truly witnessed the ferocity of a first-tier demonic beast. Strength, speed, and demonic energy all overwhelmed the mid-chi refinement stage. Had it not been for Zhao Shan's timely arrival, he feared he would have perished here. If I encounter it again, next time, if I can't win, I can at least run away. He secretly resolved that before mastering a stronger spell, he would never confront such beasts heathen again. 3 days later, Wang Ke returned looking exhausted. When he saw Subai take out the massive corpse of the thornback rock lizard and heard the tale of the danger faced, his round face turned red and he stomped his feet repeatedly. It's my fault. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me leaving my post without permission, junior brother would not have ended up like this. Overwhelmed with guilt, he didn't bother to rest and immediately rolled up his sleeves to begin processing this first-tier demonic beast. Scaling, skinning, bone-picking, and meat collecting. Wang Ke's techniques were as skilled as a butcher dissecting an ox. Even more astonishing was that he managed to concoct a special sauce using several types of spiritual herbs, completely eliminating the earthy smell inherent in the lizard's meat. Braised lizard tail, grilled ribs, clear bone soup, fragrant meat patties. In just 2 hours, a full feast of lizard dishes was laid out on the bamboo table. To be honest, demonic beasts are not necessarily more delicious the higher their rank. The flesh of this thornback rock lizard was coarse and carried an earthy taste. If prepared by an ordinary person, it would likely be difficult to swallow. But in Wang Ke's hands, it transformed from decay to wonder, each dish cooked to perfection with distinct layers of seasoning, bringing out the unique, rich flavor of the demonic beast meat. Subai and Zhao Shanhe feasted heartily. Consuming the flesh of a first-tier demonic beast had immediate effects. Subai felt as if a furnace had ignited in his belly, a vigorous heat flowing from his stomach into his limbs and bones. His muscles warmed slightly, his blood surged like a tide, and even the circulation of his spiritual energy quickened. It's a pity there's no body refinement technique to guide this. Subai sighed inwardly. Such a body refinement opportunity, if paired with the corresponding technique, would have at least doubled the effect. With Wang Ke's return, the rhythm of life in Linghua Lake returned to normal. As summer turned to autumn, the maple trees along the lake's shore gradually turned red and yellow. Winter snow blanketed the plains, and a thin layer of ice formed on the surface of Lingwell Lake, while the central island remained warm as spring due to its protective array. When the ice and snow melted, and the spring grass sprouted, another year passed. In March, as the grass grew and the warblers flew, 18-year-old Su Bai sat quietly in meditation when the interface of the Xianhuang realm quietly refreshed. The immortal assignment has been refreshed. Survey 11, Replication 11. In early March, the last remnants of snow at Lingwell Lake finally melted away. Fresh green shoots emerged from the moist earth by the lake, thriving under the abundant spiritual energy. The air was filled with the refreshing scent of earth and vegetation, occasionally interrupted by low-tier glowworms skimming across the water's surface in the warming breeze. Su Bai used the last bit of pure snowmelt he had collected to brew spiritual tea over a specially designed small stove. Watching the snow water bubble, he added a few leaves of lingua tea. A crisp, slightly sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Sitting cross-legged on the steady blue stone by the lake, he took a sip. The tea was warm as it slid down his throat, carrying a hint of the lingering chill of ice and snow, transforming into a subtle stream of spiritual energy nourishing his meridians. At 18, this body was nearing its second decade. He gazed at the shimmering surface of the lake, a fleeting sense of detachment from his past life and present washing over him. In this world, the passage of time was often tightly linked with breakthroughs in cultivation and the pressures of survival, unlike the simple flow of time in his previous life. The thought of the immortal's blessing has refreshed, but at present, flowed through his mind. After nearly a year of interaction, Su Bai naturally became aware of the spiritual roots and talents of the two senior brothers around him. Wang Ke had ordinary water earth and wood spiritual roots with no extraordinary talent in spellcasting. Zhao Shanhe, although possessing both fire and wood spiritual roots like himself, was of no significance to replicate. As for Zhao's swordsmanship talent, Su Bai assessed privately that Zhao had remarkable perseverance, having diligently practiced sword techniques for 5 years. His tenacity was admirable. However, through observations via immortal arts and daily sparring, it was clear his comprehension and affinity for the sword were not top tier. Choosing to focus on sword cultivation likely stemmed from his desire to leverage its strong practical capabilities to vie for a foundation establishment pill in the upcoming intersect competition. It seemed he could only wait to return to the sect to discuss it further. Su Bai settled his thoughts, suppressing the slight urgency from the refresh of his talent. Among the outer disciples, Jiang Han's outstanding fire-type spellcasting talent was currently his clearest. Spellcasting talent was subtle and difficult to measure. Jiang Han's fire spiritual root sensing and spell control indeed surpassed his peers. Unfortunately, his cultivation speed was hindered by his 4 spiritual roots. Time passed quietly amidst calm patrols, cultivation, and the occasional dealings with low-tier monsters. By the end of March, on a morning infused with spiritual energy, as Su Bai absorbed the purple aura of the rising sun, the spiritual power within him surged and broke through its barriers. He had reached the 5th level of qi refinement. His cultivation had already caught up with Wang Ke, who had been in the entry level for over a decade. Along with the refreshing feeling from the breakthrough, Su Bai also noticed that Wang had been somewhat sullen in recent days, even putting in more effort while cooking monster meat. Su Bai feigned ignorance, continuing their usual interactions. As May approached, only 20 days remained until they returned to the sect to complete their tasks and receive the medicinal pills. By Lingwell Lake, the spiritual grass glimmered quietly, everything as usual. On this day, the sky was clear and the distant mountains were lush. In the dense forest along the edge of the Green Mountain spiritual field, a staggering figure of a light blue female cultivator was rushing through. Her dress was torn in several places by branches covered in dirt and grass, clippings, her face pale as paper with blood stains at the corners of her lips, and a heavy sense of urgency etched on her brow as her spiritual awareness extended behind her. I must be near the territory of Yuxia sect. They shouldn't dare to pursue any further. Just as this faint hope arose, her spiritual awareness clearly caught 2 rapidly approaching fluctuations of spiritual power, one of which was particularly formidable. They have come. A sense of despair mixed with a fierce will to survive crashed within her. Sensing the speed of her pursuers and knowing her spiritual power was nearly exhausted, heavily injured, she understood she could hardly shake them off. Biting her tongue to extract her last potential, she suddenly turned and desperately charged toward the direction of Lingwell Lake from her memories. Trees flew past her as her vision began to blur. Ahead, the trees grew sparse, and a stretch of open water reflecting the sky was vaguely visible. Whoosh! A scorching, violent aura surged from behind without warning. A first-tier superior fire spell manifested as a several-meter-long crimson flame, tongue distorting the air, howling towards her back, intending to engulf her. There was no way to evade. Su Duanqia's eyes flashed with determination as she forcefully drew the last remnant of spiritual power from her dantian drawing out the ancient-style long sword at her waist and swiftly slashing. This strike was straightforward and direct, yet at the moment of its release the sword emitted a clear ringing sound. A faint golden sword chi about 10 feet long and slightly ethereal, yet filled with sharpness, suddenly burst forth howling towards the flames. Puff! The sword chi's sharpness cleaved the raging flame tongue right in half. Flames scattered and a heat wave surged. However, she was already at her limit. After the sword chi split the main body of the flames, it dissipated without a trace. The remnants of the scorching air and impact crashed violently against her already dim and thin protective spiritual light, instantly shattering it. Puff! She spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, her body flung away like a kite, with a severed string crashing through several shrubs and tumbling onto the grassy bank of the lake. As she rolled, she vaguely sensed she had penetrated a layer of faint warning spiritual energy fluctuations, unknowingly triggering the Lingwei Lake's protective formation. In the end, she collapsed onto the damp grass just a few steps from the lake. Her entire body ached, her spiritual power completely drained, and her internal organs felt dislocated, making even moving a finger incredibly difficult. She tried hard to prop herself up, but her arm only trembled a few times before going limp again. She could only breathe hurriedly as darkness swirled before her eyes. Third uncle ahead is the resource point of Yuxia sect with fluctuations from a formation. 3 figures quickly followed, landing just outside the formation's boundary. The leading middle-aged man in a brocade robe had a calm demeanor, sharp eyes, and was at the 9th level of Qi refinement. He was Su Maoyan from the Su family. Behind him were 2 young men, one at the 6th level and the other at the 5th level of Qi refinement, wearing similar attire and bearing the fierce expression of hunters. Su Maoyan's gaze swept over the fallen female cultivator before carefully sensing the invisible boundaries ahead, his brow furrowing. The Yuxia sect was powerful far beyond what their small family, whose foundation establishment lineage was on the brink of collapse, could provoke. She has triggered the formation. The guarding disciples of Yuxia sect will notice soon. We must wait here, explain the reason, and request the return of this traitor. The Yuxia sect will not easily make things difficult for my Su family over an outsider. I emphasize the need to explain the reason and request her return, he stressed, keeping his posture very low. Although the 2 young men were reluctant, they did not dare to oppose him, glaring fiercely at the female cultivator within the formation. Su Duanqiu, if you are sensible, come out yourself. The young man at the 6th level of Qi refinement shouted sharply. If you persist in your delusions and anger the immortal of Yuxia sect, not only will you have no way back, but our entire Su family will be dragged down by you. You ungrateful wretch. Originally weak in spirit, upon hearing dragging down the Su family, a barely perceptible tremor shook Su Duanqiu's body. A flash of resolute anger crossed her eyes. Drawing strength from an unknown source, she struggled to support herself on her elbows, dragging her pained body closer to the lake by half a meter. You really do not know how to seek death. The young man, seeing this, became furious, raising his foot to step forward. Just then, splash. The calm surface of the lake suddenly erupted with 2 splashes, and 2 figures dressed in the outer sect attire of Yuxia sect leaped out, landing gracefully on the shore, not a drop of water clinging to them. It was Su Bai and Wang Ke. Their expressions remained calm as their gazes instantly locked onto the situation in the scene. As Su Bai leapt out of the water and grasped the situation, his heart sank. A severely injured woman lay on the ground, while 3 pursuers had arrived at the boundary, clearly a case of hunger. His fingers quietly gripped the communication jade talisman in his sleeve, instantly sending a message. An outsider cultivator has intruded into the warning range. The situation is unclear. Come quickly. Only then did he manage to steady his mind. Su Maoyan immediately raised his hand to stop the young man behind him, replacing his expression with a courteous. He clasped his hands and said, esteemed friends of Yuxia sect, please allow me. I am Su Maoyan, an elder of the Su family, hunting down a family traitor to this point. This woman has inadvertently wandered into your sect's territory. I hope you can grant us the convenience to take her back for handling. Cough. Cough, cough. Su Duanqiu suddenly coughed violently, struggling to lift her upper body, using the scant spiritual power recovered from the recently consumed pill, trembling as she took out an object from her storage bag and held it high. It was a pale purple jade pendant, warm and glowing, intricately carved with a design of clouds and mist encircling mountains on the front, with a clear ancient seal character U at its center. Senior brothers, do you recognize this item? Her voice was weak, but laced with a desperate determination. Su Bai noticed the patterns on the pendant resembled those of the identity jade talisman, though he couldn't identify it specifically, so he turned his gaze toward the more experienced Wang Ke. Wang Ke's eyes fixated on the pendant the moment it appeared. He stepped forward 2 paces, but did not immediately reach for it. Instead, he scrutinized the patterns and the flow of spiritual energy. Only after a moment did he cautiously take it, and it felt slightly warm in his hands, resonating with the sect's standard. He nodded, his expression turning serious as he said, it is indeed the Xiaowang protection order issued by Yuxia sect. Once this was said, Su Bei's thoughts raced. Protection combined with Wang Kei's sudden shift in attitude was enough to indicate the weight of this order. The bearer had a special connection with Yuxia sect and received certain protection from the sect. On the ground, Su Duanxiu, hearing Wang Kei's confirmation, felt the taut string of her heart finally loosened slightly. The breath she had been holding escaping significantly, and her body swayed, nearly collapsing, yet she still exerted effort to remain conscious, looking towards Su Bai and Wang Kei. Especially Wang Kei, who seemed to have the authority to make decisions. She used her last ounce of strength to plead, "Please. Please, esteemed senior brothers of Yuxia sect, protect me." Seeing Su Duanxiu take out the Xiaoguang protection order, the expressions of the three Su family cultivators turned an unsightly shade of dark liver. As local cultivators from Qingzhou, they naturally recognized what this item was and the significance it represented. During this time, Su Duanxiu had been kept at home under guard. Oh, where did she obtain the Xiaoguang protection order? The mind of the third elder of the Su family was filled with questions. Junior from Yuxia sect, my niece is quite clever. Do not mistake her. Is this order real? The third elder of the Su family spoke with a somewhat stiff tone. Seeing that Su Bai and Wang Kei were merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage, he felt somewhat reassured despite their grand sect identity. Thus he attempted to obscure their line of sight. A figure in the sky descended on a flying sword. It was Zhao Shanha. Zhao Shanha landed in front of Su Bai and Wang Kei, his gaze fixed on the three cultivators of the Su family. Zhao Shanha was tall and had a late foundation establishment cultivation with a stern expression and a naturally cold demeanor as a sword cultivator. His aristocratic aura was even more pronounced. The three Su family cultivators involuntarily took a step back. This order is indeed real. Do you have any objections? As soon as Zhao Shanha landed, he spoke coldly. The third elder of the Su family was still a bit reluctant. Even if this order is real, this girl is a cultivator of my Su family. Now that she has violated clan rules, she should be dealt with by my Su family. A mere clan rule dares not compare with the laws set by my Yuxia sect. Or do you think your Su family is stronger than Yuxia sect? Zhao Shanha spoke impatiently, with his high-grade sword flying up autonomously, constantly emitting a menacing aura, exerting terrifying pressure on the three Su family cultivators. The third elder of the Su family realized that the three of them combined were absolutely no match for the elite sword cultivators of Yuxia sect. I apologized, it was my misunderstanding. I have no intention of disrespecting Yuxia sect. I hope you won't take offense. We will leave this place immediately. The third elder of the Su family bowed his head and apologized decisively. The two younger Su family cultivators were also shaken by Zhao Shan's imposing presence and did not dare to speak. Seeing the Su family cultivators bowing their heads, Zhao Shanha slightly relaxed his tone, yet still spoke from a position of authority. Remember, Qingshan's spiritual plane is the territory of Yuxia sect. Do not think that just because we turn a blind eye you can come and go as you please, treating Yuxia sect lightly, even daring to brazenly approach Yuxia sect's resource points. It is truly reckless. The third elder of the Su family had no intention of retorting at all. This indeed has its reasons. I acknowledge my mistake. We will leave now. The three cultivators retreated and bowed as they walked away a distance before using their techniques to disappear into the dense forest. The female cultivator, named Su Duanxiu, finally sighed in relief and fainted in a daze. Su Bai pondered quietly. Was this the reputation of Yuxia sect? As expected of a top sect, peers were completely inferior in front of the disciples of Yuxia sect. Senior brother, Zhao, how should we deal with this girl? Wang Kei pointed at the female cultivator on the ground and said, since we have used the Yuxia protection order, let's take her back. Zhao Shanha lifted the female cultivator, placing her on the flying sword, and directly took off back to the Heart Lake Isle. Wang Kei and Su Bai also activated their water escape technique, diving into the lake to follow. At the Heart Lake Isle, the female cultivator was settled in a thatched cottage to rest. The three disciples of Yuxia sect gathered around a stone table in the bamboo grove sipping tea. Zhao Shanha played with the Xiaoguang protection order in his hand before tossing it to Wang Kei. This item is useless to me. As disciples of the sect, we cannot sell it, so you handle it. Wang Kei examined it for a while before tossing it to Su Bai. This item is also useless to me. Junior brother Su, isn't your home far away in Yin Kingdom? Here, take this. That can be a deterrent to small-time thieves in critical moments. Su Bai accepted the jade pendant and finally asked the curiosity in his heart, Senior brothers, what exactly is this Xiaoguang protection order? To be honest, this is the first time I've heard of this item. You explain it to him, Zhao Shan has said, taking a sip of tea and looking at Wang Kei. Wang Kei then began to explain slowly. It turns out that the Xiaoguang protection order is a kind of protection token issued by Yuxia sect. Long ago, when Yuxia sect was short on spirit stones, they would issue some of these protection tokens for sale. The Xiaoguang protection order is divided into 3 levels: Qingming, Qixia, and Ziki. The Qingming protection order allows designated disciples of Yuxia sect to come to the aid. The Qixia can summon inner sect foundation establishment disciples. The Ziki can even call upon the golden core ancestors of Yuxia sect. The order held by Su Duanqiu is of the Qingming level. Although it is the lowest grade, it has already been inflated to over 100 spirit stones in the market. This time, Su Duanqiu used this protection order to summon help from the three at Linghua Lake, so the disposal rights of this token naturally fell into the hands of Su Bai and the others. According to sect rules, Su Bai and the others should have chosen to destroy this token directly. However, privately not destroying it or giving it to others is not considered a violation of sect rules. Unless they collected benefits while gifting it or simply sold the token privately, that would be a serious violation, and being expelled from the sect would be a light punishment. The right to sell the protection orders belongs solely to the sect. If an ordinary disciple does so, it would be an act of treason. Thus, when Yuxia sect disciples encounter a protection order outside after accepting it to assist, they often choose to destroy the order, or if needed at home, or if they find someone suitable, they may gift it for free. It is because of these reasons that this protection order ended up in Su Bai's hands. Su Bai thought for a moment, not being polite with his senior brothers, and placed the Qingming protection order into his storage bag. In the future, he would take it back to give to the biological parents of this body. Thank you all for rescuing me. A stir was heard from the thatched cottage in the distance. Su Duanqiu she had previously fainted due to exhaustion of spiritual energy and fatigue. After a nap, her spiritual energy had recovered somewhat, and the physique of a cultivator began to restore rapidly. Previously, her life was at stake. To build rapport, Su Duanqiu had addressed Su Bai as senior brother. Now that the crisis was over, she was no longer a disciple of Yuxia sect, so calling them senior brothers again would seem overstepping. Thus, she changed it to Dao brother. After greeting, she focused her gaze and found that among the three sitting across from her, only the one in the black robe seemed slightly older, while the other two might even be younger than her. Come and sit with us, Zhao Shanhe invited. All right, Su Duanqiu replied, stepping closer and sitting down on an empty stone chair. Su Bai poured her a cup of tea. After taking a sip, Su Duanqiu's eyes lit up, and she said, sorry to trouble you, Dao brothers. Just let me recover my spiritual energy for a few hours, and I will leave, not wanting to trouble you any further. Zhao Shanhe replied, you should stay here on Heart Lake Isle for now. Your clan members have not left and are waiting for you in the forest. If you go out, you will definitely be ambushed, and your protection order would be wasted. They actually still will not let me go. Upon learning that Su family cultivators lingered at the perimeter, Su Duanqiu's already pale cheeks drained utterly of color, and her lips trembled faintly. Moonlight fell upon her startled eyes, reflecting a cold, utter despair. The last fragile thread of longing for kin and family, like a guttering candle in the wind, snapped out in a single merciless instant. What took its place was a resolve that seemed to cut into bone. She steadied herself and turned to Zhao Shanhe, apology, softening her gaze. Senior brother, Yuxia sect's resource stronghold is not a place where outsiders should linger, is it? If I tarry here and draw inspection or cause you brothers any censure, I could not bear it. Even in her own dire plight, her foremost concern was the trouble others might face. At those words, Zhao Shanhe's usually austere brow shifted ever so slightly. This woman, though scarcely able to protect herself, still thought of others, as she bore a decent character. No wonder those like her often became the persecuted party in family strife. That quality, selfless in the face of suffering, softened Zhao Shanhe's bureaucratic indifference into a quiet measure of approval. After a moment's consideration, he said, you need not worry. Because you have used the Shaguang Huyo Ling Shaguang protection token, you are under the protection of a disciple bearing the token, which falls within Yuxia sect's regulations. With that token as proof, even if sect stewards or elders come to verify, we shall have ample grounds to respond, and will not be blamed on your account. Those words were like a salve. The taut string of Su Duanqiu's nerves loosened a little at last. She inwardly blessed the day she had gritted her teeth and spent all she had, even selling the only protective artifact left by her mother, to acquire that token from a shadowy broker in the underground market. It had been worth the price. The token had become her temporary talisman. She mustered her remaining strength, bowed again with gravity, and said, disciple Su Duanqiu, thanks you three brothers for your rescue and shelter. May I ask your honored names? Zhao Shanhe. Zhao spoke tersely. He then raised a hand to the two at his side. This is junior brother Wang Zhu. His finger gestured to the other, and this is a clansman of yours, junior brother Su Bai. Su Bai. Su Duanqiu started so sharply that the faint color in her already wan visage seemed to vanish. She turned to stare at the youth whose face was handsome and whose manner gentle. Her mind raced. When had the Su family sent a male disciple to Yuxia sect? She had never heard of it. Had she but fled one family pit only to fall into the hands of her own kin? But Zhao and Wang's demeanors suggested otherwise. Observing her sudden alarm and the flustered look in her eyes, Wang Zhu could not help but let out a short, amused snort. Su miss, do not fret. Senior brother Zhao is teasing you. The Su of Su Bai is from the Su clan of Yin State, a place 10,000 li from Qingzhou. Your families are miles apart and utterly unrelated. Mere coincidence. On Zhao Shanha's usually impassive face there flashed for the briefest moment an almost imperceptible smile, before his expression returned to its customary severity. Su Bai smiled inwardly as well, thinking beneath Zhao's seemingly impenetrable coldness lurked a mischievous streak, cold on the outside, but warm within, a master of small jests. The little episode eased the atmosphere. Wang Ju, curiosity getting the better of him, voiced the question that had been on all their minds. Miss Su, forgive the impertinence, but why were you being hunted so relentlessly by your own family that you risked breaking into the spirit plane and approaching our resource point? That question seemed to strike a raw chord within Su Duanqiu. Her eyes reddened swiftly, crystalline tears like beads severed from a string fell uncontrollably down her cheeks. She turned her face aside and wiped the tears clumsily with the back of her hand, only to find them multiplying. After a long moment, she forced her emotions to something like calm and, voice thick with sob, began to tell her tale. The Su family had once been a reputable cultivator household near Qingshan Lingyuan. Their ancestors had produced several foundation establishment cultivators and had once enjoyed considerable prestige. But in recent decades the clan had suffered decline. Talent withered away until only an aged ancestor who had reached great perfection in qi refinement stubbornly kept the family from collapsing. Without foundation establishment practitioners to hold ground, the spirit veins, herb gardens, and market shares the family controlled became easy prey to covetous neighbors. Among them, a family that rose through the practice of a dual cultivation technique had grown especially powerful, advancing step by step against the Su clan. The Su were too weak to confront them directly. After much struggle and counsel, the clan chose the oldest, most humiliating expedient, marriage by arrangement, in hopes of buying time. The bride chosen was Su Duanqiu, whose parents had died years before in conflicts outside the clan, leaving her with no protector within the house. Had it been an ordinary family match, even to a man of poor disposition, I might have swallowed the humiliation for the sake of the family's survival, she said, voice trembling with suppressed restraint. But the Lin family insisted I be wed to a direct heir who cultivates the Cha Nu Saibu Gong. That art is pernicious. Its very method uses women as furnaces, drawing upon their natal yin to bolster itself. If I were to be taken there, it would be no marriage, but a lamb led to the tiger's den, becoming raw material. In 3 or 5 years my foundation would be shattered, my cultivation ruined, and I might even perish and be erased from the Dao. She lifted her head, and her eyes glinted with hatred. My parents left nothing of them, but me, their blood. They fell in battle for the family. If I vanish without explanation, who will offer them offerings? Who will remember them? Who will seek the truth of their deaths? The last words were squeezed from between clenched teeth. She clearly harbored doubts about the true cause of her parents. But several uncles in the clan spoke only of filial duty and how a woman's sacrifice brought honor, allowing no room for my protest. I was only at refining qi 6th level, powerless in the face of those elders. So outwardly, I submitted while secretly contacting a few trusted old friends. I spent all I had and managed by a twist of fortune to obtain a Xiaoguang Huyo Ling Xiaoguang protection token, biding my chance. Last night my watchful uncle grew careless with drink and left an opening. Using a prepared low-rank escape talisman, I fled the household and ran without pause toward Yuxia sect. Perhaps fate did not abandon me. In my haste, I stumbled into the spirit plane and was fortunate enough to meet 3 brothers who helped me. Her voice choked off, and she bowed her head again. The 3, Su Bai among them, listened in silence. Though Su Duanqiu's account was brief, the peril of her flight, the family's coldness, and her personal despair and struggle were all plainly imagined. Su Bai sighed softly and observed, using a daughter as marriage currency to buy mere survival is a mark found in the annals of declining mortal regimes. How a cultivator family reduced to such means is likely headed toward dissolution. Zhao Shanha and Wang Ju listened, and both nodded in tacit agreement. After a moment's deliberation, Zhao Shanha, as the local steward, decided, until we confirm that the Su family cultivators have entirely departed or you have found a more secure refuge, remain on Lake Hard Islet for the time being. This place is humble, but it is quiet and safe. He was the responsible disciple for the Lingwell Lake resource point, and his words set the tenor for Su Duanqiu's temporary stay. There was already a neglected thatch hut on the islet that could be tidied for lodging. As for routine sect inspections, they could be concealed as far as possible, and if concealment failed, the Xiaoguang Huyo Ling, with its legitimate authority, would provide a sufficient explanation. Meanwhile, beyond the outer reaches of Lingwell Lake, atop a sparsely wooded knoll, Su family's 3rd uncle and 2 young cultivators sat cross-legged, breathing withdrawn like coiled vipers, their gazes flicked now and then to the placid lake and the distant outline of the islet. One youth, visibly agitated, muttered, "3rd uncle, waiting here with no plan is useless. If that wretch is fortunate and taken as a disciple by some elder of Yuxia sect, then won't we? Taken as a disciple? Huh, foolish fantasies." The 3rd uncle snorted, cutting off his speculation with a "That girl Su Duanqiu merely lucked into some sword technique. She has a 4-attribute pseudo-spirit root. Such spirit roots make the path of cultivation exceedingly arduous. Every step forward demands resources that grow multiplicatively with each rank. Yuxiao sect may be great and rich in resources, but it is not a charity. They would not squander their stores on a disciple whose prospects are so limited. He paused, his tone growing firmer. This is not a recruitment season for opening the mountain and accepting disciples. She is an unknown outsider bearing complications. Why would Yuxiao break precedent for her? At best, she clings to the shelter of that protection token for a while. When its effect fades, or when Yuxia's disciples deem her a nuisance, they will surely send her out. We need only wait patiently, and then strike when the time is right. The other young cultivator listened, then sighed with unhidden envy. If only that sword aptitude belonged to me. I am truly of 3 spirit roots. If I had such a grasp of the blade, perhaps I might have a chance at the gate of Yuxiao, maybe even the inner discipleship. The third uncle glanced at him with a faintly scornful look, but said nothing. Innate talent is heaven bestowed, it cannot be borrowed by mere longing. Such daydreams were beneath further admonition. He closed his eyes again, centering himself to sense the faint spiritual energy ripples drifting from the islet, patiently waiting for the moment the prey would step out of its shelter. Dawn broke upon the islet the next morning. Thin mist lay like gauze over the lake, while the eastern sky blushed with a splendid orangerd. A clear piercing sword note cut the morning stillness. Su, by having ended his nights sitting and stepping from the hut to make his rounds, froze at the sight before him. On an open patch beside the bamboo grove stood Su Duanqiu in plain cyan robes, a spirit sword in hand. She moved with the sword, the blade's light flowed as she flowed. With each motion, the sword's tip belched a measure of faint golden radiance, a hair's breadth of luminous edge. It was not a conjured charm, but the purest, unmistakable hallmark of a sword cultivator. Sword qi. One after another, slender blades of golden sword qi tore the air. They vanished within a short span, little more than a zhang, yet their razor intent, seeming capable of slicing the morning mist, was palpably felt. The crackling of sword qi stirred the surrounding spiritual energy into slight disorder. Bamboo leaves whispered. Su Bai's pupils constricted in astonishment. He remembered all too clearly Zhao Shanha himself, a sword cultivator at refining qi 9th level, always practiced with a cutting blade aura and a domineering presence, yet he had never once manifested actual sword qi so tangibly. And this Su Duanqiu was only at refining qi 6th level. With a sharp exclamation, the door of the neighboring hut was flung open, and Zhao Shanha strode out, his habitual cold replaced by raw, unfeigned shock. His gaze locked onto the spirit sword in Su Duanqiu's hand that was spitting out blades of light, as if beholding something impossible. Wang Ju rubbed his eyes and emerged too. When he took in the scene, his mouth fell open in a round of disbelief. This sword qi, Miss Suyu. Su Duanqiu appeared wholly absorbed in her practice. She did not swing indiscriminately out. Every series of sword strikes that released sword qi drained her spiritual energy fiercely, leaving her complexion a little pale. When her spiritual energy neared exhaustion, she would sheath the blade, seat herself, consume a low-grade qi restoration pill, close her eyes to recover, and when strength returned, she rose and struck again, calling sword qi forth anew, an endless cycle. It was evidently a peculiar method that fused sword qi cultivation with a brutal, squeezy undercover of spiritual energy. Though rough and exhausting, it promised startling gains in sword comprehension and the condensation of spiritual force. After a while, she finished the set, a sweat beaded along her temples, and her breath came in shallow pants. She twirled the sword in a flourish, returned it to its scabbard, and exhaled long and slow. Zhao Shanha almost instantly closed the distance between them, his voice betraying an urgency he had not known he possessed. How did you just do that? You are plainly only at refining qi 6th level. How can you manifest sword qi like that? Startled, Su Duanqiu stepped back. Zhao, realizing his abruptness, took a step back and offered a hasty. Observing from the side, Su Bai and Wang Ju were more understanding. Zhao had always prided himself on being a sword cultivator, and being of dual spirit roots harbored a certain self-regard. After all, few had the courage to choose the sword path. To see a younger, lower-ranked female cultivator walking farther along that path than he had was enough to rattle even his Dao heart. Under the overwhelming aura of Zhao Shanha, Su Duanqiu steadied her mind before speaking. Although I only possess a 4 spiritual roots talent, I have indeed had a small gift for swordsmanship since childhood. When I first grasped a wooden sword at the age of 7, it felt as if the sword was an extension of my arm. After entering the qi refining stage at 12, my sword qi could naturally flow out through the sword, though I cannot quite explain why. Her voice was light, yet clear, laced with a hint of uncertainty, as if she herself did not fully understand the origins of this talent. This is hardly a small gift. Zhao Shanha shook his head, his tone complex. For a sword cultivator in the qi refining stage, being able to condense sword qi is exceptionally rare, not to mention you are only in the mid-qi refining stage. Your talent in swordsmanship is simply outstanding. He paused, his gaze resting on Su Duanqia's ordinary low-grade magic sword, then shifted to her graceful, yet resolute face. Only of 4 spiritual roots. What a pity. The last sentence was spoken softly, yet the weight of regret it carried was clearly heard by everyone present. In the world of cultivation, spiritual roots represent everything. This is a deeply entrenched belief, shared by all cultivation sects, and Yuxia sect is no exception. Those with 4 spiritual roots face an almost non-existent probability of foundation establishment. Without foundation establishment, they are ultimately just low-level cultivators. No matter how strong their sword chi, it cannot change much. While sword cultivators can indeed fight beyond their rank, the chasm of great realms cannot be bridged merely. Although Zhao Shanhe genuinely felt regret for Su Duanqiu, Su Bai could clearly sense that Zhao Shan's Dao heart, slightly shaken by Su Duanqia's astonishing performance, was beginning to slowly restore itself. It was a realization that seeing another possess enviable sword talent, yet being bound by their spiritual roots to a certain height, gradually brought his mind back to balance. It was not that Zhao Shanhe had a low character, it was simply human nature. Seeing others with extraordinary gifts inevitably causes inner turmoil. Witnessing the limitations of that talent, one cannot help but sigh that fate has a semblance of fairness. Su Bai completely understood this subtle mindset. He himself had experienced similar moments. However, at this moment his focus was entirely on Su Duanqiu. His complete attention was fixated on Su Duanqiu, or more accurately, on her astonishing sword talent that even Zhao Shanhe admired. I must replicate this talent. Su Bai's thoughts raced. Sword cultivators are primarily offensive. If I gain this talent, I will have an additional trump card in future battles. Without hesitation, he quietly activated the Xianfu Zhaoying towards Su Duanqiu. Detection success. Name Su Duanqiu. Spiritual root talent. 4 attributes: metal, earth, fire. Wood sword talent. Sword heart clarity. Yellow tier. Sword heart clarity. Speed of practicing sword techniques 1000. Innate understanding of sword chi. Increases sword technique power by 100. Can preliminarily sense dangers within the vicinity through the sword heart. This talent means that the sword is the true heart. Wherever the heart directs, the sword's edge follows. It's actually a yellow tier talent. Su Bai's heart jolted, nearly unable to contain the expression on his face, quickly lowering his eyelids to hide the surging joy in his eyes. He knew the hierarchy of talent levels. Ordinary magical talent is divided into 3 tiers: first tier as the beginning and third tier as the pinnacle. First tier talent is sufficient for a cultivator to stand out among their peers, while third tier talents are core disciples cultivated by sects. However, before the 4 tier talents of heaven and earth Xian, Huang, third tier talents appear mediocre. This 4 tier talent is favored by the heavens and cannot be obtained through mere hard work. Every possessor is a true child of destiny. Though the yellow tier is at the bottom of the 4 tiers in the mortal realm, its rarity surpasses that of a single spiritual root. Su Bai originally thought it would take ascending to the spiritual realm to encounter someone with such a talent. He never expected to encounter a grand opportunity presented right before him today on the lake's central isle. Choosing to delay using my replication opportunity was indeed a wise decision. Su Bai quietly rejoiced. With this talent, I can rely on the path of sword cultivation for a long time to come. It just so happens that Su Duanqiu is currently residing on the lake's central isle. With her presence, it will be natural for me to gradually reveal my sword talent without raising any suspicion. With his mind set, Su Bai took a step forward and suddenly bowed deeply to Su Duanqiu, performing a solemn salute. Fairy Su, I must not hide from you. I have long yearned for the path of sword cultivation. Today, witnessing your splendid sword chi, my heart is deeply moved. May I ask if you could spare some time to guide me? Su Duanqiu was clearly taken aback by Su Bai's grand gesture. She, slightly flustered, extended her hand in a virtual gesture of support, saying, Su Bai, there is absolutely no need for this. You saved my life. If you want to learn the sword, I will teach you. She spoke sincerely, showing no hint of withholding. However, I am only in the mid-chi refining stage, and what I have learned is limited. The sword techniques I practice are beyond my current qualification, and what I can teach are merely the most basic methods of sword chi application, which may hinder you. No worries, the basics are precisely the most important. Su Bai straightened up in response. At the moment their arms briefly touched, Su Bai's thoughts moved, and the replication ability of Xianfu Zhaoying silently activated. Replication successful. The target sword talent has been replicated. Sword heart clarity, yellow tier. A refreshing, piercing power like a spring suddenly surged into Su Bai's body. He seemed to hear a clear sword sound that only he could sense resonating gently in the depths of his soul. His aura subtly changed, and as his gaze shifted, it naturally carried a hint of sharpness reminiscent of a sword's edge. Even the low-grade magic sword in his storage bag seemed to resonate with him at this moment, trembling slightly, as if in response. Is this sword heart clarity? The afternoon sun shone perfectly. By the lakeside, the water sparkled brilliantly. Su Duanqiu in her white attire stood on a flat piece of bluestone holding her sword. She lightly twirled her wrist, and the magic sword swept diagonally, sending forth a visible pale golden sword chi that shot forward like a swimming dragon, splitting a fallen leaf perfectly in two before dissipating slowly into the air. The pair of red-crowned cranes by the lakeside, although familiar with this scene, were still startled by the sound of the sword chi breaking through the air, retracting their long necks, and softly calling out, flapping their wings slightly away from the shore. Su Duanqiu lowered her sword and turned to face the three people beside her, Su Bai, Zhao Shanhe, and Wang Ke, who was purely there for the excitement, smiling and watching. Sword chi is not merely about chopping wood. She carefully chose her words, attempting to articulate her almost instinctual understanding. Many cultivators, when first practicing sword chi, tend to believe that the more abundant the spiritual energy they pour in, the stronger the sword chi will be. However, this is not the case. She raised the sword again, this time slowly, allowing others to clearly see the flow of spiritual energy through her meridians, ultimately converging at the sword tip. The heart moves with intention. With a clear and natural mindset, sword chi is less about the transformation of spiritual energy and more about the external manifestation of heart chi. You need to trust your sword, sense its breath, and then whoosh. Another sword chi was emitted, though not as swift as the previous one. It was more refined, leaving a faint golden trace in the air. Zhao Shanhe frowned, clearly struggling to understand this somewhat esoteric concept. He considered himself not lacking in comprehension and diligent in cultivation, yet this heart chi notion felt rather elusive. But seeing Su Duanqiu demonstrate it so effortlessly reignited his competitive spirit. Let me give it a try, Zhao Shanhe said, summoning his high-grade magic sword. Upon drawing the sword, a chilling light emanated, far surpassing the ordinary swords in Su Duanqiu and Su Bei's hands. He held his breath and focused, recalling Su Duanqiu's movements and explanations, gradually channeling his Danshan's spiritual energy into the sword body, then suddenly slashing forward. The sword light surged, spiritual energy roared, and the momentum was overwhelming. However, the sword chi failed to manifest. Only 3 inches in front of the sword's edge did the air distort slightly before settling. Zhao Shan's face stiffened, unwilling to concede. He tried twice more, but the results remained the same. That robust spiritual energy could not transform into an external sharp sword, chi only churning within the sword body or dispersing into the air. A faint flush began to rise on his stern face, and beads of sweat even appeared at his temples. Cough, cough. It seems the path of sword chi indeed relies heavily on talent and opportunity. Zhao Shanhe ultimately retracted his sword, his tone tinged with unmistakable defeat and self-deprecation. Why don't you give it a try, Su Bai? He stepped aside, casting a complex gaze towards Su Bai that bore both expectation and a subtle reluctance to face defeat alone. Su Bai had been waiting for this opportunity. With a calm expression, he nodded, stepping forward to draw his own low-grade magic sword. This was merely a low-grade sword, ordinary in quality, dull and shine, akin to dirt compared to Zhao Shan's Qingxuan. He did not rush to act, but instead closed his eyes in concentration for a moment. It was not a facade, but rather a careful experience of the new perception brought by the sword heart clarity talent. In his feeling, the sword in his hand was no longer a mere object. It had a faint pulse, subtly aligning with his breathing and heartbeat. The spiritual energy circulating in the air seemed to be guided and shaped by a certain intention. In the next moment, Su Bai opened his eyes and naturally swung the sword in accordance with Su Duanqiu's demonstrated posture. The movement was stiff, even somewhat clumsy, and compared to Zhao Shan's previous sharp attack, it appeared quite ordinary. However, whoosh, with a soft sound, a faint smoke-like sword chi about half an inch long truly trembled out from the sword tip. Although it existed for just a moment before dissipating, it was indeed external sword chi. Su Bai immediately revealed a perfectly balanced expression of surprise and regret, turning to look at the others. Su Duanqiu's eyes brightened as she clapped her hands in praise, saying, "Well done, Su Bai. You managed to let the sword chi flow out from the sword tip on your first attempt. Although it is still quite weak, this feeling is right. Your sword talent seems quite impressive." She was genuinely happy for Su Bai, and it seemed natural to her. In her view, being able to comprehend sword chi was a matter of course. The challenge lay in how to refine and control it. Zhao Shan's lips twitched imperceptibly. He looked at the inferior magic sword in Su Bei's hand, then at his own high-grade sword radiating cold light, feeling a mix of emotions. Ultimately, he let out a long breath, shaking his head, his disinterest more pronounced than before. Enough, enough. He stored away his magic sword, his voice somewhat heavy. No matter how strong the sword chi is, it cannot surpass the quality of the magic weapon itself and the mastery of its techniques. Perhaps, I truly am not suited for this path that relies too heavily on talent. It would be more practical to focus on enhancing the power and control of the sword control technique. This statement seemed more like a self-convincing than persuading others. Congratulations, junior brother Su. You have finally discovered your innate talent for sword cultivation. Zhao Shanhe sheathed his azure frost sword and approached Su by his expression a complex blend of admiration and melancholy as he offered his sincere felicitations. Though sorrow flickered in his eyes, it was tempered with genuine warmth. With such extraordinary aptitude for the sword path, Su Bai would undoubtedly emerge as one of the most promising sword cultivators among the Qi refinement disciples of the Wuxia sect. Su Bai scratched his head, feigning bashfulness. "Thank you, senior brother Zhao." Zhao Shanhe shook his head, his tone calm and detached. "There is no need to thank me. It is your own destiny, not my doing." He gazed toward the distant lake, its surface shimmering beneath the sun, and after a moment of silence continued. "While senior sister Su remains on Lake Heart, I'll take time each day to seek her guidance on the application of sword qi. Though her cultivation level is modest, her comprehension of sword qi has already crossed the threshold, far surpassing my own." He paused, lowering his voice slightly. "Sword qi wields far greater destructive power than ordinary spells. At the qi refinement stage, mastery of it alone will grant you formidable prowess. Should you attain true proficiency, you may even catch the eye of a sect elder, perhaps earning the rare honor of becoming a probationary disciple. Even that nominal title would bring significantly enhanced resources and privileges." He shook his head again, a wry self-deprecating smile curling at his lips. "I shall not train alongside you." Turning, he strode toward his thatched hut, his steps heavy with quiet resignation. His final words drifted back on the breeze. "Lest you drive me to my grave." Though spoken lightly, Su Bai sensed no malice, only the serene acceptance of a man who had confronted reality and let go. Zhao Shanhe possessed an indomitable spirit. When one path proved impassable, he would pivot without hesitation, focusing instead on perfecting the sword control art he could truly command. "Senior brother Zhao, don't rush off just yet. Test me too. See if I possess sword cultivation talent." Wang Ju, watching from the side, could barely contain his eagerness and called out as Zhao Shanhe began to leave. He turned to Su Bai, rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin. "Senior brother Su, mind lending me your spirit sword? Just for a quick try?" With a sigh of resignation, Su Bai handed over the blade. Wang Ju seized it, eagerly mimicking the stances he'd just observed. Inhaling deeply, striking a flamboyant starting pose, then roaring aloud as he slashed with all his might. Yet this strike produced not a trace of sword qi, not even the faintest shimmer of spiritual energy that should have emanated from the spirit sword. In Wang Ju's untrained hands, untutored in the art of spirit weapon control, the sword was no more than dull iron, cleaving only air with a dull hollow whoosh. Wang Ju stared blankly at the blade, tried twice more, and failed both times. Sheepishly, he tossed the sword back to Su Bai, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. "Oh well, clearly I'm not cut out for this. I'll go grill us some fish instead. I caught a plump silver-scaled fish today, guaranteed delicious." With that, he darted off toward the lakeshore, his retreating figure bearing the unmistakable air of a hasty retreat. Su Bai shook his head, smiling wryly, sheathed his spirit sword, and turned to Su Duanqiu. "Then, senior sister Su, shall we continue?" She met his gaze, a gentle, knowing smile softening her eyes as she nodded softly yes. She found herself thinking that these Wuxia sect disciples were not at all like the aloof, haughty elites rumored across the cultivation world. Zhao Shanhe carried himself with pride, but never arrogance. Su Bai was diligent and humble. Wang Ju, though impulsive, radiated sincerity. Life on Lake Heart all proved far more tranquil and soothing than she had imagined. 3 days slipped by like ripples upon the waters of Lingyue Lake, silent, seamless, gone. One afternoon, on an open expanse east of the Isle, Su Bai stood motionless, sword in hand, eyes closed in deep concentration. A gentle breeze stirred his robes, all around silence reigned, broken only by the soft lapping of waves against stone. Su Duanqiu watched quietly from 3 zhang away. Suddenly Su Bai opened his eyes, sharp light flared within them, and his spirit sword arced upward in a swift diagonal slash. Shoo! A pale golden sword qi erupted into the air, not as refined or enduring as Su Duanqiu's, yet unmistakably real and potent. It sliced cleanly through several drifting willow leaves, soared over 20 zhang, then dissolved slowly into the mist rising from the lake's surface. "You've succeeded, Daoist brother Su Bai," Su Duanqiu said, stepping forward with a look of genuine delight. Teaching him to wield sword qi had kindled within her a rare and profound sense of accomplishment. She even mused half-seriously that perhaps she possessed a natural gift for mentorship. Only years later, when she failed to find another disciple as intuitively gifted, as effortlessly receptive, did she realize the truth. It was not her teaching that shone, but Su Bai's astonishing aptitude for learning. That day she understood some master-disciple fates appear guided by the teacher, but are in truth fulfilled by the disciple. "Thank you, senior sister Su." Su Bai bowed respectfully, gratitude sincere and deep. His thanks held 2 layers: first, for granting him the opportunity to replicate the sword heart clarity talent; second, for patiently accompanying him over these 3 days, making his sudden awakening of sword talent appear perfectly natural, sparing him suspicion. His thanks held two layers: first, for granting him the opportunity to replicate the sword heart clarity talent; second, for patiently accompanying him over these 3 days, making his sudden awakening of sword talent appear perfectly natural, sparing him suspicion. Daoist brother Su, there is no need for thanks. Su Duanxiu waved her hand, though a tinge of regret softened her expression. But now I truly have nothing more to teach you. She was only at the mid-stage of qi refinement, having never studied the sect's profound sword arts. Launching sword qi was for her the pinnacle of offensive capability. Beyond this lay advanced sword techniques, demanding both higher cultivation and abundant resources, far beyond the scope of her guidance. Teaching me the way of sword qi has already been an immense kindness. Subai declared solemnly. Our cultivation foundations remain shallow. We must focus first on strengthening our core cultivation. As our realm advances, so too will the power of our sword qi. His mind was clear. Mastering sword qi was sufficient for now to handle most challenges. Cultivation ultimately returns always to fundamentals. Cultivation realm is the bedrock. Though combining the sword control art with sword qi would amplify its might, that art required latest-stage qi refinement to practice. For now, steady advancement remained paramount. Thus life on Lake Heart Isle resumed its familiar rhythm, now graced by the presence of a temporary guest. Su Duanxiu was unfailingly considerate, never intruding upon the trio's cultivation. After instructing Su Bai, she rarely practiced sword forms before others, avoiding the sharp whistle of sword qi that might disturb Zhao Shana's meditation. Most days she sat alone in seclusion by the lakeshore or gazed silently upon the water, lost in quiet contemplation. Meanwhile, deep within the lakeside forest, the patience of the 3 Su family cultivators, having waited in vain for half a month, had finally worn thin. At dawn, the 3rd elder of the Su family, who had sat unmoving beneath a tree, suddenly opened his eyes and rose slowly. Morning dew cascaded from his robes like shattered crystals glittering in the rising sun. 3rd elder, what is it? Are we abandoning our wait for that wretched girl? One young cultivator hurriedly asked, bloodshot eyes betraying weeks of exhaustion, vigilance, and sleepless nights. The 3rd elder shook his head, his gaze fixed darkly upon Lake Heart Isle. We wait no longer. For days that inner sect disciple from the Yuxia sect has been observing us covertly, his divine sense sweeping repeatedly across this grove. So long as we remain, Su Duanxiu will not leave the bounds of Lingwei Lake. He snorted coldly. That girl has played a brilliant move. Using the Yuxia sect's authority as her shield, she gambled and won. Another young cultivator fretted, but 3rd elder, if we return without Su Duanxiu for the marriage alliance, our clan faces utter annihilation. Return to the clan. The 3rd elder whirled sharply, eyes blazing with ruthless resolve. Who said anything about returning to the clan? Both youths froze stunned. Lowering his voice to a steely whisper, he declared, our clan stands on the precipice of ruin, collapse imminent. I have decided we will not return to Su Mountain. His gaze swept eastward toward the undulating ridges of the Qingshan Spirit Plains, where Yuxia sect's domain bordered foreign lands. I will journey along the Qingshan Spirit Plains frontier into another nation, seeking new auspicious land to establish a branch lineage, to preserve the Su family's bloodline and ancestral flame. Should you choose to follow me, I will lead you to safety. Should you insist on returning to the clan, I shall not restrain you. But thereafter your fate rests solely in heaven's hands. The 2 youths exchanged glances, their faces shifting through doubt, fear, and dawning resolve. After a hushed, intense exchange, they reached unanimous agreement. At noon, the 3 Su family cultivators packed their belongings, not retracing their steps, but vanishing northeastward into unfamiliar dense woodland, swallowed swiftly by the vast ancient forest. On the very morning the Su family trio departed, Zhao Shana emerged from his thatched hut and approached Su Duanxiu, who sat in stillness by the lakeshore. The 3 Su family cultivators have left the Lingwei Lake territory. Su Duanxiu stiffened slightly, then instantly grasped his meaning. It was time for her to depart. She carried no possessions, only her spirit sword. Returning to her temporary dwelling, she meticulously cleaned every corner, smoothed her bedding into pristine order, as if no one had ever dwelled there. Then she walked to the lakeshore clearing and bowed deeply, offering a formal reverent kowtow to the 3 Yuxia sect disciples. This, junior sister, shall forever cherish your life-saving shelter and your generous instruction in the sword arts. Having spoken, she straightened, her eyes tender with lingering affection yet unwavering in resolve, and turned toward the lakeshore. Wait! Zhao Shana's voice halted her. She turned puzzled. You do not know the water travel art. How will you cross Lingwei Lake? His tone remained even. I will escort you. With that he formed a seal, murmured an incantation, and his spirit sword leapt from its scabbard, hovering 3 qi above the ground. Zhao Shan stepped onto the blade, then extended his hand. After a brief hesitation, Su Duanxiu gently placed her fingers in his palm and stepped aboard. The blade shot skyward, skimming the broad expanse of the lake and startling flocks of waterfowl into flight. Within moments they landed on the opposite shore. Zhao Shanhe dismounted waited until Su Duanqiu steadied herself, then withdrew his hand. Farewell, and may your path ahead be safe and blessed. He gave a slight respectful nod. Su Duanqiu bowed once more, then turned and disappeared into the trees. 10 paces into the woods, she paused, turned back, and waved vigorously toward Lake Hardisle. Dawn light filtered through the canopy, dappling her slender silhouette with golden motes, before she melted entirely into the emerald depths. As Zhao Shanhe flew solo back to the Isle, Wang Ju opened his mouth, perhaps to ask where Su Duanqiu was headed or whether she would be safe traveling alone. But in the end the question dissolved into a soft sigh unspoken. Such are the karmic ties between cultivators, ephemeral as morning mist upon the lake, gathering and dispersing without warning. He shook his head, gesturing to Su Bai. Let's go, senior brother Su. The lake patrol awaits. And so the refugee cultivator departed, leaving Lingwei Lake at last truly at peace. The waters remained sapphire blue. Immortal cranes still glided gracefully, just as if that brief interlude had never occurred. 5 days later the calendar turned to the 7th month. Su Bai's one-year assignment guarding Lingwei Lake had concluded. It was time to return to the sect and complete his formal handover. At dawn he informed Zhao Shanhe, and Wang Ju then set off alone. When he first arrived at Lingwei Lake, he had been merely at Qi refinement level 4, his movement techniques still unrefined. A year later he had ascended to level 5, his spiritual energy markedly denser. Executing the light body art, he now moved with wind at his heels, nearly 30% faster. Within an hour he reached the sect's guest-receiving pavilion. The towering sacred peaks and the ever-present aura of spiritual energy stirred a quiet wave of nostalgia within him. He alighted before the pavilion, smoothed his robes, and presented his identification to the gatekeeper, gaining swift entry into the outer courtyard. Inside the outer sect administrative office, Elder Lin was attending to another disciple. Su Bai waited quietly nearby, surveying the hall, familiar yet subtly altered by time. Its furnishings remained unchanged. After roughly 1 tea ceremony interval his turn arrived. A year gone, and you've grown remarkably, boy. Elder Lin looked up momentarily surprised, then broke into a broad approving smile. Qi refinement level 5. Excellent, excellent. I truly saw potential in you, Daoist brother Lin. Rising he circled his desk and clapped Su Bai heartily on the shoulder, his joy palpable. All thanks to Elder Lin's earlier guidance. The Lingwei Lake assignment offered tranquility and abundant spiritual energy ideal for cultivation. Su Bai replied with a warm, deferential smile, offering full respect. Oh, not at all. It was simply the sect's wise arrangement. I merely followed protocol. Elder Lin waved his hands modestly, though his grin widened further. Cautious by nature, he never let even private triumph slip into boastful speech. So what do you plan to do this time? Will you renew the Lingwei Lake task, or choose a different one? Lin the steward placed Su Bai's identity jade token on the table and looked up at him with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Su Bai had already made his decision in his heart. Lingwei Lake was tranquil and abundant in spiritual energy, and with Wang Ke as companion skilled in cooking, it was suitable for both living and cultivating. More importantly, the environment on the islet in the lake was pure, far from the sect's disputes, making it ideal for him to steadily improve his cultivation and familiarize himself with his newly acquired talent, Jinshin Tongming. Please help me renew the Lingwei Lake task for another year, Su Bai replied without hesitation. Lin the steward nodded, not surprised by this choice. He took the jade token and retrieved a specially made task seal channeling spiritual energy as he gently pressed it on the back of the jade token, leaving an imprint of a faint golden rune. He then took out 3 small green porcelain bottles from the cabinet and pushed them in front of Su Bai. The renewal is complete. Here are the Huanglong pills for the upcoming year, issued in advance. This is a special privilege for the Lingwei Lake task. After all, that place is remote, and it's not easy to make a round trip. Lin the steward explained, his tone carrying a hint of care. Su Bai solemnly accepted the pills, which felt slightly warm in his hand, the bottles still exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. He bowed, saying, "Thank you, Lin the steward, for your consideration. Go ahead, cultivate well, and do not waste this opportunity." Lin the steward waved his hand with a smile. Leaving Lin the steward's office, Su Bai turned and approached the door of the adjacent office of Steward Su. "Steward Su, I have come to collect the Huanglong pills accumulated from last year." Su Bai stated his intention as soon as he entered. Steward Su looked up from the ledger, squinted at Su Bai for a moment, and suddenly said, "Ah, it's you. You've reached the 4th level of Qi refining. 1 Huanglong pill per month for 12 months equals." "Steward Su, you've made a mistake." Su Bai smiled slightly, his spiritual energy flowing naturally around him, revealing the aura of a 5th level Qi refiner. "According to my current cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refining, it should be 2 Huanglong pills per month, correct?" Steward Su was taken aback, then widened his eyes, pointing at Su Bai and jokingly scolding, "You little rascal, are you addicted to taking advantage?" If we are to be serious, I don't believe you upgraded to the 5th level of Qi refining immediately after leaving the sect last year. Although he said this, admiration flashed in Steward Su's eyes. He had been in charge of the outer sect's monthly distributions for many years and had seen too many disciples. It was indeed rare to see someone like Su Bai who advanced so rapidly with 3 spirit roots. If it were not for a combination of talent and effort, it would be exceedingly difficult to break through from the 4th to the 5th level of Qi refining within a year. The outer sect had implicit privileges for outstanding disciples, a tacit rule understood by all sects. After all, in the world of cultivation, strength is paramount, and those with exceptional talent should enjoy some privileges. Steward Su pondered for a moment, took Su Bai's identity jade token, and used a special technique to check the updated cultivation records. After confirming it was accurate, he shook his head, but still took out 2 slightly larger porcelain bottles from the cabinet. 24 Huanglong pills will be issued according to the 5th level of Qi refining monthly distribution. Steward Su pushed the medicine bottles over and said sternly, "This is a one-time exception. From now on, when your cultivation breaks through, you must report it in a timely manner for updates, and do not wait until the monthly distribution to raise these matters." Steward Su is wise. Su Bai received the pills, sincerely bowing in praise. "Get lost." Steward Su waved his sleeve impatiently, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly lift. After leaving the outer sect's steward office, Su Bai did not rush to leave, but turned toward the outer sect disciple courtyard where he resided. It had been a year since his last return, and the courtyard still had its blue tiles and white walls, but the moss in the corners seemed to have thickened a bit. Pushing open the courtyard door, it was indeed silent. The brothers and sisters in the courtyard were all absent, either out on missions or in closed-door cultivation in the training room. The road of cultivation has always been one of increasing competition. Su Bai arrived in front of his room. Just as he was about to push the door open, his gaze fell on the small wooden box on the wall beside the door, which was the mailbox provided by the sect for each disciple's room. Opening the box lid, he found 3 letters inside. The envelopes were made of fine paper sealed with a simple wax stamp. Su Bai opened them one by one to read. They were family letters sent by the relatives of this body in the mundane world. The contents were merely greetings discussing the family's recent situation and inquiring whether his cultivation was going well. From the snippets in the letters, Su Bai could sense the simple concern. However, he was not the original owner, and although he felt a sense of gratitude for this familial bond, it was difficult to have a deep empathy. After a moment's thought, he decided to set aside the letters and not reply for now. The ties between cultivators and their mundane family should naturally fade over time. This is a reality that most cultivators have to face. After tidying up the room a bit, Su Bai stepped out of the courtyard. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar face approached him. "Jiang Han." Senior brother Su. Jiang Han looked up, his face showing surprise. After a year apart, he seemed much more talkative, and there was a newfound confidence in his demeanor. His good fire attribute spell talent earned him a place in the outer sect, no longer resembling the diligent beginner he once was. The two sat down at the stone table in the courtyard, engaging in casual conversation. Jiang Han had just finished a month-long gathering mission and was preparing to rest in the courtyard for a few days before taking on a new task. His cultivation still stalled at the 3rd level of Qi refining. The drawbacks of having 4 spirit roots were evident. Without the aid of pills, breaking through to the mid-Qi refining stage was as difficult as climbing to the sky. "Have you heard, senior brother Su? It is said that an inner sect elder proposed this year to hold an outer sect competition as an exception." Jiang Han lowered his voice, his eyes shining with excitement. "If one can achieve a good ranking, there is a chance to obtain high-grade pills and perhaps even catch the attention of an inner sect elder to be accepted as a named disciple. Will you participate, senior brother Su?" As he spoke of the outer sect competition, Jiang Han's gaze was fervent, clearly determined to succeed. He hoped to showcase his excellent fire attribute talent and stand out in the competition, seizing the reward pills to make up for the cultivation gap caused by his spirit root quality. Oh, an outer sect competition. Su Bai's heart stirred. The inner sect competition of Yuxiao sect was held annually, but outer sect competitions were indeed rare, usually occurring only once every few years. This was quite a good opportunity. There are still several months until the end of the year. I will decide then. Su Bai did not immediately agree, but was already contemplating. Having now mastered Jianxin Tongming and gained control of sword energy, his combat power should be among the best among disciples in the mid-Qi refining stage. If the timing is right, it wouldn't hurt to participate, both to test his own strength and to compete for resources. The two continued to chat about the recent situations of their fellow disciples in the courtyard, who had broken through, who had taken on dangerous tasks and gotten injured, and who had caught the attention of the stewards for their outstanding performances. Finally, Su Bai stood up to take his leave and said to Jiang Han, "I wish you a successful breakthrough to the mid-Qi refining stage after this period of rest." Jiang Han solemnly cupped his hands in thanks, saying, "Thank you for your kind words, senior brother Su." An hour later, Su Bai had already returned to Lingwei Lake. As he stepped onto the islet in the lake, Wang Ke came up to him holding a plate of fragrant grilled fish. After your long journey, here have a piece of grilled fish and a cup of spiritual tea to refresh yourself. Wang Ke grinned and pointed to the freshly brewed spiritual tea on the stone table. This is my new grilling method using several unique herbs from the lakeside, guaranteed to be delicious. Su Bai was not polite. He took the grilled fish and took a bite. The fish meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, carrying the unique fresh aroma of herbs, indeed better than the usual grilling method. He picked up the spiritual tea and took a sip. The warm tea flowed down his throat, dispelling some of the fatigue from the journey. The lake breeze gently brushed against him, and the celestial cranes cooed. Oi, life at Lingwei Lake returned to its familiar rhythm. In the world of cultivation, time is often forgotten. In the blink of an eye, it was November. At the end of autumn, the trees by Lingwei Lake had already turned shades of gold and russet. The autumn wind was biting, and the ripples on the lake's surface were more intricate than usual. If one were a common person, they would have already needed to wrap themselves in thick clothing. Even cultivators, if they did not channel their spiritual energy to protect their bodies, could feel the chilly air seeping into their bones. On this day, Su Bai and Wang Ke went on their usual patrol of the lake. Su Bai performed the water escape technique, his figure transforming into a faint blue light as he traversed the lake bed. The lake water was icy cold, and through his protective spiritual energy, he felt waves of chill. He had to expend some of his spiritual energy to maintain his body temperature. The underwater world seemed particularly quiet in autumn. There were fewer fish, and the aquatic plants were gradually withering. After about half an hour, the patrol was complete. The two returned to the islet, where Wang Ke quickly started a fire to brew tea. A pot of steaming Lingwei tea was soon ready, the fragrance of the tea mixing with the water vapor particularly enticing in the autumn chill. At that moment, a sound of breaking air came from the sky, shattering the tranquility above Lingwei Lake. Su Bai looked up and saw a streak of light rushing in from the south at high speed. In just a few breaths, the streak of light had reached above the islet and slowly descended. The newcomer wore the black inner sect disciple robes of Yuxia sect, appearing to be in his late 20s with a handsome face, but a somewhat aloof expression. He stood on a fan-shaped spiritual artifact, evidently a quality magic tool. What was most striking was the aura of spiritual energy surrounding him. He had evidently reached the 8th level of Qi refining, and his aura was solid, indicating he was not a novice in this realm. Zhao Shana stepped out from the thatched cottage to meet the newcomer. You've arrived. The inner sect disciple wore a half smile and nodded, putting away the fan-shaped spiritual artifact. Zhao Shixiang, I've kept you waiting. I'm here to take over the task. It turned out that Zhao Shana had to return to the sect to prepare for the upcoming inner sect competition, thus ending his duty at Lingwei Lake early, and this person was here to take over his responsibilities. Zhao Shana gestured towards Su Bai and Wang Ke. Su Bai and Wang Ke are both elite outer sect disciples at the 5th level of Qi refining, acting with prudence and are trustworthy. The daily patrols and routine tasks of Lingwei Lake will be primarily handled by the two of them. With them here, there will be very few instances throughout the year where you will need to intervene personally, which will save you considerable effort. The inner sect disciple nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Su Bai and Wang Ke, and he cupped his hands in greeting. That sounds excellent. I shall rely on you too. Though his tone was courteous, the scrutinizing gaze made Su Bai feel a slight chill. This person appeared affable, but had a rather high demeanor. Zhao Shanha then pointed to the inner sect disciple and introduced him to Su Bai and Wang Ke. This is inner sect by De Yuan at the 8th level of Qi refining, skilled in water attribute spells and formidable in combat. Even I may not be his match, so you both should respect Shixiang Bai and consult him on matters. Bai Daoyuan waved his hands repeatedly, smiling. Zhao Shixiang, you flatter me. Who doesn't know that your swordsmanship is extraordinary? When it comes to a real fight, the outcome is still uncertain. The two exchanged pleasantries for a few more moments. Although the words were polite, there was an underlying tension of. In the end, Zhao Shanha solemnly bid farewell to Su Bai and Wang Ke, stepping onto his sword and transforming into a streak of green light, speeding toward the mountain gate of Yuxia sect. This year's inner sect competition was something he aimed to win. His mind was already filled with plans for the competition. After Zhao Shanha left, Bai Daoyuan stepped forward to the stone table calmly, taking a clean teacup and pouring himself a cup of spiritual tea. He took a sip and nodded. This must be the Lingwei tea unique to Lingwei Lake. The tea is clear and refreshing, infused with the spiritual aura of the lake, quite nice indeed. He finished his tea, turned to Wang Ke, and spoke casually yet firmly that, Wang Shidi, please brew a pot of tea and bring it to my room. As a newcomer, I still need to familiarize myself with the environment, so I won't linger here. Though he claimed to be troubling them, his tone was commanding, unmistakably so. Wang Ke exchanged a glance with Su Bai, clearly indicating, look, a difficult inner sect senior has arrived. Su Bai nodded slightly, his expression calm. He picked up the teacup, taking a gentle sip while gazing towards the lake. The autumn sun was slowly sinking into the distant mountains, dyeing the lake's surface a golden red. It seemed life at Lingwell Lake was about to undergo some new changes. I can no longer bear this overbearing fellow. At the edge of the pine forest by Lingwell Lake's warning formation, Wang Ke and Su Bai were patrolling. Taking the opportunity to avoid Bai Dayuan's line of sight, they paused to chat. At this moment, Wang Ke openly complained, clearly targeting the newly arrived inner sect senior brother Bai Dayuan. It has been a full month since Zhao Shan's departure and Bai Dayuan's arrival at Lingwell Lake. As winter deepened, December arrived, and thin ice had formed at the edge of the lake, glimmering coldly under the sun. In this past month, Bai Dayuan, as the main responsible disciple for Lingwell Lake, drastically altered the daily procedures that Zhao Shana had set. Originally, they only needed to patrol the lake once in the morning and once in the evening, but now it had changed to 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night, each requiring detailed records of the lake's spiritual energy fluctuation, signs of monster activity, and the status of the formation nodes. In addition, daily patrol reports are required, and a comprehensive report of the lake's overall condition must be submitted every 3 days. These new tasks have made Su Bai and Wang Ke suffer greatly. While the increased patrol time was bearable, the tedious records and reports truly drained their spirits. Bai Dayuan's explanation was that this is a sect task. It must be rigorous and meticulous and cannot be treated lightly. However, anyone could see that this was also a display of authority by a newly appointed official. Senior brother Bai has indeed been quite rigid. Su Bai leaned against a pine tree, gazing at the cold birds flying across the distant lake's surface, his brow slightly furrowed. A good external sect task, besides its tranquility and benefits, also relies heavily on the companions one interacts with during the task. Previously partnering with Zhao Shanha and Wang Ke, although each had their own personality, they respected each other and got along well. Now with Bai Dayuan's arrival, the comfort level of the Lingwell Lake task had clearly dropped a notch. What worried Su Bai even more was that in a few days he intended to take leave to return to the external sect for the upcoming external disciple competition. Given Bai Dayuan's behavior over the past month, it was hard to say whether he would grant the leave. In this past month, Su Bai had fully cultivated all the Huanglong pills he received. His cultivation had steadily advanced toward the 6th level of Qi refinement. His sword energy application had also become increasingly proficient. Although he could not wield it as effortlessly as Su Duanqiu, he was now able to release sword energy at will with a mere thought. Su Bai was quite confident that he could achieve a good ranking in this external sect competition and obtain the reward of spirit pills. If Bai Dayuan did not grant him leave, it would be a real pity to miss out on such resources. From his observations over the past month, although Bai Dayuan was only at the 8th level of Qi refinement, his demeanor and conduct bore a resemblance to those inner sect elders who had lived for over 100 years and were accustomed to flaunting their seniority. Wang Ke learned through certain channels that Bai Dayuan had a foundation establishment elder at home who was indeed an inner sect elder and had a preference for emphasizing seniority. Bai Dayuan grew up following that elder, naturally absorbing this mannerism. It is not to say that his character, in fact, while Bai Dayuan's actions were strict, they were all within the sect's regulations and did not intentionally create difficulties or cut benefits. It was just that the naturally revealed posture of an upper position and the frequent statements of must follow the rules and cannot cross the line indeed made him hard to approach. How can it be merely rigid? Wang Ke kicked a stone by his feet and said angrily, every day, he acts like an old demur, always saying back in my day and sect rules. Hey, I've inquired about it. He's just a 3-spirit root talent. If it weren't for the resources and pills provided by that foundation establishment elder, his cultivation speed might not be faster than yours, Su Shitty. He paused, looking at Su Bai with a serious expression. Su Shitty, I've decided that once this task period expires, I will not renew my contract. This Bai Dayuan, I cannot stand him. This was not just an angry remark. Bai Dayuan also ate Wang Ke's grilled spirit fish and stewed monster meat, praising him a few times for his good skills, yet at the same time, he strictly enforced sect regulations prohibiting station disciples from leaving the site during long-term tasks to go to the cultivation market. His reason was that during sect tasks, one must be fully devoted and cannot be distracted. For Wang Ke, staying at Lingwell Lake lost its significance. The reason he chose this task, apart from its tranquility and benefits, was also significantly to take the opportunity to visit the nearby markets, occasionally selling some homemade spirit food, purchasing unique ingredients, earning some extra money, and enriching his cultivation life. Now that this avenue was blocked, Lingwell Lake for him had become nothing but tedious patrols and cultivation. Su Bai sighed softly upon hearing this. If that's the case, it's truly a pity. Oh, I won't be able to taste the delicious food you cook anymore, Wang Shixiao. You bred all you think about is food. Wang Ke chuckled and scolded, then patted Su Bai's shoulder seriously. If I come across any good ingredients in the future, or if you want to eat something, just send me a message with the jade talisman. As long as I'm in the market, they'll definitely get it for you. The two chatted idly by the forest for a while, estimating that the time was about right before using water escape technique to return to the center island of the lake. Wang Ke was serious. In mid-December on a chilly morning, he found by Dao Yuan practicing water techniques in the open space in front of his hut and formally announced that he would leave today and not renew his contract. The message had been sent back to the outer affairs hall of the sect through the identity jade talisman. Upon hearing this, by Dao Yuan merely nodded slightly, without even turning his gaze. Since you've decided, let's proceed with the handover according to the regulations. His tone was flat, as if Wang Ke's departure was merely a trivial matter. Lingwei Lake is not far from the main gate of Yuxiao sect, and few like Su Bai had to endure a 7-day journey. Once the message returned, the sect's efficiency was quite high. In just 2 hours, a figure appeared outside the lake's warning formation. It was the new outer sect disciple coming for the handover. Just like when Su Bai first arrived years ago, the disciple triggered the warning formation and quietly waited by the shore, not rashly attempting to cross the lake. Su Bai and Wang Ke exchanged glances and used water escape technique to rush to the shore. The lake water was cool and piercing. Even with spiritual protection, they could feel the coldness of the winter lake. Upon reaching the shore, they saw a young disciple in an outer sect green robe standing quietly waiting. Upon seeing Su Bai and Wang Ke emerge from the lake, the disciple quickly cupped his hand. Senior brothers, I am Yang Sheng here today for the handover of Lingwei Lake's task. He looked about 17 or 18 years old with a slightly youthful appearance, but his demeanor was composed, clearly well-trained. Wang Ke smiled. You came quite quickly. Come with us. We will take you to meet the current responsible senior brother of Lingwei Lake. The three used water escape technique to return to the center island of the lake. Upon reaching the island, while Yang Sheng was still looking around at the surroundings, by Dao Yuan stepped out of the thatched cottage. His hair was neatly styled, and his gaze fell on Yang Sheng, carrying a scrutinizing intent. You are the outer sect disciple here for the handover. Su Bai quietly transmitted a message briefly introducing by Dao Yuan's identity and temperament to Yang Sheng. Yang Sheng understood and stepped forward, respectfully bowing. Disciple Yang Sheng here for the handover. Greetings to senior brother Bai. Dao Yuan nodded slightly, but did not immediately take Yang Sheng's identity jade talisman. Instead, he said lightly, since you're coming to guard Lingwei Lake, you must have the ability to protect yourself and fulfill your duties. Show me the 3 first-tier intermediate spells you have mastered. This request was somewhat unexpected, but also reasonable. Yang Sheng hesitated slightly before nodding in agreement. He took 2 steps back, formed hand seals with his hands, and softly recited the incantation. Fireball technique. A fist-sized red fireball materialized in midair, hovering and burning above his palm. Although it was not as brilliant as Jiang Han's, it was stable and solid, clearly the result of diligent practice. Dissipating the fireball, Yang Sheng changed his spell, and a light blue water shield appeared in front of him, rippling and flowing, fully protective. Along with the water escape technique he demonstrated while crossing the lake, he had just showcased 3 first-tier intermediate spells, all meeting the standard. Only then did Dao Yuan take the identity jade talisman that Yang Sheng had handed over, confirming it with a special method, and nodded. All right, the handover is complete. He turned to Wang Ke, his tone still flat. You may leave now, Wang Shidi. All right. Wang Ke grinned, cupping his hands towards Su Bai. Su Shidi, see you in the external sect. Let's gather again in the future. He nodded again to Yang Sheng. Yang Shidi, you will have to work hard next. The winter scenery of Lingwei Lake is quite nice, but it's a bit cold, so prepare some warm clothing. After saying this, he activated water escape technique, transforming into a beam of light as he rushed toward the shore, quickly disappearing into the vast snowy scene, not once looking at Dao Yuan again. Dao Yuan's expression darkened for a moment, but then returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. He turned to Su Bai. Su Bai, in the coming days you will lead Yang Sheng to familiarize himself with the daily patrol routes, formation node locations, and recording standards of the lake. Be thorough and leave no omissions. Understood, Su Bai replied. Taking this opportunity, he also asked senior brother Bai, the external sect will hold a great competition for outer disciples in a few days. I would like to return to the mountain gate to register. I only need to take 2 days off, may I? Upon hearing this, Dao Yuan almost immediately shook his head. During the execution of long-term sect tasks, one must be fully dedicated and cannot be lax or distracted. Although the external sect competition is a good opportunity, the responsibilities at Lingwei Lake cannot be taken lightly. You should remain here to guard. Do not participate in this competition for now. His tone was gentle, but left no room for doubt. Su Bai bitterly smiled, inwardly knowing that saying more would be pointless and might even invite further admonishment, so he simply cupped his hands and said, I understand. Dao Yuan seemed quite satisfied with Su Bai's obedience, nodded, and turned to return to the thatched cottage to continue his quiet cultivation. Once he entered the house, Yang Sheng gently sighed in relief and lowered his voice to Su Bai. Senior brother Su, this by senior brother. Seems quite serious. Su Bai patted his shoulder. Get used to it. Now let me take you to familiarize yourself with the patrol route. The two walked slowly along the lakeshore with Su by pointing out the various locations that required attention, the maintenance of the formation nodes, and the usage method of the recording jade slips. After some conversation, Su Bai learned about some of Yangsheng's background. It turned out that Yangsheng also came from a notable lineage. He possessed a four-spirit root talent and had cultivated to the 4th level of qi refinement by the age of 18. Besides his own efforts, he greatly benefited from the resources provided by his supporting cultivation family. The Yang family he belonged to was a well-established cultivation family, with an early foundation establishment ancestor sitting in charge, significantly stronger than Su Duanqia's previous Su family. As the direct grandson of the Yang family's foundation establishment ancestor, Yangsheng was highly anticipated by his family and sent to Yuxia sect not only to secure a better future for himself, but also to expand the family's influence and connections within Yuxia sect. Therefore, in addition to the sect's benefits, Yangsheng received monthly resource deliveries from family representatives with conditions far better than those of ordinary outer sect disciples. Yangsheng admitted that his purpose in coming to Yuxia sect, aside from improving his own cultivation, was also to make friends with outstanding peers to pave the way for the Yang family's future. In their conversation, he expressed considerable respect for Su Bai. From Wang Ke, he had learned that Su Bai could refine from the 4th to the 5th level of qi refinement within a year with a 3-spirit root talent, which was a talent and effort worth befriending. Plans to participate in the external sect competition were thus dashed. To be honest, Su Bai's mood was not particularly good. However, he understood that arguing with Bai Daoyuan would be pointless and might make his situation even more difficult. In the days that followed, Su Bai patiently taught Yangsheng the various daily tasks at Linghua Lake. Yangsheng was quite perceptive and diligent, quickly becoming familiar with the processes, and his patrol records were done quite well. As winter deepened, a heavy snow arrived quietly. Snowflakes fell like goose feathers, and overnight Linghua Lake was covered in a thick silver coat. Snow hung on the pine branches, and the shores of the lake were blanketed in white, creating a pristine scene. Most areas of the lake had not yet frozen, but the ice at the edges had expanded to several zhang wide, with fresh snow accumulating on the ice, providing a stark contrast to the deep blue lake water. One afternoon, Su Bai led Yangsheng to complete the patrol of the lake bottom, emerging from a broken ice area along the shore. In the winter, traversing the icy lake was piercingly cold, even with spiritual protection, as the chill felt like fine needles penetrating to the bone. The two jumped onto the shore, shook off the ice shards on their bodies, and decided to take a moment to rest, circulating their cultivation techniques to dispel the cold before returning to the center island. At that moment, 2 figures approached from afar in the snowy field. They were dressed in purple robes, wearing black veils over their heads, with small wind chimes hanging from the bottom of the veils, clattering in the cold wind, producing crisp sounds.